In a certain hospital, the furious voice of a young man rang out, "I still want to live, I don't want to die." In front of him was a medical record listing the patient's name as Kim AC, along with a strange disease that had never appeared in history. The doctor then told him, "This is a disease never detected before, so this disease will be named after you. I'm very sorry, but you only have 6 months left to live." Kim Ai Jayak walked out of the hospital dazed as if possessed. He walked down the street, bumping into people left and right. Those who saw him like that couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong with this guy? Kim Ai Jayak ignored them and kept wandering in his thoughts. It can't be, I've been working like a beast. He ignored the red traffic light and kept walking, repeatedly asking himself, I've only just stabilized my life. And now I have to die. He walked in the middle of the road, forcing traffic on both sides to stop and honk loudly. Someone even jumped out of their car, shoved him, and shouted, "Hey, move, don't you know this is dangerous?" Kim Ai Jayak was pushed and fell, and suddenly a piece of paper flew toward him. Seeing this paper, he resented life even more. I've already been sentenced to death, how can life be this unfair to me? On top of that, it was the very day I won the jackpot. I still want to live. I don't want to die yet. I'll be content with everything I have, so please, please, please don't let me die. Overcome with indignation, Kim AC collapsed in the street, crying and screaming. Then, by some miraculous means, he transmigrated into a dried skeleton. One moment he was satisfied with the present, now he tilted his head and lamented. Of course I want to live, but not like this. Can't reincarnation make me human? Must it turn me into a bald-headed, dried skeleton? Even with this body, it has taken away half my will to live. I can't even defecate anymore. Just as his anger had nowhere to go, a horde of monsters suddenly appeared. Kim Ai immediately drew his blade from its sheath and cut down the rampaging monsters. As he finished off the smaller pack, a giant leaped toward him. Kim Ai rushed in to brawl with it, feeling nothing but joy. After waiting so many days, this miserable life was finally about to end. Die with one downward stroke. The giant monster collapsed. The suppression of the rebel legion was thereby complete. After Kim Ai Jayak transmigrated, he became the lowest level demon, a bone soldier. But with each battle and kill, he gradually grew stronger until he became a soul king. Now he had slain the last band of demon raiders and become the leader in this darkness. The feeling of being lauded by every monster as the demon king filled Kim Ai Jayak with joy. But these creatures were dull-witted and liked to sing praises, calling Kim Ai Jayak Waisak, which annoyed Kim Ai Jayak endlessly. Although he'd corrected them many times, they still mispronounced his name. Eventually, he stopped caring and only prayed they'd take care of themselves. As for the demon king like him, he went to collect his reward. He struggled like this for a single goal, to eat and defecate, to become human again. So whoever freeloads should beware of ending up like Kim AC. A while later, in the heavenly hall, the head of the giant monster was thrown down. The angels, seeing this, panicked and broke out in a cold sweat. From start to finish, Kim Ai Jayak coldly stared toward the throne. Above, 5 people were seated watching him as he slowly stepped up the stairs, and stood before those 5. Kim Ai Jayak smiled happily and said, I've eliminated those who opposed you. Our agreement still stands, right? Keep your end of the contract and turn me into a human. The 5 angels heard this and began to excitedly discuss. You wiped them all out. I thought it would take you at least 500 years. What madness. At that moment, one of them called a servant over and asked, I've heard the high nobles banded together to work him to exhaustion, right? Kim Ai Jayak heard all of this. He didn't lose his temper, kept a humble tone, and asked, Why are you talking so much? Didn't you say if I defeated them you'd make me human? He cursed inwardly. I've done as you asked, you bastards. One angel smiled and said, Can you do one more thing for us? Hearing that, Kim Ai Jayak snapped. Even if I am nothing but a skeleton, you should know your limits. Even if you are gods, I'm not scared of any of you. He erupted with Demon King aura and shouted, Damn it, why do you keep forcing me to be your slave? You bastards, you want to make me do hard labor forever instead of turning me human, right? His demonic aura filled the celestial hall. The angels, a bit intimidated, murmured to each other. Looks like he realized. Didn't we say from the start we shouldn't use him? Why make a deal with a madman like this? Hearing their discussion, Kim Ai Jayak flew into a rage and cursed, Do you only know how to give orders? Apart from summoning and binding spells, you lot can't do anything, can you? I see, so that's why I wasn't sealed. On top of that, I was reincarnated into a body with the same name as mine. The more he thought, the more pleased he became, grinning to himself. Those idiots act as if they're so grand, yet they were careless and failed to seal me. As he laughed, the maid took the chance and thrust a feeding bottle straight into his gaping mouth. Kim Ai Jayak struggled desperately, but 2 servants held him fast, preventing any resistance. After drinking for a moment, he thought in surprise, Is this vegetable juice? Now I'm really done. Are they trying to kill me with this disgusting mixture? I barely managed to become human. Besides, there's something slightly off inside my body. As soon as he thought that, his eyes blurred and shut. leaving only the sinister faces of the two servants looming in his memory. Outside the holy nation of Helen, in the Middle Eastern temple, a bishop was walking along cheerfully. He sneered inwardly, thinking, that child is probably finished by now. Suddenly someone approached from behind and asked, "You seem pleased, bishop." This person was the emperor, father of the holy nation of Helen, Alexander HCF. At his sight, the bishop immediately bowed and said, "Hail the son of the empire." Hiola asked indifferently, "What is a bishop doing here?" He smiled brightly and replied, "The Joshua family has come to pay respects to the chosen saint. You know the Holy See cannot ignore the saint." Hiola smiled and asked further, "I understand. Since this concerns the saint, you should meet them in person, right? If any mishap occurs after handing the saint over to the Holy See, it would be unfortunate." The bishop's face tightened like a monkey's rear. Before he could reply, a shout rang from inside the castle. A servant's voice cried out, "Young master, the young master has." The bishop lowered his head and smiled to himself. Immediately after, he and his soldiers ran inside. Hiola flung the door open and shouted, "What happened?" The maid panicked, turned and replied, "Young master." Hiola peered inside and frowned in confusion. The maid exclaimed, "So cute. Look at that chubby belly. He's so adorable. He eats so well. Truly an angel. Look, he alone has finished 15 bottles of vegetable juice." Hearing that, the bishop poked his head in, thinking incredulously, how could it still be alive? And he drank all of that too. That wasn't ordinary vegetable juice. A few minutes earlier, Asak had hazily wondered, is there something unusual inside my body, reincarnated again? Suddenly he snapped awake. Wait, this is Sanctity Eraser poison, a deadly toxin that destroys clerical holy power. It might not act immediately, but as a poison, drinking enough of it will be fatal. But I'll convert this poison into demon-kind mana, so it's truly a godsend for a former demon king like me. I never expected they'd give me a substance that can be transformed into mana. Wonderful. I'll suck up all of this magical baby food. So AI Jayek finished the bottle and shouted, "If there's more, bring it and I'll drink it all." The maid, a little frightened, probed, asking for more now. Why do I suddenly feel I understand what he's saying? The male servant then brought another bottle, awkwardly saying, "Of course, the more you drink, the happier we are. After all, the poison, the vegetable juice won't act immediately." Isaac gave that servant a thumbs up, savoring it. "Excellent, for the victory I will absorb all this mana. I don't know who put this here, but you did well. Now what I must do immediately is leave the world of consciousness and step into the subconscious, and go to its deepest place, the world of origins where the mana core is formed, and can be entered." Isaac leaped and danced. After all, he's safe here. After a while of playing, Isaac got down to business. His small hands rose and he murmured, "Now focus, I'll condense the mana I've absorbed into a mana core. I'll need a mana core to use magic, so if I want to cast spells in the future, I must do this." As he spoke, the light in his hands flashed. AC shrieked, a magical explosion. After the light dimmed, AC slowly opened his eyes and said, "Wait, this is a mana core. It usually has 3 colors, but why is it white?" "No, color isn't the issue. Clearly, I haven't had time to properly condense mana into that little core yet. So what is this energy then?" After observing for a while, AC forced a smile. "This surpasses my expectations." The tiny legs began to wiggle little by little. The small hands reached out, curiously wondering, just how many blessings have been packed into this baby's body? If I work with this, I could become a monster more powerful than I ever imagined. He pressed on his core, placing the wish to survive. He recalled the times he'd been through and couldn't stop sighing. The deepest, desperate desire carved into his soul, survival. His will to live was so strong it would drive him mad. That was the origin of how I became the Long Dry Demon King. And with that, I was able to create original, special spells and skills. Moreover, I successfully inherited the pile of magic inside this body. While in the real world, AI Jayek lay motionless, making the two servants worryingly ask each other, "Is he dead? Check him." But before they could check, Isaac pointed straight up and the male servant cried out in horror, he's alive." Then both of them sighed in relief when they saw Isaac just pointing around like a normal baby. Suddenly, AI Jayek opened his mouth and screamed, "Another bottle, give me a stronger dose." Back in the present, Hiola also sighed and told the servant, "Thank goodness, nothing happened." Isaac smugly thought to himself, "Well, I was almost assassinated, but it's fine." But the bishop turned pale, wondering why it was looking at him like that. Inside the cradle, Isaac looked toward the pile of bottles on the floor, worried. "Did I drink too much? No, I can't do anything that will make others suspicious right now. I must play dumb. Smile as if you've never smiled before. And coincidentally turn your face toward the bishop, making him frown. What's with that? Drinking that much should have killed him. He'd be vomiting blood everywhere, and yet he's still..." So he frowned and concluded the kid was mocking him. A few days earlier, inside this castle, someone's voice echoed in a dark room. "The one who becomes the saint will rule the holy nation." Ridiculous. In the end, everyone insists their child is the saint, even the lowliest families. Hearing this, the bishop performed the ritual to assure him, "Do not worry, all the other saint candidates have already been dealt with." The other replied coldly, "Of course, but I've heard some unpleasant rumors that there's a saint candidate from the Joshua family. the Joshua family, the emperor's right hand. Hearing that, the bishop grit his teeth and said, but we cannot do anything to them. The man immediately threw the wine glass in his hand away and angrily shouted, that brat will die the moment you arrive. You only need to confirm his death. I've already arranged people to handle it. The saint must come from the Baris family. The person giving the orders was the head of the Baris family, Cardinal Hay Baris. Back at Isaac, the bishop's face grew even uglier as he recalled thinking, he said it would surely die. So why is it still alive? How could such an impossibility happen? Hiola, who had been cooing at him, walked over and praised, how interesting. This shimmering blonde hair is the same color as the founder of the Holy Nation's house, isn't it, Bishop? The bishop stammered, Your Highness, how could you say such a thing? Isaac blankly wondered, is this person the emperor? Hiola then affirmed, I even feel the boy is closer to a god than the current pope, truly fitting for the final saint candidate. Hearing that, Ajak leaped inside with a shout, what? I'm a saint candidate, so that's why those others kept calling saint and holy one. The bishop grew even more tense after hearing this, thinking, damn it, the emperor is already favoring him. This cannot be allowed to continue. He hurried forward with a smile and said, Your Highness, let me take care of this child. Hiola asked, puzzled, why is that? He hurried forward with a smile and said, Your Highness, let me take care of this child. Hiola asked, puzzled, why is that? The bishop immediately made excuses, isn't something off? A newborn couldn't possibly drink that much vegetable juice. Hiola, unconcerned, replied, what's wrong with a saint candidate drinking the congregation's provisions? The bishop, unwilling, begged, but we're not certain yet. Please let me look after the boy. Hiola declined at once. People from the Jua family will come, so wait until then. Meanwhile, Ai casually hugged the bottle, thinking, I'm a demon king and yet a saint candidate, how could this happen? While thinking, he suddenly burped a puff of magic. Isaac quickly covered his mouth, silently cursing, damn, that's the dark mana I haven't finished digesting. Has anyone seen that? Fear summons what it fears. Just then, the bishop seized the opportunity to speak up. Your Highness, I seem to have sensed a dark mana emanating from this child, which looks suspicious, looking at his face. Isaac swore inwardly, that bastard, has he detected it? Without hesitation, the bishop declared loudly, this child might just be a failed candidate with mana. I must report this to the inspector immediately. Hiola angrily shouted, what the hell? How dare you say that about a precious saint candidate? The bishop ignored him and insisted, you needn't worry. The pope has his eye on the Baris family's candidate to be the next saint. Hearing that, Hiola's face darkened as he thought, he wants the child from his own family to be the saint? How shameless. Isaac also muttered angrily to himself, so that's why he wanted to eliminate me. At that moment, Isaac's body was lifted up. The bishop smiled slyly and ordered, bring the inspector here. Hiola hurriedly intervened. Wait, the Rakshua family is a close ally of the court. As emperor, I think this child should still be examined. The bishop turned and replied, I understand, Your Highness. But he didn't forget to look back and add, but you also said the crown prince's blessing will be granted after the saint is decided. Hearing this, Hiola's face darkened as he thought, if I don't support the child the pope chooses, will he refuse to bestow the blessing on the crown prince? So he asked, is this the will of the church? Isaac muttered angrily to himself, those bastards. This is bad for me, if they discover who I am. The bishop said nothing further and carried Isaac away, smiling as he said, or we can test him right now. With my exorcising power, Isaac gripped the bottle tightly, thinking right. The bishop, unaware of the nightmare about to unfold, smiled and explained, if the boy is human, nothing will happen. But if he's a demon. Immediately, Isaac swung the milk bottle and smashed it straight into his head. The blow made the bishop's teeth rattle. One tooth fell out and then a few more, leaving everyone a bit pale. The bishop's teeth were scattered, his face swollen, and he screamed inwardly in confusion. What is this? Just with a bottle and the damages. Suddenly, people shouted, is that light holy power? Then this child must surely be a saint. Everyone was astonished and thought, no, I clearly feel holy power within me. But I don't understand what this power is. Anyway, let's beat the old man first. Isaac gleefully struck again, not knowing how many more of the old man's teeth flew out. Isaac shouted, Grandpa, let's see what you can do to me, you dog. Still not satisfied, he kept swinging the bottle, hitting the bishop so suddenly he couldn't react, beating him until he coughed up blood, leaving only the scent of dark mana. Yet the crowd, blinded by the holy power, rejoiced without restraint. After a while, Isaac smiled innocently again, thinking, I'll use an enhancement spell to harden this bottle, then pretend to be an innocent baby. How's that, you dog? The bishop was beaten to the point he couldn't stand, but the people cheered. The bishop has been impressed by his holy power. Someone else noticed the auras around the bottle and wondered curiously, what is this? Though it's weak, whenever I use dark mana there's a bit of holy mana accompanying it. These two are completely opposed, how can I use both? It must be related to that white mana core. While they were still observing, the bishop snatched the milk bottle, threw it forcefully and barked, I swear on everything this child is a heretic. An exorcism must be performed at once. Hearing him, Isaac wished he could hit him some more and muttered helplessly, you stubborn bastard, you think I don't have a way to make you die. He reached into the bishop's robe, murmuring penitent words, I don't want to do this either. He grabbed an arm and then exclaimed, but it seems you have something interesting here. He pulled out a bandaged section of arm, and demonic energy filled the air. The bishop horrified. This is a remnant totem of a high-ranking demon. An item that can absorb the powers of demons of the same kind. He always kept it on him in case demons pursued him. Isaac looked at the arm smugly. The bishop was bewildered. How does this kid know about it? Before he could react, Isaac threw the arm away, and it fell into a corner blocked by the crowd. Isaac muttered, "Look closely, you dog. If you keep an eye on me, don't blame me." No sooner had he finished speaking than the cloth wrapping the arm came undone. Isaac snapped his fingers, and the arm immediately transformed into demonic energy and swelled. The crowd shouted, "A demon. Why has one appeared here?" Hiola looked at the bishop in horror and barked, "Bishop Masa Burit, explain yourself. There's a demon in the cathedral. Have you lost your mind?" The bishop tried to argue, "Can't you see? This child just pulled out a totem." Hiola grew angrier and snapped. "A totem is an item tied to dead demons. How could it instantly resurrect a demon? Everyone hear this. Protect the child from the evil demon and that bishop." The soldiers received the order and rushed in, tearing Isaac away from the bishop's grasp. Isaac was carried off but looked back to taunt the old bishop. "Serves you right, you hateful mutt." Then he stared at the demon restrained by the soldiers, curious to see how powerful the bishop really was. But the demon, upon seeing Isaac, suddenly went berserk, murmuring, "Saint." It lost control, roaring, "Kill the saint," and lunged to try to kill him. Isaac was left dumbfounded by the scene. A few soldiers rushed in to stop it, protecting the young master. Isaac twisted his face in confusion and thought, "What's wrong with it? I resurrected it. Why is it targeting me?" But thinking of the holy knights nearby, he clicked his tongue, "No worries." Yet the bodyguards were knocked away by the demon. Isaac turned back suspicious. Are they really holy knights? The demon kept charging, shouting, "Kill the saint, save the imprisoned king." Fortunately, a soldier leapt forward in time and grabbed it. Isaac decided he had to stop it himself. Surely no one would notice his mana amid the chaos, right? Why are so many people trying to kill me in this life? The demon lunged again. Isaac calmly faced it, muttering, "I saved you and now you're attacking me." His eyes emitted mana, and images of a past life appeared in the demon's eyes as it yelled, "You ungrateful little fiend." The demon immediately transformed into a kitten, trembling and unwilling to advance. But from outside, Isaac's body radiated holy light. The crowd only saw the brilliant holy light driving the demon back. Hiola witnessed it firsthand and was stunned. The demon dared not move, panicked and confused, and finally fled. The soldiers cried out in alarm, "The demon is running away." Voices praised in the hall, "That holy power. Lord AC has defeated a high-ranking demon, truly impressive. He's so young, indeed a young master." Isaac stared at his hand in bewilderment and mumbled, "What is this? It's really holy power. From me. It's over impossible. Could this strange body be converting my mana into holy power? Wait, then where will I get dark mana? This holy nation is already short on dark mana." While Isaac was fuming, the bishop was seized by soldiers, who heaved and shouted in indignation, "Let me go, you fools, that kid is a heretic. He used demonic power. A demon stepping into the holy nation. Sir, I will perform an exorcism to expose his true face." Hiola barked, "That's enough, bishop. You dare accuse an innocent saint candidate of heresy and even release a high-ranking demon in front of the royal holy knights. Even if you are of the Holy See, don't expect me to let this go." The old bishop had to kneel silent, but he still harbored intentions in his mind. The seed of doubt had been planted. He would soon find the spy. And if that happened, it would reflect badly on the Holy See. Even if he had to pay with his life, he would save his family. So at the very least, he had to eliminate the saint candidate. Thinking it, he immediately summoned an illusory large wolf behind him, aiming straight for Isaac. Isaac thought impatiently, "This stubborn old man has finally shown his true colors. Does he really think he can kill me with such a weak attack?" While he was thinking, the wolf suddenly vanished. Isaac was shocked. "Wait, am I completely out of mana?" At that moment, a graceful sword shot through, gently cutting the wolf's throat. A young man with a somber face stepped forward and growled, "How dare you lay a hand on the descendants of House Joshua?" He wore a blue cloak, and his appearance made the crowd recoil in fear. "That's a knight of House Joshua." The one who acted was the seventh son of House Joshua, Rajas Rasua. Rai pointed at the bishop and shouted, "Arrest this bishop immediately." The soldiers lunged. The old bishop screamed, "Let me go, you Joshua dogs. How dare you touch me?" Isaac rubbed his chin and thought, "Wait, Joshua, Joshua. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere." Everyone bowed to Isaac. Rai approached Isaac and said gently, "Sorry I'm late, Isaac." Isaac sized him up, thinking, judging by his solemn manner, he's probably stronger than even the royal knights. Rai stepped to the side and pointed to someone behind him. "I can't say this makes up for past mistakes, but this is a small gift I want to give you." The man took something from his chest. Isaac guessed, "Is it gold? A bar of gold?" But it turned out to be a model, and the man cheerfully shouted, "This is a model of the demon lord who was executed long ago. Our young master is so adorable." Isaac looked at the pile of models of himself and felt like he'd fallen into an ice cellar. Muttering resentfully, "How can I possibly survive in this crazy family?" Meanwhile, the others cheered excitedly. "Look how he enjoys it, so cute." He's moved to tears. At that moment, a thought flashed through his mind. "Wait, Joshua, I remember now." Memories of the past surged back. I am so Joshua, the 45th Holy Maiden. I am Joshua, the 61st Holy Maiden. You have no right to know my name. Thinking this, Isaac wrung his head and groaned. Of course, they're all from House Joshua. Damn it, not only am I a saint candidate, I'm born into a family of holy maidens. What sins did I commit in my previous life to deserve this? Just then the bishop's voice rang out. You damned people! The crowd immediately turned to look. The soldier in charge of restraining him barked, How dare you, shut your mouth. The old bishop continued to bellow, I knew you were heretics. Where did you pick up that creature, you fiends? I will expose your true identity. Rai drew his sword at once, but the old man kept screaming. It's unbelievable that you dared bring that monster with you like this. Has House Joshua decayed so much? I will annihilate House Joshua, you lot. He hadn't finished speaking when a sword sliced his throat. Rai coldly looked at him and retorted, You should be grateful for the compassion of House Joshua. That's why we didn't cut off your head. Watching that, Isaac approved. This one seems useful, huh? Willing to attack the bishop just for slandering his house? If he had a good reason, he might even dare attack the Holy See itself. But before he could watch long, the soldiers carried him away, coaxing, Young master, you don't need to listen to those words. You only need to see and hear good things. AI sighed helplessly. These stupid people, damn it, none of them are useful. Suddenly, he glanced at two people among them and remembered the Joshua luminaries. They had once been extremely formidable enemies. Even my former subordinates shudder at the mere thought of the Joshua luminaries. With matters settled, Rai departed, calling back to Hiola, I will not forget this debt of gratitude. Hiola replied, Speaking of which, could you speak with your house lord about the royal family's wish to raise this child? Rai immediately stopped and glared at him threateningly. Your Majesty, please don't joke. But AI Jayak heard and was delighted. Am I being noticed by the royal family? Hiola remained calm. Both internal and external forces will target this young master. You realize that, right? Of course, House Joshua is not weak, but are you sure your current Joshua faith faction can protect this child? Upon hearing this, Rai sighed and said nothing. Isaac pulled a servant by the collar, straining to eavesdrop. What are they talking about? The emperor analyzed further, especially since the pope does not accept this child and the boy shares the same hair color as the founding emperor. Moreover, perhaps the dried demon lord is also pursuing the boy. Hearing this, AI Jayak was a bit stunned and wondered, That's unfair, wait, I'm the dried demon lord, why would I be chasing myself? At that moment Rai replied, Pardon me, your majesty. Because this child is of Joshua bloodline, we will raise him as a member of the house. Whether it's the Pope or the dried demon lord, House Joshua is fully capable of handling them. In fact, I believe the previous holy maiden Melissa would be delighted to meet the dried demon lord again. Hiola could only smile, I believe so too. Rai continued, So how could we possibly agree to hand the direct descendant of holy maiden Melissa over to the royal family to raise? Hearing this, Isaac swallowed curiously. Wait, Melissa. He suddenly remembered that his final enemy before invading the heavens was Melissa, the most troublesome, maddest holy maiden he ever faced. Not only was I born a saint candidate in a family of holy maidens, but I'm also a direct descendant of Melissa. What is wrong with this life, heavens? In this world, after being defeated countless times by the dried demon lord, they decided to create the ultimate weapon, the Holy Maiden. A staff forged by the gods to punish evil, a radiant warblade, the light of the holy nation and the highest title among knights. With the overwhelming combat power of the Holy Maidens, everyone thought the dried demon lord would soon be defeated. However, the dried demon lord was extremely ruthless. AI Jayak dug back through his memories. I never killed the Holy Maidens. Killing them only makes things worse for me. When a holy maiden dies, all her holy power returns to the gods. They then use that holy power to nurture future holy maidens. However, the final holy maiden, Melissa, was truly powerful. I nearly died at her hands. I never expected Melissa to be my ancestor. Rai admiredly said, the holy maiden is an existence that desires nothing more than the death of the dried demon lord. House Joshua is the only house that produced holy maidens, and our sole duty is to defeat everything that stands against the gods. I am certain House Joshua can fully protect this child. Hiola fell silent upon hearing that. Another soldier chimed in, That's right. Do you know how many holy maidens fell dead at the hands of the dried demon lord? AI Jayak grew more wrong the more he heard, mentally snapping. Who did anything? Who touched anyone? That soldier continued. The dried demon lord once imprisoned a holy maiden in a maze after deeming her unworthy of his presence. AI protested inwardly. I let her go already. How could I have known she would get lost like that? The man went on. 5 holy maidens have already died of despair. AI cursed inwardly. They should be in an asylum. Suddenly, Rai patted his rear to comfort him. It's okay. There's nothing to worry about. Even if you're cursed, we will do everything to protect you. AI snapped back angrily. I'm the one who can't accept that. Curse me all you want. Seeing his scowl, Rai picked him up and soothed with a smile. We are very grateful for your birth. Your parents only asked one thing of you, which is that you do not grow up to be like that cruel dried demon lord. Hearing this, Isaac froze, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He helplessly closed his eyes and thought, "Oh, my unknown parents, sorry for shattering your hopes and dreams." Just then Hiola suggested, "Please reconsider. The dried demon lord has been sealed for 150 years. Isaac seized on that point and slowly analyzed. "Has it been that long? Doesn't that mean Melissa is dead? She's been 50 years since our last fight." Hiola continued, "In that time, the demon race began expanding its armies. Having a saint at your side would be the perfect opportunity to increase the holy nation's influence. Therefore, this young master is very important to the royal family. However, there is currently no holy maiden in House Joshua. It's been over a year since the holy maiden who gave birth to this child disappeared along with her husband." Once again, shock, "My mother is a holy maiden." Rai objected immediately. "Even if my brother isn't here, the matriarch is still very strong. House Rasua can absolutely protect this child." AI Jayek clutched his head and complained, "I thought nothing could surprise me anymore. What could be more surprising than my mother being a holy maiden?" "Wish granted," Hiola added. "Didn't you say Lady Melissa is currently out hunting the dried demon lord's followers?" Rai replied at once, "She will return soon. The matriarch will certainly be delighted to meet her grandson." Isaac angrily cursed inwardly. "Hey, she's been alive for over 200 years. Why won't she just die?" Hiola continued, "It will still be some time before Melissa returns." Then he noticed Isaac's odd expression and asked, "The child seems worried, right? Is he all right?" Rin immediately said, "The boy will be fine soon." But only Isaac was bitterly screaming inside. "You think I'll be fine soon? While my eternal enemy is still alive and grinning like that, the moment Melissa finds out, I'll be burned at the stake. Others might be fine, but Melissa is the last person I can face and live." Thinking this, he reached out and grabbed Hiola's hand, playfully acting coy to attract his attention. "Your Majesty, please take me with you." Hiola was immediately moved by this action, and he seized the opportunity to say, "Look, even the boy wants to return to the royal family." Rai ignored Isaac's crawling attempts to plead with Hiola and said, "He's just a bit too friendly, Your Majesty." Hiola refused to let go, grabbed Isaac's hand and said, "The royal family can offer the boy a lot. Even if House Joshua specializes in producing holy maidens, they don't have much experience raising saints." Rai pulled one of Isaac's hands toward him and replied, "This child is destined to be an exorcising knight, and no house trains exorcising knights better than House Joshua. Your Majesty, moreover the boy is the first saint ever born, so isn't the royal family also inexperienced in raising saints?" So the two began to tug and shout, "The royal family is better, House Joshua is better." The soldiers rushed in and shouted, "Please calm down, you'll tear the young master in two." Ai's face went pale, inwardly screaming, "I'll go with the royal family, so stop, I don't want to die." He glanced at Hiola, sweat pouring but forced a smile, continuing to think. Besides, the light of life constantly radiated from the emperor, illuminating everything around. That means I'd have a better chance of survival if I went with the emperor. I can't miss this opportunity. The emperor, seeming to understand the thoughts, smiled cheerfully. "A wise choice, little one." Those words left AI stunned. That night in a desolate place, a bishop knelt before a group of men, repeatedly pleading, "It can't be. I'm sure it used mana. I'm certain that child is the spawn of demons." The black-robed men immediately drew their swords and threatened, "Holy power is granted by the gods. Are you telling us that the demon race possesses holy power?" The old bishop shouted in fear, "But I'm sure it was mana. How could I possibly confuse mana with holy power?" A black-robed man declared coldly, "The Holy See has rendered its final judgment on your testimony." With that, he slashed down. The old bishop only managed to cry out, "Cardinal." Fresh blood spurted. The black-robed man finished saying, "It is the crime of blasphemy." After dealing with the bishop, another black-robed man said, "I'll gather an assault team." But the leader replied, "No need. The emperor will take the child with him anyway. There will be many opportunities within royal territory, so we'll plan for that later. This time, that brat will surely die." Isaac was lying there enjoying himself when suddenly his ear itched. Annoyed, he thought, "Which bastard is talking about me?" The next morning, sunlight shone into the carriage. AI woke drowsily. He was being taken to House Joshua. Outside the carriage was a crowd of cavalry escorting them, making the black-robed men question their lives. What's going on? I thought he was going with the emperor." Back that day when checking Hiola's lifelight, Rai's body also emitted a similar light. He bowed and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty, indeed House Joshua is not a suitable place to raise a child. You can imagine it's a place full of demon corpses and mana cores." AI looked at him and reassessed. Is this person's will to live really that bright? Rai continued, "The most valuable thing in Joshua is the corpse of the dried demon king." Hearing this, someone jolted. "Oh, aha, the body of Taha, you have it. You should have mentioned this sooner, damn." Gi Lai was about to hand him over to Hiola when someone grabbed his hand and began pointing at things, making an adorably suggestive cute face. "Let's go to Joshua together." Rai was immediately moved by that face and demanded to take him back from Hiola at all costs. So now Isaac sat cross-legged in the carriage, dejected, thinking, "Even if I'm being pulled from the royal family and handed to the military, this is the only way to touch my body. I've cultivated that body with mana to a level comparable to a god. If I can't regain it, then being level 10 means nothing. More than that, this is the first time I've seen the light of will to live shine so brightly. That means following this uncle to Joshua would be a huge survival advantage for me. Just then someone in the carriage asked, "Why is the army of the Holy Pope chasing young Master Isaac?" Isaac pricked up his ears. He was wondering about that too. Why make such a big deal? Rai explained, "It's because we received a prophecy from the gods. They said the saint would become a child of the gods." The other asked, "So does that mean that person will become the next holy pope?" Rai replied, "Yes, that's why the Bari's people worked so hard to create a saint." The more Isaac heard, the more shocked he became. What the heck is going on here? The holy pope is the strongest cleric, capable of using level 10 holy magic. He's effectively the king of all clerics and holy knights. In the Holy Nation, he wields power nearly equal to the emperor. Over thousands of years, Burr has produced countless holy popes, so it makes sense they fear someone, a saint candidate, taking that from them. So that's why all the other houses also want to produce a saint. Just then, the sound of horses neighed outside. Rai poked his head out of the carriage and asked, "What's happening?" The coachman bowed and reported, "Lord Rai, we've arrived at the duchy, but there's a bit of a problem." No sooner had he finished speaking than several soldiers appeared behind them. And one spoke up, "Excuse us, but you're not allowed to enter the duchy." Isaac stared, thinking, what's this about now? Rai bolted out of the carriage and shouted, "How dare you? Don't you recognize the Root Kshua house sigil? Did you even get a proper education?" The leader sneered, "Of course you can't go in. We need to eliminate the child who carries the holy maiden's blood." As soon as he finished, a purple barrier sprang up around the group. Someone from the convoy shouted, "It's the demon race." AI gawked and wondered, what the hell? I clearly forbade them from attacking human territory. What the hell is the new demon king doing? The demon leader pointed at the convoy and taunted, "Hear this, lowly humans. Our revered king has ordered the ruthless extermination of saints and holy maidens." AI heard and bristled, muttering, "I knew it. So a new demon king has ascended." But the other continued, "In the name of the dried demon king, your AI sack, we will eliminate all saints." AI went berserk, cursing, "Damn it, when did I ever say that, you blockhead?" The leader kept babbling, "If you abandon the child, perhaps the dried demon king AI sack will be willing to spare you." Before he could finish, a bolt of lightning struck him, incinerating the loudmouth. With the leader dead, another shouted, "You lowly holy knight." Rai ground his teeth and barked, "How dare you say those things to an exorcising knight of Joshua? So you choose death." He raised his sword and shouted, "Hear this. For the ideal of protecting the small lives of this world, a Root Kshua family will eradicate all evil, and will hunt you down to the very depths of hell to exterminate your species. That cruel dried demon king, I can't believe he used his subordinates to reclaim his body like this." The demon horde had heard enough. They wouldn't tolerate others mocking their king, and they surged forward, shouting, "How dare lowly humans like you? I will not allow you to insult the dried demon king. It's all for the goal of resurrecting our king, Lord Wysak." The two sides charged into battle. A soldier secretly scooped AI Sack out of the carriage, sped away whispering, "Sorry, young master." AI Sack was still puzzled, wondering, what's going on? Is someone impersonating me? The soldier ran into the deep forest, set AI Sack down and said, "Please wait for me here. I'll be right back." As he spoke, he erected a protective barrier around Isaac. AI Sack reached out to test it and judged, "This barrier is strong enough that even high-ranking demons cannot penetrate it. For nothing can enter from the outside, but that also means nothing can break out from within. If so, will to survive, activate Unleash Magic." Isaac focused his mind and recited the spell, "Hear the call of my voice. One created from magic yet possessing a mind. Whisper the thing that watches me." Immediately a black shadow appeared. Seeing Isaac, it cried joyfully, "Aha, my revered lord, my master." Isaac quickly clamped its mouth shut. "Easy now, long time no see, shut up or you'll all be dead." Whisper murmured, "I thought I'd never again behold your magnificent visage." Isaac, exasperated, "I thought I was done for too." Isaac recalled, "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" Whisper, "Though only a detection magic, has its own consciousness. I created it because using detection magic and analyzing results manually was too exhausting. Over time, it formed a personality but remained dense." Just then Whisper spoke, "Your cruelty is as grand as ever. Congratulations on stealing a child's body without a hint of guilt. But how dare those filthy gods do this to my master? Though my master may be a bit vile, I can't believe they placed him in such a filthy child's body." Isaac, tired of its endless circling questions, snapped, "Enough, instead go find the enemies." Whisper cheerfully, "I'll start right away. I'll scan within a 100-meter radius." Having said that, it darted off. After a while, Whisper reported, "There are 88 enemies, all monsters. Creatures like them can never match you." Isaac muttered, "Are they crazy? Wait, 88, do they intend to fight? If the territory's security tightens, calling reinforcements will be harder. Damn, at this rate I'll have to end this myself before House Joshua notices. Even if it consumes all my stored mana, I'll have to do it myself." Suddenly Whisper reported, "Now only 51 enemies remain, numbers dropping rapidly, now only 31. Isaac astonished, "What? How did it suddenly become like this?" Whisper continued, "Now 13, the soldiers panicked. Rai loudly ordered, everyone obey orders, form a defensive perimeter. Whisper reported again, now only 4 remain. At that moment, a deep voice resounded. At last you've arrived, brothers. The demon horde responded immediately, charged together. The demon lick from before returned, its voice gloomy as it commanded. Today we will kill that saint. Before the dried demon king could finish speaking, he killed his comrade and charged off. The sight terrified the soldiers to the utmost. Whisper gleefully announced, there are no enemies left. Having absorbed the power, the demon lick stood before the soldiers and screamed, how dare you lay a hand on my king? Pay for it with your lives. AI Gak, listening from afar, could only scream, what the hell has gotten into it this time? The demon lick paid no mind and continued to bellow, my king, my one and only master. How dare you imprison him in that lowly child's body? Since Isaac had set it free, all the warped affection the shadow lick held for Isaac exploded. Seeing the soldiers do nothing, it roared again, don't you dare look at that child with your disgusting eyes. I'll gouge every one of them out. Hearing it shout on and on, a soldier asked Rai, sir, what is it saying? The humans couldn't understand because it was speaking a different tongue. Whisper chuckled merrily, wow, it's chaotic out there. Isaac fell silent, thinking, it seems that bastard has already discovered I'm the dried demon king. Praise for his loyalty. But what are you trying to show off? On the other side, after a moment of language confusion, Gi Lai commanded the soldiers to charge. All knights ready for battle. AI Sak, locked up and furious, screamed, ba ba ga ga, stop interfering with my life. That gigantic monocore. A soldier, hearing his babbling, turned to soothe him. Young master, please wait for us a moment, we'll handle this quickly. But he didn't understand while the demon lick did. It rejoiced and cheered, he, my master has recognized me. The guiding light has recognized me. This sight struck fear into the soldiers. Lord Gi Lai, that demon is showing hostile intent. In the next second, the demon lick ignored everything and lunged at Isaac, howling, I'm coming right away, my lord. Rai was caught off guard by its sudden action and barked indignantly. That lowly creature is rushing toward Isaac. The closer it got, the angrier the demon lick became, snarling, you filthy knights, how dare you lock him in that filthy thing. AI, inwardly pleased, good, it's noticed me, I can't let my mana core be destroyed. He then shouted, Naba, break through that protective layer. The demon lick's eyes immediately flashed a cold light. It focused all its strength on the barrier and roared, I understand your meaning, my master. Seeing this, the people screamed in terror, young master, the barrier has. AI Sak grinned smugly. He grabbed the demon lick's hand and praised, well done. Now you've calmed down, go rest. The demon, not understanding what was happening, had its magic forcibly drained. It reverted to a hand and confused asked, Master, why? Rai's people had by now rushed over. But seeing Isaac feign innocence, they guessed the boy had tamed that demon as a familiar. Hearing this, the earlier soldier picked him up and praised. He managed to familiarize that demon on his first try. Isn't that wonderful? That's a holy ritual only the holy maiden or the cardinal can use. But AI Gak alone knew that wasn't a holy ritual, it was me using mana. Rai watched from afar and assessed, that's certainly a sanctified ritual for familiarization. Although it's a very powerful holy rite, why can I sense no trace of holy power from the boy? The soldier replied, it's like a person's strength revealing itself in danger. Besides, that thing rushed straight at the young master. Surely the shadow lick's instincts warned it of danger, so it tried to eliminate the source. Our young master is incredible, isn't he? I can be certain of that. I guarantee the young master will become a saint. Rai froze as he listened to the analysis, then reconsidered thoughtfully. He's not wrong, even demons tracked this place because of the boy. Even if the boy isn't a saint, he clearly has some special power. Still, why must it be a little boy? Because of the dried demon king's curse, Joshua's son will. Suddenly that soldier's voice rang out. I've made my decision. I will protect Isaac's future, the one who will become Joshua's future, as captain of Joshua's pure order. Rai was stunned when he heard that. After a moment he smiled wryly. I see it was my own foolishness. I only feared the dried demon king's curse, but this child will surely bring honor to the name Joshua. He went over, lifted Isaac up and joked, let's go home, Isaac, your uncle will teach you many things. You have innate talent, so I'll raise you to be a great holy knight. Isaac smiled inwardly. It's fine if I don't become a holy knight, just give me my body back when we get home. Suddenly Rai added a cutting remark. Although your lifespan may be short, I will do everything I can to save you. Your name will be famed across the continent. AI Gak heard this and thrashed, screaming, ba ba ba, wait, didn't you just say something rude? Seeing him like that, Rai asked, I know you'll love it. Isaac muttered angrily, no way. Anyway, Rai continued, when we get home your uncle will teach you how to curse that hateful dried demon king. Hearing this, Isaac cursed out loud, damn it, those Yuiha. Damn those Joshua. A few days later in the Duchy of Joshua, the carriage carrying Isaac arrived. A series of grand structures like statues appeared, alongside castles packed closely together throughout the duchy. This inevitably made AI Gak jealous. Those smug bastards, demons get beaten to pieces by them, yet they live in such luxury. How much money did this pile cost? Damned capitalist world, my demons work like beasts to fetch food for their young. Then Whisper flew out and jabbed, my master, this place is worlds apart from our shabby palace. Just selling a few of these statues would buy us 10 Demon King palaces. AI snapped back bitterly. I know, shut up. Suddenly Rai lifted him up, laughing. This is the Rachua family's residence, Isaac. The origin of the continent's demon hunting crusade. Look, when you grow up, you'll be like those children. The children Rai showed Jack were furiously pounding a scarecrow and shouting, Die, dry Demon King, I will destroy you. That Demon King. You lowly thing, hurry up and die. Tearing you to 100 pieces wouldn't be enough. Die, Demon King, die you. AI Gak sighed and wondered inwardly, what are you teaching these kids, these fanatics? But then he reconsidered, whatever, I'm already infiltrated into the holy nation. Soon I'll burn the emperor alive and turn this place into the Isaac Empire. Whisper chimed in, what's with you? You're the dried Demon King, but you're bothered by kids at play. So petty, ashamed, Isaac snapped, shut up and scout the area now. Whisper immediately obeyed and departed. After a while, it reported back to Isaac with a building full of markers. Isaac shouted with joy, fantastic, these are all monocores. There are so many. Whisper marveled in reply, this is the first time I've seen so many monocores gathered in one place. Just how many demons have they killed? At that moment the carriage stopped and the coachman called out, we've arrived, sir. Rai set Isaac down and quickly ordered, prepare rooms for me. Isaac will stay with me. The butler, awkward, began, you see. Sorry, Lord Rai, we've received orders to take young Master Isaac to the annex. Rai asked, puzzled, the annex, why? The butler replied unpleasantly. The fifth young master said that young Master Isaac must never be allowed into the main house. Rai immediately snapped angrily. He wants to send Isaac to that cursed place to let the kid die or what? Isaac nonchalantly thought, this family is ridiculous. I knew this since I was rolled out as a baby. The Joshua clan is collapsing. Rai held back for a moment then said, my brother is doing something pointless. Isaac agreed, yes, if I have the right to live in the manor, why should I be sent to the annex? Whisper piped up sarcastically, but the monocores are in the annex, right? Instantly Isaac demanded to stay in the annex, but Rai grabbed him and pulled him away, shouting, I won't allow my nephew to stay in that haunted place. Come to my room, Isaac. I'll read you the Bible story of the battle between the holy maidens and the dried demon king every night. After that I'll tell you the exorcism methods used specifically against the dried demon king. AI Gak wailed in disgust. Oh my god, that's basically trying to kill me. Do you really want to kill me? Just then someone stepped forward and shouted to stop him. Why are you making such a fuss over taking in this homeless brat? Didn't I tell you to take him to the annex? After staying away for a while, you finally show your face and now you dare oppose your elder brother. The speaker was the fifth son of the Joshua family, Gold Joshua. Isaac glanced over at that man, thinking to himself, a cringeworthy loudmouth. Go stepped forward and instructed, put him down, I'll take him to the annex. Rai immediately barked, are you kidding? This child is a descendant of the Rachua family. There's no way we'll send him to the annex, the place we used to shove people off into in the past. AI Sack glared at him, thinking, that rude bastard must be on the side that doesn't welcome my presence. Rai shouted, move aside, I still have to tell my nephew the story of the dried demon king's purification. Isaac inwardly grimaced, fine, put me down or take me to the annex, whatever. Suddenly Go pointed at Isaac and joked, hey, since when did you start liking children so much? Then he sneered, a descendant of that turd. AI Sack, looking at the man's face, groaned, I kind of like that he wants to take me to the annex. But what's wrong with this jerk? Is he a cleric or a thug? Oh well, I'll just go to the annex and absorb my monocores there. Suddenly, Zolai stepped back and scolded. Do you think I don't know why you want to send my nephew to the annex? You want others to think the boy is cursed so they'll keep him away from competition, right? Isaac, hearing this, was shocked. What? Wait, that's not true. I still have to protect this family, then become a saint and eventually the holy pope. Most importantly, I must take revenge on those damned divine beings. Go taunt it again. If you don't want others to think that, then stop doing things that make them think it. I heard a demon escaped from this child's body. Maybe he's already cursed. The soldiers accompanying Vi Lai immediately shouted in protest. That's not true. Young Master Isaac helped defeat that demon. Being targeted by a demon from the start already proves how important he is. Yes, he possesses the holy power of a saint. Hearing them, Go burst out laughing. Haha, I'm moved to tears. How much effort did you put into covering up this piece of trash? Don't play games with me. If you call it the next saint, then show me its power. As Gojal finished speaking, Whisper leapt out and taunted Ajak. He wants to see your power. Summon a meteor for him to see. AI Sack snapped angrily. Meteor my ass. Suddenly Go had an idea and said, right, if you're calling it a saint. Then have it try on that tree over there. The symbol of our house, why not have it revive the thing the family had loved? That sacred tree died from the dark mana of the demon clan. If it truly has what it takes to become a saint, then at least it should be able to revive that tree, right? Of course, only if it's really a saint like you claim. Looking at Go's appearance, Rai said peevishly, have you looked at yourself lately? Isaac muttered, Melissa, you fight well, but how is your descendant such garbage? The eldest went missing, and the fifth son is insolent. While speaking, Isaac suddenly gasped, huh, what's that? Whisper asked confused, what's what? Aya grabbed it tightly and barked, what are you waiting for? Get over there and take it all from me. With that, Isaac threw Whisper toward the withered sacred tree. Rai calmly analyzed, a tree that's been dead for 70 years and you expect a child who can't even speak. He was still speaking when a light behind him stopped him mid-sentence. Go also turned back in surprise. Rai said in disbelief, what the hell is that? The sacred tree. They saw the sacred tree now lush with leaves, bursting with life as if nothing had ever happened. Go screamed in shock, the sacred tree has been revived. Impossible, even with purification and restorative magic, it would have withered away. What on earth is happening? Isaac thought smugly to himself, it's nothing. There was a bit of dark mana near the tree's roots, so I absorbed all the taint. Just then Whisper flew back out of breath, reporting, I've absorbed all the mana there, I'm full. The blonde soldier ran up and cried, Lord Railai, how did that tree? What did you do? Rai replied calmly, I did nothing. The soldier wiped sweat and gasped, then could it be? Isaac turned and yelled at Whisper, it's all mana, such a waste. Whisper moaned miserably, now what, do you want me to puke it all back up? Before Isaac could answer, the soldier shouted, then it must have been young Master Isaac. The soldiers joined in chanting. Go forced a laugh and denied it, nonsense, no one in this family has ever been able to heal that tree. How could this brat do it? Right, someone must have helped him. Right, it must have been Rai, but no one listened to him. Instead, they tossed Isaac into the air, praising, as expected of the young master, first exorcism, now purification. Seeing no one paid attention, Go clenched Rai's sleeve and demanded, you did this, didn't you? Rai, puzzled, what do you mean? Go, furious, lunged forward, grabbing Rai's collar and shouting, you must have received help from the saintess. Then you made it look like that filthy brat did it, right? Rai replied wearily, what on earth are you saying? Go screamed again, stop your little tricks. Rai retorted, how could I have met that missing saintess? The scene made the cheering soldiers falter. AI sneered inwardly, Melissa, you should focus on managing your family instead of hunting demons. Your clan is a total mess. Yet the man called your brother doesn't resemble Melissa at all. Actually, it'd be more believable to say Joe is Melissa in disguise. Suddenly Whisper offered, what about the second brother? Aya punched his fist and blurted, oh, I think he looks more like that damn Pope. Over here, Go, still angry, snapped, don't play dumb. Do you think I don't know you brought this kid back to make him the next saint candidate? I didn't expect you'd use such dirty tricks when our family already has a saint candidate. Isaac was curious, there's another candidate in the family, and that rude bastard wants that candidate to win. Whisper chuckled, looks like you'll have to compete with that person. But you don't seem bothered at all, do you? AI said, don't you think that candidate would be cruel too if that bastard supports him? Defeating him would be fun. Whisper agreed, that makes sense. After being yelled at, Rai snapped back angrily, so are we just going to ignore the boy? He's our nephew and the son of the eldest. He has the right to lead this family. Go laughed derisively, nonsense eldest. He ran off while the family was in danger. You even want to bring up that eldest brother, the one who only just told us this kid exists? Seeing them argue again, Isaac thought, so this is why I'm discriminated against. What a wonderful life. Whisper complained, you can't be so indifferent about your own life. At that, Go smirked, aw, but this kid is still the saintess's son, right? He might just be a bastard child of the saintess that we brought in from outside. After all, she's a saintess, but you can't be certain he's our brother's child, can you? I guess his face looks decent because he resembles that woman. If it's beneficial to the family, I think we could sell him to preserve the bloodline. As soon as he said that, Gi Lai lost his restraint and punched him full force in the face. Go howled in pain. Are you crazy? Did you just hit me? R coldly barked. Do you think you can get away with saying that nonsense? The soldiers were startled again while AI was delighted. Yes, brothers should spar now and then. It helped me learn some useful information. Seeing Rai unwilling to stop and continue attacking, the soldiers hurriedly intervened, pleading, sir, you mustn't do this, stop them. AI grew more amused. The more chaotic this family, the easier it'll be for me to take it over. This damned family is collapsing all on its own already. Whisper mocked Isaac's face. Come to think of it, if this family falls apart, won't you be done for too? Has your brain shrunk inside that baby's body? AI snapped, shut up. A while later, inside the family's main house, AI sat sullenly at the large table, staring straight ahead, grumbling inwardly, this drags on forever, it's so annoying. In front of him, a group was holding a meeting, discussing another brat. What should we do with this kid? Isaac thought irritably, not a single person in this damned family is sane. They sure know how to treat an heir. They continued arguing that since we took in and raised that country girl to be a saintess, at least she shouldn't have given birth to this useless son. She isn't worthy of being a saintess. AI grew more sour. Are you all insane? That's going too far. Suddenly a woman's voice rang out and everyone fell silent. Rai, we've decided to raise this child in the annex to avoid attention. The speaker was the family head's second wife, acting matriarch Henna Joshua. She looked at Rai, who remained silent, and demanded, "Why did you allow this child to come here?" Isaac wondered incredulously. Is she openly showing hostility? She's surely the one behind those trying to push me to the annex. Go, his face still bandaged, snarled, "The acting matriarch is asking you, answer her." Hearing that tone, AI immediately guessed she's probably the mother of that rotten uncle. Rai didn't answer Henna's question but shot back, "Isn't father here?" Henna bowed her head and replied, "He's gone out of town. I must admit this whole saint candidate mess is really chaotic." Rai closed his eyes and exclaimed, "What a pity, he should have heard that the eldest nephew of this family, Isaac, revived the sacred tree." At those words, everyone seated in the meeting room was startled. Go sprang up and shouted, "That's just a coincidence. How could this brat have done that? Maybe it's the prayers of the R-letter-1-ED-1-T Xua family finally working." Another elder chimed in, "I think so too. If even our family head couldn't find a solution, how could a child like that do it?" Han agreed, "I concur. From the start there was no evidence." The others in the room murmured at their words. The matriarch spoke sensibly. "Indeed, it's a great blessing that the sacred tree has been revived." AI Jack muttered angrily, looking at them. "Want proof?" The small hands rose, and everyone immediately gaped and turned to look, only to see Isaac slowly condensing a core of energy in the air. The elders immediately grabbed their heads in horror, stammering, This is the energy of the sacred tree." AI raised his hand triumphantly. "Look closely surprised, you clueless fools." After a moment the group calmed and one person suggested, "It seems Isaac has removed the corrupting mana that was devouring the sacred tree." The opposing elders, sweating, said, "What? There was mana on the sacred tree, but a newborn could remove it." Those in agreement replied, "Isn't that the most reasonable explanation now? The boy directly formed a physical manifestation from that mana right before us." "That's true, but even if this exorcism method worked, it's certainly not simple. A single small mistake could easily kill the sacred tree. That's why the family head chose periodic purification over straight exorcism." Go, hearing this, was shocked and gaped. "What the hell are they talking about? No way could a newborn do something like that." Rai shouted, "Isaac must have instinctively exorcised the dark mana. A child still nursing has accomplished what no one in the Holy Order managed in 70 years. Go was horrified and screamed inwardly, "What is he even saying?" Unable to hold back, Go punched the table and shouted, "Elders, do you really believe this absurdity? A newborn that can exorcise, it can't even speak. Outsiders would laugh at us. Look at it, it's not even reliably of R-letter-1-ED-1-T Xua blood. What if it's actually from some unknown family?" Isaac grew more and more fed up as he listened, and paid it no mind. Rai loudly defended, "Honored elders, please hear me. This child will certainly become a saint. He could even become the next pope." AI, hearing him, agreed, "Damn right he could." Before anyone could react, Jai Lai hoisted the child up and shouted, "And above all, this child will destroy the demon king Kalau." AI grimaced and yelled, "What the hell is that?" The previous sentence was enough. "Always talking about killing me, what's with that?" Hearing this, the elders shouted, "The demon king Kalau, that vile creature." Han smirked, "You're digging your own grave, Vila, aren't you?" She replied, "If you're that confident, why don't we put it to the test? I request permission to use the reliquary vault." At the same time, in the northwest lands of the holy nation of Helen Hak Lam, a demon had just been decapitated by a single blade. Amid the gloomy land and piled corpses stood a man. After clearing the demons, he sheathed his sword and scoffed, "This place is nothing special." Suddenly a soldier approached, knelt, and said, "Greetings, master." He didn't turn but asked, "What's the matter?" The soldier reported, "Your family's representative has requested to use the reliquary vault, sir." He walked off, replying, "I already said the Holy See is not allowed to use it." The soldier answered, "This isn't the Holy See's request. Your grandson successfully revived the sacred tree, so the acting matriarch wants to see if the child is worthy of being a saint." Hearing this, the man was slightly surprised, turned and asked suspiciously, "What do you mean?" "Tell them to avoid unnecessary conflicts, no exceptions." This man was the head of the Joshua family, Jai Rosua. Suddenly another voice rang out, "Tell them to go ahead." "Who just spoke? Right, revived the sacred tree, isn't that impressive?" This was the female head of the Joshua family, former saintess Melissa Joshua. She continued, "Since the reliquary vault has been opened, why don't we put all the saint and saintess candidates inside?" The soldier exclaimed in alarm, "What? But if we do that, what if a child from another family seizes some priceless item from the vault?" Melissa smiled and replied, "I hope so. Even the best saintesses of past generations couldn't take anything from that vault. Maybe if someone does retrieve an item, they could find the demon king Kalau and slay him. In that case, we should reward that person." She ordered, "Tell them that whoever brings out the finest relic from the vault will receive a reward even the Pope couldn't buy. That person will receive the Joshua family's heirloom and be personally taught the family's secret techniques by me. Any child who succeeds in taking it will have whatever they desire granted by me." The reliquary vault is a place that not only stores relics but also safeguards an ancient secret technique thousands of years old. Over generations, saintesses have guarded the vault. Thus the Joshua family is commonly regarded as its steward. Because only children under 10 may enter, the vault is often used as a ritual for sane test candidates. At age 1, these children go inside and choose an item. People predict what kind of power the sane test will receive based on the item the child brings back. However, the vault is extremely dangerous. Even sane test candidates face life-threatening risks when entering. After numerous accidents, the reliquary vault was sealed off. On this side, Whisper laughed and said, "Let's see if my master can survive and bring back a treasure." AI Jack scowled and snapped at him. "Why are you narrating that?" Whisper asked again, "But you are looking forward to it too, aren't you, master?" Ajak agreed. "Of course, Ethise, the corpse of the demon king Kalau is in there." Seeing his sinister face, Whisper gave up and listened in silence. Suddenly, a hand lifted Ajak up as a voice said, "Are you excited, young master? The matriarch has opened the vault to all the candidates. All descendants of the 5 noble families will come. Even that damned family of the Pope will attend, but I'm sure you'll win no matter what happens." The soldier tossed Jack up. Whisper sighed. "It looks like they're making a big deal out of this." AI Sack felt a little uneasy inside. Good, the more people there are, the easier they are to distract, so it'll be easier for me to reclaim my body. Suddenly, Dulai picked him up and warned, "Be careful, Isaac. The demons captured from the battlefield will be guarding it." Isaac was slightly startled, thinking, there will be danger because demons are guarding that place. If they catch you like that, they're probably only level 6. I just need to use overwhelming force. But before he could finish that thought, Dulai doused him with cold water. Level 8 demons aren't easy to deal with. The soldier beside him added, "Still, that level 9 dragon is probably the worst." Rai agreed, "If we're judging only by rank, then yes." AI Sack heard this and was horrified. "What the hell? How can there be level 8 demons in there?" Whisper complained, "The whole Arletter-1ED1 Shua family must be crazy. A dragon in a place where a bunch of children will go, but at least you know a lot about dragons." Hearing it, his master broke into a sweat, thinking, "What now? This time we're dead for sure. Dragons pose a danger on a whole different level." When Whisper asked, he said, "Well, I tricked them a few times." Whisper cheerfully asked, "How many exactly?" He ruefully replied, about 70. He recalled that day after the dragons discovered it. That voice echoed in his head. That bastard fooled even the little dragon. What the hell did he sell those kids? They're not even 3 years old. Even the ancient dragon was fooled, let alone the little dragon, that dry-skulled bitch of a mother. Remembering that, AI Sack ground his teeth and cursed. This is bad, and they have good memories too. They'll recognize their soul's gone. Whisper gleefully jabbed him with a blade. "It's fine, maybe it's time I found a new master." Ajak collapsed, thinking, "It seems I'm out of options." So there are level 8 demons and a level 9 dragon in the reliquary vault. But my current self can hardly handle level 6 demons. To fight them, we need to seize all the mana cores of the Joshua family. Right, time to head to the annex. Thinking that, his face turned terrifyingly sly. The next day in the family's main hall, Isaac sat reading intently. Ak now wore a haggard face, reading holy texts and puzzling over ways to tear the demon king Kalau apart. Reading more, someone ugly thought, "Damn, if I knew how to wield holy power, I could easily learn all the holy arts by now. Someone summarize it for me. I haven't even been weaned and they're already making me study this pile. Or I'll control their minds and force them to teach me." Seeing AI Sack like that, Whisper chuckled. "Master, are you planning to use dark magic at the Order's center? Do you want to be exposed as a demon and bring down the Arletter-1ED1 Shua family?" Aya shot him a glare and scolded. "What happened to your personality over the past 150 years? Whisper fell silent after being scolded. Isaac muttered, "With theory like this, I can't understand anything." Just as he was letting out a series of short yawns, Rai picked him up and smiled, tired, probably because so much happened today. Ajak mentally protested. "Of course, kids my age need 16 hours of sleep a day." So Rai carried him back to his cradle. To Isaac's astonishment, Rai raised one hand. The restorative holy spell was cast, and Isaac felt elated. "Wow, a holy spell, this is wonderful." Next, use magic to attack Uncle. Seeing him wriggle out of the cradle, Whisper reminded him, "Please stay still. By the way, you need to go to the annex. You must find a way to drive the people there away." Isaac startled and remembered, "Right, the annex, I must quickly get rid of all these people." So he lay still pretending to sleep. Whisper said in exasperation, "Who falls for such a lousy acting trick?" But the two of them believed it and happily said to each other, "AI Jayak fell asleep so fast, didn't he? What a wonderful child. He does everything so quickly." Whisper snapped irritably, "Are you all crazy? You actually fell for it." They both left. As they walked away, Aya said, "It's late, we should go, right?" "Yes, I need to practice anyway." Aya heard it and smirked to himself while Whisper threw up his hands and sighed, "What an interesting bunch." Suddenly Dulai added a line that made Isaac jump. "In any case, the totem is very dangerous. So you should hide it away quickly, it's very precious." That was Isaac's first totem, so keep it safe. The soldier cheerfully complied, "Yes, sir, I'll display it in the most visible place." This made Isaac cry out, "I still need to revive that totem, you can't take it." "Ah, my totem, I need to absorb mana from it." "In that case, I'll go drain the mana cores in the annex right now. Let's go." He crawled out of the cradle. Whisper mocked with disdain, "Are you really going to crawl all the way to the annex? I don't even know if you'll make it there today." Ajak replied, "I have a plan, just open the door for me." Whisper gave up and flew off, not forgetting to kick him. "Fine, of course, I'm not going to carry you the whole way." After pushing for a while, it shouted, "Your uncle has locked the door. Worse, it's locked from the outside and there's even a holy spell on it." Isaac cursed in anger, "Damn that uncle." He ordered, "Break it down." Whisper warned, "Then they'll think you're being attacked and rush here." Isaac was helpless, only able to stand there banging on the door with his tiny hand. He grit his teeth thinking, "This is driving me mad. I can't cling to Whisper the whole way there. But if I use magic, everything will get even more complicated. And besides, how could I possibly escape?" While he was still thinking, the door suddenly opened and slammed into his face. A child from outside stepped in, looking a little surprised to see Ajak toppled on the floor. And on top of that, the kid had an attitude and cursed. Obviously, this child couldn't even walk properly. This child was Gold Joshua's son, the Joshua family's saint candidate, Suri Joshua, 5 years old. Isaac, hit in the face, was furious. "This brat is my rival." Whisper went berserk and yelled, "How dare he harm my master?" Suri glared at Isaac and thought, "A totem that even a genius like me couldn't create. There's no way that kid could make it." Finishing his thought, he gathered holy power into his palm and proudly declared to Isaac, "I'm the one who will become the saint. How dare you compete with me? This is my plan to escape this cursed family." Hearing this, Isaac felt itchy for a fight and glanced around for a feeding bottle. Whack! This time Isaac used mana to control a bottle to attack, and he triumphantly shouted, "I found my means of transportation," when suddenly he got smacked right in the face. Suri cried out indignantly, Do you even know who I am?" AC didn't bother to listen, thinking, "You look exactly like that Dukan uncle, then you must be his son. And I saw you gathering holy power to attack me. You bastard, you deserve a beating." With that, Isaac controlled the bottle and pummeled him relentlessly. Whisper cheered him on, "Well done, master." Isaac grinned widely, muttering, "You insolent brat, just accept that you'll be my means of transport." Suri, who had been taking the beating and crying, suddenly clenched his teeth and activated a defensive holy spell. He shouted in anger, "Do you think you're special or something?" Isaac was surprised by this action. "Oh," Suri then yelled, astonished, "No one my age can use a level 3 defensive holy spell. But it's still too early for you to be impressed. Level 3 offensive holy spell, Radiant Holy, take this." Isaac watched him cast it to learn, inwardly impressed, using 2 Radiant Holies at once. He smirked and replied, "Thanks for the meal, now watch this." Immediately, a super-wide level 3 defensive holy spell enveloped Ajak's body, cushioning Suri's attack. Seeing it, Suri screamed in horror, "How can a defensive magic be that large?" Ajak didn't care and kept casting more, thinking with a smile, "Since my uncle never taught me, I didn't know how to use it, but thanks for showing me so much." No sooner had he finished than the room filled with level 3 radiant spheres. Suri looked around in panic and yelled, "Impossible." Before he could react, Isaac pointed and launched them at him. Not knowing how to defend, Suri shouted loudly, "Wait, wait, wait." But the radiant spheres kept falling like rain. Whisper finally flew over and asked, "Master, as much as I enjoy this, is it really okay to kill someone from the R-1ED1T Shua family?" Ajak exhaled and asked back, "Who said I'm killing him? The attack doesn't even hit him anymore." The dust cleared to reveal Suri holding his head, his body only slightly scratched. Realizing he had been tricked by a kid, he stood up furious and cursed, "You miserable brat, you can't even fight us. Why did you scare me like that? No matter how many holy spells you use, you cannot defeat a saint candidate like me." He was still speaking when a gloomy sound suddenly echoed. "Do you dare?" Suri, a little frightened, turned to look, and saw a demon standing there, asking in a deep voice, "Do you dare attack my master? Are you tired of living? Have you chosen your burial place yet?" Suri was frightened into stillness, unable to move or answer. Isaac took the opportunity to climb onto the demon. A while later, in the dead of night, Suri walked through the darkness muttering, "I am Suri Joshua. I will become a saint in the future. I will escape this cursed Joshua family and become the Pope. But right now, I have to carry this damn child somewhere." Isaac kept tapping his head gooba gaga. Suri angrily demanded, "Why are you doing this? Do you know who I am?" No sooner had he spoken than the demon reappeared and threatened, "Move your soul before I tear you into 100 pieces, you lowly vermin." Suri immediately shut up and told himself, "Right, focus on surviving and getting out of here first." But tears couldn't be held back. Suri whimpered softly, "Someone help me." After a while, the two left the main building. Isaac still sat on Suri's head directing, "Grandpa, go left to the left." "Grandpa, do you want to die? Focus." Suri grumbled angrily, "Grandpa, even my grandfather wouldn't understand what you're saying. Where on earth do you want to go in the dead of night?" But when he looked up, his face went pale. Suri collapsed inwardly, wondering, why did this crazy brat drag me here? People have died here before, so the Lord banned anyone from entering. Only Isaac and Whisper smirked to each other. Heh, it looks like there's quite a lot in here. They must have trained to death and back for decades to amass this much mana. So Isaac tapped his head and shouted, "Chick, let's go, kid." Suri didn't understand and asked, "You want to go in there?" "No, we can't go in," the adults said not to. The demon reappeared to threaten him. "Shut your mouth and lift your feet, you lowly thing." So Suri tiptoed in, carrying Isaac into the annex. Isaac looked around once and assessed. It seems worse inside than outside. Suddenly his gaze landed on something. "Wait, could that be?" Whisper reported irritably, "The whole place has been sealed, master. All the doors have something like a protective barrier." Jack immediately deflated. What a hassle. Seeing him like that, Suri said, "Hey, let's turn back, everything here is locked anyway." Jack instantly went berserk, grabbed his hair and cursed, "Grandpa." Suri sprang up and yelled, "Are you crazy? Don't grab my hair." Suddenly he noticed the paintings on the wall and exclaimed, "It's the previous family heads." Then he sneered, "Now you want to compete for the next head of the family. It's useless because that next head position will be mine anyway." But as soon as he said that, Isaac threw the bottle straight at one of the portraits. Suri was immediately frightened into wide-eyed shock. Then Isaac controlled the bottle to smash the remaining portraits. Suri screamed in terror, "Hey, are you insane? Why are you doing this to the family heads?" Jack replied irritably, "Grandpa, you shouldn't have put barriers on these portraits." After breaking the pictures, Whisper announced, "The barrier has been broken, master." Isaac grinned widely, wonderful. He left Suri behind and climbed down. Suri, a bit stunned, asked immediately, "Hey, where are you going?" Seeing crawling was too slow, Jack rolled like a ball and shot off. The sight frightened Suri even more. "Hey, are you crazy? You've made this mess and now you want to roll away." Isaac rolled into a room full of tubs and containers holding dark mana. He ignored Suri, ordering Whisper to close the door. Suri hurried after him, shouting, "Hey, stop it. What exactly are you doing, you damned brat?" Before the door closed, turned back with a devilish grin and replied, "A brat like you doesn't need to know." When finished, Isaac sat cross-legged and entered a meditative state, beginning to absorb the dark mana in the room. Outside, Suri panicked, pounding on the door and screaming, "Hey, you damn kid, get out of there, hurry up, I'll tell the adults. I'll tell them everything and you'll be thrown out of here." But before he could leave, people arrived. Vi led a group from the family over. Seeing Suri at the door, she asked in surprise, "What are you doing here?" Suri protested unjustly, "Uncle, you're just in time. Isaac, that monster has." Before he could finish, Hannah shouted, "What do you think you're doing? Suri, you clearly know this annex is off limits. What were you thinking bringing Isaac to this cursed place?" Suri, a little scared, didn't dare to argue and stared blankly at everyone. The woman continued scolding. "Do you know how many people saw you running around carrying Isaac on your back? And there are traces of offensive holy spells in Isaac's room. Are you going to take responsibility for all of this?" Suri stammered in response, "No, I didn't bring that kid here. And yes, some of the offensive spells there were mine." But before Suri could calm down and explain, Rai sat down and patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Suri, you've gone too far this time. Whatever the reason, you caused trouble for an infant, and that's the fact." "Where did you lock Isaac up?" Suri sobbed and said, "I didn't lock him up anywhere. Jack went in on his own." But no one believed that claim about a toddler who can't even walk yet. Rai opened the door and called, "Jack, are you in there?" Others also cried out, "Lord, do you think we locked him in?" Rai looked into the room, his face taut with tension. Isaac was now sitting by the door, crying pitifully and nonstop. Everyone turned to comfort him. "Are you okay, Isaac? My goodness, the boy looks terrible." Rai hugged Isaac to console him. "Thank goodness, you're all right. Although the boy looks frightened, it seems nothing serious happened." Then Rai glanced over at Suri. He walked away, calling back, "You should reflect on your actions." Suri, unable to defend himself, said indignantly, "No, it's not like that, I swear As Isaac left, he called out, "Grandpa, thanks. Because of the kid I had a hearty meal." Seeing his face, Suri collapsed and screamed, "That damned kid." Hannah, worried, asked, "Why does it look like the boy's blood pressure spiked?" Suri replied, "Maybe it's just the cold in here. A child so young already." Isaac, meanwhile, happily felt the mana in his body and chuckled, "This far exceeds my expectations. I've absorbed an amount of mana equivalent to 100 years of hard training in one go. Yes, with this amount of mana, I can finally carry out that plan." Seeing Isaac moving like that, Rai thought he must have been terribly frightened. The next day in the family's main house, Isaac continued listlessly reading holy texts. A voice of Guy sounded, "Isaac, I want to introduce someone to you. This is Isil. From now on, she will take on the role of your caretaker." Isil stepped forward to introduce herself. "My name is Isil Lur, a holy knight of the Rasua family. I vow to serve you until my last breath." Hearing that, Isaac recalled and guessed they were planning to assign someone to supervise him because of what happened last time. So he scowled, spun around and shouted, "Grandpa, hey you grandpa. You're fired, get out of my sight." That expression of his left the two of them momentarily stunned. Ailey stepped forward and softly said, "Young Master Lai, may I pinch his cheek once?" Seeing the hungry expressions on those two, AI threw up his hands. Why are there so many lunatics in this family? Suddenly, Rai reached into his coat and said, "Ah yes, right here, I have a gift I want to give you." As he spoke, Rai pulled out a ring box and handed it toward Isaac. Isaac took the ring and his face fell, thinking, did my uncle dig this out of a trash bin? Whisper also complained, "I thought I misheard, but apparently the Joshua family really is facing a financial crisis. How is this fit as a first birthday gift for the master?" But Isul cried out when she saw the ring, "Oh my god, isn't this the Saintess's heirloom?" Ajak looked at it a bit surprised. "The Saintess's heirloom?" Rai ruffled his head and said, "Your uncle obtained it from the council, it's reserved just for you." Ajak inspected it for a moment and exclaimed in amazement, "Huh, it's real. This is the ring the Saintesses used in the battle against me. The ancestral ring, a ring containing a divine miracle spell. The holy power contained within it is truly extraordinary. Even so, it seems it can only be used once or twice before it shatters, but I have a way around that." Thinking that, he glanced toward a nearby tree. Go was pulling a face like a monkey, looking over this way. His grumpy, filthy expression made Ajak think, that face proves it's genuine. He looks like he wants to beat this grandson to death. But a few seconds later, Go's sweet voice rang out. "Aha, Isaac, my little grandson. Oh, isn't he just adorable? I hope you feel comfortable staying here." Isaac jumped up and shouted, "What the hell is this?" Whisper added, "Could he be going crazy?" Go awkwardly thought, damn, this just got more complicated. I sabotaged the blessing device in the relic vault so this kid wouldn't receive the blessing. But unexpectedly, they gave him the Saintess's heirloom instead. He recalled last night because Isaac couldn't receive the blessing. To be fair, we will give this thing to the boy. The Saintess's heirloom. Please give it to my child. Sorry, but didn't the boy already receive a blessing from the holy seat? Don't be greedy, give it back. Back in the present, Go resolved to take it while pretending to donate it to the holy seat. The kid surely won't understand its true value. With that in mind, he rummaged in his coat and said, "If you're going to give the boy a gift, at least choose something better. That other thing is completely useless." Rai asked in surprise, "Useless? Are you saying the Saintess's heirloom is useless?" Go's brother ignored him, happily produced another ring box and said to Isaac, "Isaac is also my beloved grandson. How could I give him something useless? This ring has been directly imbued with many blessings from the holy seat, so keeping it will be more beneficial for the boy when he enters the relic vault. It is an exceedingly precious item that Rai will never possess." Rai froze at his words and stopped moving forward. Go eagerly flattered, "Isaac, take it, won't you? Now hand over that old, filthy ring to me." Before he could finish, Isaac swung his hand and smacked him, instantly denting his face. Then he snapped the ring box shut, cursed that ridiculous, foul-smelling thing of the Pope, and hurled both the box and the ring up into the air, after which the box plopped down into the nearby pond. Rai watched this sweating, thinking that ring looked thousands of times more precious than the item I gave the boy. Go, like a cat whose tail was stepped on, screamed madly, "What are you standing there for? Hurry, go retrieve that ring for me." Isaac turned and smiled, still clutching the old ring in his hand, leaving Rai utterly astonished. He actually chose mine. So he happily reached out and said, "Isaac, my beloved grandson. From now on I will bring you all the best things in the world." Isil echoed, "Young Master Isaac is the best, unlike them." Meanwhile, Go's people struggled searching for the ring, complaining nonstop, "It's too deep, young master, we can't find it. No, we must find it at all costs. If it's lost, don't expect to keep your lives." Isaac smugly thought, "I cast a gravity spell on it, they won't find it for a long time." Whisper praised, "As expected of my master. Your decision to touch that filthy object with a finger is truly admirable." Suddenly Isaac ordered, "Go fetch it before dawn." Whisper froze. "Me?" Ajak shouted, "You expect me to crawl for it?" He thought to himself, that thing's worth a fortune, so if I get the chance I'll sell it. After a while searching, Go clutched his head and screamed. A few hours later, the sound of fists pounding and Go's voice rang out. "That damn kid. Does he know how expensive that thing is? Forget it, I bet he doesn't even know how to use that ring properly. It's exactly an item suited for someone who doesn't even know how to use holy magic. It needs to absorb the holy power of at least 20 people to be usable. And of course that's impossible. I wonder if even 10 people will attend his first birthday." The next day at the family's main house, thousands of people flocked in like a festival. Inside the room, Isil's joyful voice rang out, impressed. "More than 148 saint candidates have arrived. Including nobles and attendants, about 4,000 people have gathered today. It seems all the ducal families and dozens of baronial houses have come. Even the emperor is here. Other nations sent saint candidates too. Wonderful." But Isaac heard this and looked depressed, moaning, "Why are there so many saint candidates? Are those gods too lazy so they draw contests everywhere?" Whisper replied, "That's the sort of thing they do." Suddenly Rai Van rubbed his chin and said, "What a surprise. I thought no one would come, thinking this was a trap." At that moment, someone burst into the room and shouted, "How could they think that? My old friend, I haven't seen him in ages." The person who rushed in was the chairman of one of the empire's 3 merchant guilds, Rai's close friend. Count Simon. Rai, slightly surprised, exclaimed, "Simon, you came too?" Simon replied calmly, "The rumors have spread across the empire, so of course I had to come. Everyone knows this isn't a trap and decided to attend. Besides, won't the weak boys of the Rosua family participate as well? Not to mention the rewards the head of the Rosua family put up. So how could I miss it? Even the Pope's family will be there." Hearing that, Isaac asked curiously, "What reward did she put up?" Rai tensely said, "Don't joke. How could the Pope's family possibly participate?" Simon paid no heed and said, "There's no way those pretentious, disagreeable nobles would set foot on Joshua territory. Except for the Bari's family, they consider everyone else filthy commoners." Rai shouted, "Simon, lower your voice." Simon ignored him and went on, "Why, my son Ammon is also a saint candidate. After all, this event is hosted by the Joshua family. The Pope's family has no reason to come here." Rai warned again, "You should think carefully before you speak." Simon kept babbling on, oblivious to the lot who always look like they've just stepped in dung. He was still talking when suddenly a voice rang out. As the old saying goes, nothing is more dangerous than a coarse friend. Both of them startled and turned to see a familiar face enter, who continued, "Oh my, indeed the wisdom of the ancients is never wrong." Rai cried out tensely, "The Cardinal Grandmaster." Hari curled his mouth into a smile as he stepped forward and said, "I didn't expect the weaklings of the Joshua family to hold an event like this. I hope this delicate child will bring something back from the relic vault to save your family's face." I've been very curious to see the face of the child who dares call himself a saint candidate of the Rosua family. Yet now I don't see that brat anywhere. Oh well, in any case, this is still an opportunity for you. I offer you my sincerest prayers. Hopping this saint candidate can raise your family's prestige. Rai dared not look at him, thinking tensely, could this be a scheme arranged by the Holy See? The fact that the number of saint candidates jumped from 25 to 148 in just a week was already very strange. The only explanation could be that the Holy See is turning a blind eye to candidates suddenly appearing out of nowhere. Everyone will try to make their child a saint candidate, but once those children are placed in the vault, they will inevitably try to eliminate weaker rivals. They could very well harm the boy in the ensuing chaos. If that happens, Isaac will be in danger. But look at his face. Does he look like someone who would be in danger, uncle? They say the sons of the Joshua family are all show, good looks, and family fame, but utterly useless. However, for those who crave power and harbor extreme envy toward the Joshua family, or those trying to curry favor with the Pope's family, those who despise the Saintess's bloodline, the Joshua children become perfect prey. But he won't be able to do anything anymore. Mix this potion into his water and use holy poison. Teach that brat a lesson about the cruelty of this world, humiliate him in front of everyone, and announce to the whole world that the Rosua family's child will never become a saint. But right now AC has already finished several bottles, licking his lips hungrily and exclaiming, "Amazing, X." Licking his lips hungrily and exclaiming, "Amazing." Seeing him glance this way, the other kids trembled and cried, "Everyone, I'm so scared. How many bottles did he drink by himself?" AI Sax carelessly tossed the empty bottle and cursed, "Grandpa, bring me more. This poison won't kill me." "Grandpa, give me more." The children were terrified. Some even wanted to go home. "What's wrong with that kid? I thought you'd laced it with a laxative or something. A freak. Or did he drink the wrong bottle? I don't think so. Let's go." Suri clutched his head and complained, "Why does he keep drinking? It's so humiliating." "Don't sully the Rosua name. As a saint candidate, you should at least recognize when something's wrong." Suri jumped forward, snatched the bottle from Isaac and snapped angrily, "Stop drinking, are you that thirsty?" He offered another bottle. "Here, drink this." But AC immediately threw it in his face, scolding, "Grandpa, this one is poisoned." He transformed wildly and lunged, shouting, "Grandpa, give it to me now." Then they started brawling with the one holding the holy poison, while the others gathered and whispered, "Has this guy been called back by the King of Hell? Or is life weighing on him so he wants to sleep early? No, maybe he has strong poison resistance. I heard someone can reach a level of self-detoxification by training holy power. What? Are you saying that kid has reached that level? But then why is he seeking out poisoned bottles? Could he be making sure no one else drinks them because they're so dangerous?" Hearing them, Suri sat in a corner and muttered, "Since when did he become so noble?" Suddenly someone shouted, "Really? Are you implying that kid is sacrificing himself?" Seeing him, Suri panicked, "Kina Baris, why is he here? I never heard the Pope's family would participate." The newcomer is the direct heir of the Pope's family, Kina Barit. The children now recognized him and buzzed, "Wait, isn't that Kina Baris? Why is the Pope's family in the Saintess's relic vault? Oh my, looks like we know who will win." Isaac, focused on drinking the poison, also glanced over to assess him. "So that kid is guaranteed to become a saint, but can the Pope's Baris family have hair that pure white? Did he bleach it? Strange. All the others in that family have dirty colored hair." Then Kina spoke up. "What's strange about a member of the Pope's family being in the Saintess's relic vault? Our family leads all the clergy. Therefore, the Saintess's relic vault belongs to us. I'm just here to take what's mine. What's there to be surprised about? AI Sax, hearing this, judged that from his arrogant tone he must indeed be from the Pope's family. But that kid is truly a monster. His pure holy power even surpasses a bishop's. Truly the #1 saint candidate. Then Kina continued, you intend to use such crude methods to insult the family head, and you still call yourselves saint candidates? Pathetic. What good comes from humiliating a child? There's no way a child could have toxin resistance, right? Surely it's the Saintess's power trying to protect this child. Hearing him, AI Sax contemptuously thought, ignorance must be hereditary, huh? Kina cast a spell and said, it's fine, let me detoxify him. AI Jack was slightly shocked and reassessed. At this age, he can use holy detoxification magic. Look at that amount of holy power, it's certainly at least level 5. But then he thought differently. Who is this kid trying to fool? Is he trying to use me to show off his skills? Smart, huh? If you want, I'll humiliate you. The next instant, AI Sax slapped his face so hard it sounded like it echoed to the universe. The kids immediately shouted, has the holy power vanished? Kina was shocked and looked back. He stared at his hands in confusion, wondering, my holy power's been nullified by a child? Could he be stronger than me? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Murderous intent flaring, he glared at Jack and cursed inwardly. That pest from the Roswa family. AI Sax shot back a glare. What are you looking at, kid? Grandpa, I'll smash your skull with this bottle. No sooner had he finished than Suri lunged forward to stop him. He cried, no, don't do that. Seeing this, the kids clustered and whispered, oh my god, is he defending the child because they're from the same family? That boy slapped the one trying to save him. How disrespectful. Do they really think they stand a chance against the Pope's family? Does he really think he can protect that child? Suri heard them and swore in his head, you idiots, if it weren't for me that bottle would be in your heads. Kina sighed and said, it's fine, perhaps I surprised the boy too much. After all, he's just a child. Well then, good luck, descendants of the Joshua family. At least try to do something to salvage your family's face. Ha ha ha. AI Sax furious glared at him. Kina turned and sneered, but of course the best treasure here will be mine. After all, a Rosua wouldn't even dare approach the corpse of the Dry Demon King anymore. Hearing that, AI calmed down. Suri wiped sweat and muttered, what an annoying brat, what is he trying to do, show off? Before he could finish, AI grabbed him by the collar and demanded, Grandpa, what did that white-headed kid say? Grandpa, did he just mention the corpse of the Dry Demon King? Suri lowered his head and complained, hey, what's wrong with you all of a sudden? Stop jerking my head. You, the head of your family, promised to grant the secret technique to whoever brings back the Dry Demon King's corpse. Hearing this, AI froze mid-motion and lamented as if hearing the end of the world. Melissa, you dare to toy with my corpse. After a while, the place fell silent again. AI Sax looked up at the sky, recalling how he'd accumulated mana in his body over centuries. If he could extract it, reaching level 10 wouldn't be an issue. But now the kids are guarding it, so there's no way for me to steal it unnoticed. Oh well, whatever, whoever stands in my way I'll trample. Suddenly an adult voice rang out. Everyone, gather round. You kids will depart soon, so from now on listen carefully to what I say. This relic storage is a sanctuary. It holds the relics of past saintesses. AI Jack heard part of it and complained, here comes the history lecture again. When will we ever get out of here? This is so boring. Then he crawled away, whispering, Grandpa, I'm leaving first. Suri shouted softly, hey, wait, where are you going? But without answering, he dashed off like the wind. While the kids were listening, they noticed a sound, turned around, and were horrified. Over here, Isaac was sprinting like the wind, smugly thinking, it's time to use the holy spell I just learned. The instructor saw this and shouted in alarm, Ajak, don't, that's a forbidden area. If you go that way, all the storage's traps will trigger. As soon as he spoke, the kids went pale. They didn't hesitate any longer and quickly chased after Isaac, urgently shouting, stop that kid now. At the same time, outside the Rosua mansion in the banquet hall, Illy prayed anxiously, hoping the young master was all right. Suddenly, someone approached the central magic orb, touched it, and announced, we have a connection to the interior of the relic area. My summon is following the third-ranked candidate, so I'll relay information. The door to the first relic chamber has opened. Candidates are passing through now. Rai thought nervously, it's already started. The announcer called, the current third place is Ammon. Simon immediately shouted, my child. The announcer continued, second place is Suri Joshua. Go, excited said, that means my child. Then someone above whispered anxiously, and first place belongs to Isaac. Hearing that, Rai and Asil were both stunned. Inside the relic chamber, Isaac was still enhancing himself and running at full speed. The instructor, his robes fallen, couldn't catch up and shouted angrily, AI Sax, please not that way. If he keeps running, more traps will be triggered. As he spoke, he stepped on a trap and was struck black by lightning. Suri screamed in terror, elder. Immediately hell broke loose, the kids kept triggering traps and shrieking, mother save me mama, I want to go home. Suri desperately chased after Isaac, angrily scolding, you idiot, why did you run there and cause this mess? The relic chamber challenge itself was dangerous enough, and now they also have to avoid traps meant to stop intruders. AI Jack didn't care. After running a bit more, he stopped at a door, thinking, so this is the door to the second relic chamber? Suddenly a voice announced, the second trapdoor has been triggered. Enter the side entrance of the second relic chamber. Suri screamed in horror. Isaac wasn't there, but Whisper, linked to Isaac, responded playfully, wonderful, master, thanks to the mana you absorbed in the annex I have ranked up. Great, now I can make you work harder. Damn capital, I mean I didn't say master. AI Sax ordered indifferently, bring everything here. Whisper immediately darted off and replied at once. It headed straight for Suri's location. The kids, fortunate enough not to have fallen into traps, now stood discussing. Damn, I didn't know it was this tough. So that's why the Saintesses are so powerful. Suddenly one kid pointed and said, isn't that the Rasua family's boy? Yeah, I think his name is Sue or something. How can that guy fly? Maybe the family taught him beforehand. It's not fair. Suri sighed inwardly. They didn't teach me anything. These fools act like I want to hover like that. Put me down. Whisper ignored him and kept dragging him toward AI Jack. Then dropped the bundle and reported, Master, I have secured the informant for us. Suri painfully scrambled up and demanded of Jack, stop this. I don't know how you passed the first relic chamber's trial, the trial of choice, but in the second relic chamber, even a small mistake can kill you. You must face your fears and choose the hard path to sharpen your perception of. Just then Isaac let him taste what being struck by lightning felt like and snapped, talkative much. He crawled over, looking at Suri scorched all over, and asked, Grandpa, whatever, hurry up and explain what's inside the second relic chamber. Suri threw up his hands and answered, once you enter, remember you must never attack the enemies, understand? Do not attack them. Ajak exclaimed in surprise, Grandpa, what nonsense is that? Why can't I attack my enemies? Suri shouted helplessly, that's the only way to get through the second chamber. Whatever appears, you must stand still for 3 minutes before they vanish. Say you understand or we'll both die. AI Sax guessed, ridiculous. They're testing my patience. Suri begged tearfully, please, someone really did die because of it. AI Sax replied, Grandpa, okay, it's not that hard, just don't attack, right? 3 minutes is nothing to me, 3 hours would be trivial. No sooner had he finished than the second chamber's door glowed and a voice echoed, welcome to the Hall of Tranquil Trials. Patience is a virtue and reason is cold. Keep calm and steadfast, and that patience will guide you to the light. AI obediently sat still and listened. Not far away, Kina's group is approaching as well. One kid asked anxiously, are you sure this is okay? We're at the end already. Kina smiled and replied, there's no reason for us to go first on a dangerous path. Those meat shields will take the hits for us. Have you forgotten there's an 8th rank demon guarding the entrance to the second relic chamber? I'm sure the ones up front are stuck there. See, the trial has begun. On this side, the door was still opening bit by bit. Seeing Isaac dazed there, Suri warned anxiously, don't act rashly. Behind the door, an angel slowly appeared, smiling kindly and saying to Isaac, that patience will lead you to the light otherwise. Before it finished speaking, it got punched. Isaac shouted, damn it, eat this. And so Isaac managed to endure exactly 3 seconds out of the required 3 minutes. Suri was terrified by the scene, turning pale. He remembered Ajak's earlier words, 3 minutes is no problem for me, then swore, damn it, 3 minutes counted in seconds. Unable to bear it, Suri grabbed his head and screamed, that crazy kid. Isaac and Whisper together mocked, how can we stand still when faced with the face of a deity? Right, I think 3 seconds is plenty. Another voice rang out, you have failed. The impatient will be punished by the divine. No sooner had the words ended than a giant monster stepped out inside. Suri despaired, that's it, now we're surely dead. But Isaac gathered energy into his small hand and delivered a single punch straight into the monster's belly. Suri couldn't believe it, his jaw dropping. With one strike, the monster had a hole punched through its abdomen. Isaac returned to his spot and sat as if nothing had happened. The sight terrified Suri. What just happened? A moment later, the monster collapsed into countless boulders. AI Sax bowed his head and groaned. This is supposed to be rank 8. Are you kidding me? My subordinate's magic created that golem. The elite demons of the Desert Demon King, the 14th retinue. This is their signature magic. Have they become lapdogs for the Rasua family now? Or is this place connected to my body? I have to go see for myself. Seeing him turn to leave, Suri shouted anxiously, hey, where do you think you're going? Suddenly, a voice rang out, haha, I never expected the Dua descendants to help us like this. This one is Faith Crimson, one of the 5 faiths, the 3rd son of the CP ducal family near Sepet. He pointed at Isaac, thanks for taking out the gatekeeper for us. Now move aside, we'll be the first to enter the second relic chamber. The kids following him chimed in, you have no idea what we went through because of that damn kid. Yeah, if that kid had gone in first, he'd trigger all the traps inside. Hearing them, AC wondered confusedly, how are there still so many alive? Maybe just beat them all to death for convenience. Suddenly, Nai pointed at Suri mockingly, I didn't expect the Kshua descendants to be so vicious. Suri, you're related to him, right? Suri blinked, unsure how to explain me and him. No way. I told you it's not true. Are you even listening? Nai ignored him and walked up to Ajak to taunt further. You all saw that kid dodge all the traps, right? Do you think he could do it alone? He noticed the ring on Isaac's neck and yelled, see, it's an artifact. Then he snatched the ring and declared, this ring must have some magic woven into it. Look, with this we can avoid all the traps ahead. Suri just sighed. You misunderstand, kid. It's a death-seeking charm, not a life-saving amulet. But seeing him so calm made me terrified. He's not the sort to let someone get away with stealing from him. Nai, seeing no one protested, took the ring and led the way, shouting, stay there, Joshua. You will retrieve the Desert Demon King's corpse, a feat no one has ever done. No one but me, the third son of the CP ducal family. He ran in excitedly and saw something glowing beneath him. Then boom, the whole group was engulfed in flames, cries of agony echoing nonstop. It's a trap, what the hell is this? Suri thought in horror. Of course he handed them a bomb to carry. He used them as bait. After a while the area fell silent again. Suri resumed as a means of transport, carrying Isaac past a pile of fallen classmates' bodies strewn ahead. Past where Nai had fallen, AI Sax glanced sideways, thinking, all the mines here have already detonated, thanks a lot, kid. Suddenly he sensed something, raised his eyes and looked behind him and saw several kids following, which annoyed him. Why are those kids following me? On top of that, these kids cheered. That baby must have some kind of divine sense. Probably true. After all, the boy comes from the Saintess's clan. Nai acted weird earlier. That ring just looks like an antique, doesn't it? Besides, there's no way someone from the Joshua family would cheat like that. Whisper teased Isaac. It seems they've recognized your greatness, oh magnificent master, huh? Isaac scowled and snapped at him. I don't need their approval. Suri felt the demon on his head grow irritated and mouthed a prayer. You all better run before it's too late. This kid is more terrifying than any demon. Suddenly someone stepped forward and shouted, if there's truly a saint, I think that child is the most fitting. Pleased to meet you, youngest scion of the Joshua family. I am Paris Julius, second prince of the Julius kingdom. The kids clustered and murmured, that's a kingdom east of the holy nation of Heol, letter 1B0, letter 1EDDN. Rumor has it the prince there has received the god's blessing. Hearing that, Isaac judged, oh, this one might be useful. So he gave Suri a few tugs on the hair. Suri stopped, looked at the door ahead and announced, we're here. This is the door to the third relic chamber. Before they could open it, 2 spheres of light fell from the ceiling. A statue emerged and a voice rang out, greetings, candidates. This is the memory tier. Show your courage and determination. The kids eagerly cheered. Luckily, we followed this child instead of Nai. Great. We've reached the next relic chamber and will retrieve the Desert Demon King's corpse. The statue continued, the trial is simple. Defeat us and seize the glory. The kids debated, they say show them courage, so we should fight them, right? Just try it. Ajak thought differently, that gatekeeper. Could it be? Oh, it's probably on target. This will be entertaining. Thought concluded, the devilish curl at the corner of his mouth rose. AI Sack began acting oddly atop Suri's head. Suri recalled in confusion, AI Sack always makes the right call, so that gatekeeper must be lying. The first relic chamber was about choice. Isaac only needed to rush through. The second was about composure. Ajak was anything but calm. And this third one is about memory, which is the clue. So we must recall what happened in the first and second trials. We cannot attack them. At that moment, AI Sack waved his hand to signal the kids to fall back. Suri was a little surprised, Ajak being kind, helping these kids too. But then he reconsidered. No matter how ill-tempered he is, he's still a descendant of the Saintess. Maybe the Saintess's benevolence has awakened. Could I have misunderstood Isaac all this time? This kid will sacrifice himself and lead everyone the right way. Just then, Isaac formed a sphere of light in his hand and aimed it straight at the statue. This action froze Suri for 5 seconds. The statue went berserk, gripping its weapon, and swung in a straight arc toward the kids. They were attacked and realized they'd been deceived. Fire and explosions mixed with screams of agony. Suri glanced up and exclaimed, oh my god, what the hell is this? Could it be that someone's face now looks no different from a demon? He thought slyly, it's been a long time since I've seen this madman. From inside the statue, 2 demons crawled out and burst into laughter. How foolish to so readily believe someone else's words. Candidates for a saint, are you? AI Sack also burst out laughing. They are just deceptive puppets created by magic. The 2 demons were released, and explosions immediately erupted everywhere. The surviving kids cried out painfully for their parents. Where did the R-1ED1T Kshua clan members go? They were just here, go find them quickly. Suri and Ajak were enveloped by a level 6 invisible holy spell. And there was also that prince. Seeing he was safe, he tentatively stepped forward. Isaac felt pleased inwardly. This is the blessing my uncle gave me for emergencies. It's the perfect time to use it. Little Paris spoke softly. Thank you for casting the holy spell on me, by the way. Isaac motioned to him to understand and tossed him a ring, signaling him to take it. Aries immediately raised the ring to inspect it, then turned excitedly to ask, you gave me this because I'm not used to fighting demons, right? Thank you so much, I will never forget this kindness. No sooner had he finished speaking than Paris poured holy power into the ring. Instantly, he was drained of holy power and screamed, "I'll tell my father about this." Whisper and Isaac laughed gleefully. As expected, he's my owner. Grandpa, the prince has the most holy power after all. Suri could no longer hold back and looked back at him, wondering, "Uncle, what on earth did you bring back to the clan?" After a moment, the children shouted in unison again, "Does anyone here have defensive holy magic? Gather together." They arranged tactics, some to defend, some to attack, while the two demons continued slaughtering and shouting, "Accept your punishment." One kid blocked, another seized the chance to counterattack, holding a high-level light orb ready in his hand. But just as he was about to strike, he inexplicably tripped over a platform and fell. Immediately, the kid who had taken the blow recoiled in horror and looked back. And before he could understand what was happening, a ring flew to his side, and his spell suddenly lost all holy power and he fainted. The demon fighting him paused to look, then looked puzzled and said to its companion, "Is there anyone else here we've tricked?" Whisper reported back, "The ring has absorbed all the holy power from the kids on this side." Ajak commanded, "Then go to the other side." Whisper responded and flew over there. One boy immediately lost all his holy power and collapsed. Isaac thought to himself, "Don't hate me, these deceitful things won't attack enemies who have been neutralized. So fainting after being drained is better than getting injured." After dealing with those two, Whisper returned and reported, "Master, it's almost done." No sooner had it finished speaking than a gigantic fireball appeared, rushing straight at the two demons and incinerating them. Whisper couldn't prepare in time and hurriedly dove to the ground to dodge. Just then another kid stepped in and shouted, "Found him, Isaac." It was none other than the white-haired boy Kina. Those who saw him felt annoyed inwardly. I was wondering where this guy had gone, so he finally decided to show up. Suri stared downward in panic, thinking, "Oh my, I know he's a genius." But beside Kina, a pair of wings slowly appeared, and then the complete body of a giant bird materialized. Suri was horrified inwardly. At this age, he can already summon a holy spirit. Is this game hacked? Kina said again, "You surprised me. I didn't expect anyone else here besides me could slay demons. Or did you also lure those kids into a trap like in the first trial? If so, then." While he was speaking, two other kids suddenly entered, supporting each other and shouting, "No, that child tried to complete the trial for us. He even showed us the direction to go. He is our benefactor." Hearing them, Isaac sighed inwardly. These kids are totally crazy. Whisper sneered, "Is this what people call Stockholm Syndrome?" Kina paid no mind and turned back, "Benefactor? Aren't you ashamed to call yourselves saint candidates? I can't believe you need help from a child like that." One kid snapped back, "Hey, you've been hiding this whole time. Why are you barking now? How have you helped while we were risking our necks to find the traps?" More and more kids crawled out, shouting insults. "That's right, Isaac is more like a saint than you. When we get out, we'll tell our parents about this. You're always avoiding danger. Who did all this for us? You didn't do anything. Let's tell our parents it's better to follow the Artiksua clan." Suri heard them and lamented inwardly. "That's not true. The cruel child is trying to take advantage of those people." They were angrily cursing when the ground suddenly shook violently. The children turned toward the source of the sound and saw a light orb rising up there. The kids clustered around, curiously asking each other, "Is that the real gate leading to the third archive?" "It seems like it. I think so. So does that mean the second trial is over?" The orb spoke, "Congratulations to the candidates for passing the second trial. I am the final gatekeeper of the Archive of Sacred Relics. Now choose, stop the trial here and select your treasure, or continue facing trials to reach the third archive." One kid said, "Of course we'll choose the latter." The voice immediately rang out, "Choose carefully, stop the trial here and select your treasure, or continue facing the trial to the third repository. If you pass the trial, you can find treasures in the third repository, but if you fail, you will die." The kids trembled with fear at those words. Whisper reported, "Master, judging from the aura in that voice." Isaac cut in to confirm, "Yes, it's a dragon. It's been a long time since I've met one. Then what it said about death must be true." Suddenly the kids found courage and shouted, "Even so, I'll choose the trial. We've put in so much effort to get here. That's right, if we can get treasure from the third archive, we'll surely become saints." "Me too, I also want to reach the third archive." After a while of discussion among the kids, the voice rang out again. "So you are willing to face danger and choose the trial. Very well, then accept the trial." As soon as it finished speaking, the ground trembled once more, and rocks began falling continuously. Ajak was thrilled like a maniac, and the voice said again, "The final trial is simple, praise your god." No sooner had the words ended than a statue fell down. The kids asked each other in confusion, "What is that? Another statue? Is that our god's statue?" The statue moved and spoke, "Show reverence to your god. Only those who prove their faith may enter the third archive." The kids couldn't believe it and said, "All we have to do is kneel and pray before that statue." "But this is a trial, this is way too simple." Only Isaac muttered resentfully, "No way, you bastard. There's no way I'm kneeling before that jerk, especially after he's toyed with me for hundreds of years and tricked me at the last moment." Suddenly a boy stepped forward and said, "It's not that hard, right? I just need to pray to our god, correct?" Then he dropped to one knee, raised both hands and prayed, "O Most High, the Supreme One worthy of endless glory and honor. This servant bows in worship. The statue immediately spoke, you were taught properly, well done, approved. The boy jumped up cheering, the others crowded in to discuss, so we just need to pray, yeah really. Suddenly Isaac leapt down off Suri. Suri was about to tell him to go pray when he kicked and snarled, Grandpa, why should I do that? Then someone else walked past Isaac. Kina strode forward with solemnity, saying as he went, we were taught how to pray at the holy hall. Look, this is the proper posture for worshipping our God. The kids exclaimed in surprise, I want to be a servant too. Then to Suri's astonishment, the whole group rushed to kneel and the prayer echoed, O Most High, Supreme One worthy, we bow in worship. Seeing him standing there, the statue thundered, what are you still standing for? Do you intend to give up and accept death? Immediately, Suri joined the others in continuous prayer. Suddenly, the statue turned its attention elsewhere, saw Isaac with his chin raised and asked, Child, why do you not kneel? Isaac replied angrily, Grandpa, are you crazy if you think I'll do that? Seeing him sit there acting old, the kids looked at each other and asked, what's wrong with that boy? Does this child have a problem with his faith? So the rumors that the Joshua clan lost their faith are true. Hearing them, Suri clenched his teeth and cursed inwardly, that vicious brat, don't sully our clan's reputation, just pray. Kina looked at Ijock with satisfaction, thinking, all of this will be recorded. Does that kid want to lose his chance to become a saint? No matter how talented, without faith he's worthless. I shouldn't have paid attention to him from the start. The statue shouted again, what a disrespectful act, child of the Saint Maiden's clan. Before the statue finished, Isaac retorted, Grandpa, so what, you pig? Gee, even if I die, I won't kneel before your pile of filth. The statue, as if understanding his words, fell silent. AI, who had been easily excited, suddenly felt an oppressive presence descend. The statue now radiated murderous intent as it stared at him. A cold voice rang out, insolent one, receive your punishment. AI, though crushed, still refused to yield and cursed, Grandpa, fuck off. If you dare come at me, I'm so angry I'll smash that statue. Whisper leapt forward to dissuade him, Master, that's very dangerous. But he had made up his mind. Holy power quickly condensed in his palm. Suddenly the statue returned to its original pose and exclaimed, Excellent. AI Jock suppressed the holy power in his hand, sat up and looked at the statue in puzzlement. The statue spoke again, You are approved, that child candidate may proceed to the third archive. Hearing this, Kina shouted in disbelief, Huh, what? He rose in indignation and pointed at Isaac, demanding, You said we had to demonstrate faith to be approved. That kid didn't even pray. And yet he's approved, that's absurd. The statue replied, That child is the only one who meets the requirements to pass through this gate. Only he has shown his faith to the divine. Do you really not understand? You knelt before the statue, not before the god. Is your faith merely kneeling before a symbol? Hearing that, Suri was a bit unsettled and thought, although it takes the form of a deity, a statue is still just a symbol. We've been deceived. The kids erupted in murmurs, How can that be? That statue looks like our god from the sacred painting. But indeed the scriptures say not to worship idols. Then the statue pointed at Isaac and said, Look at that child. Even when facing the fear of death, he refuses to submit and keeps his faith. Therefore only that child is worthy to enter the third archive. Isaac, indignant, cursed back, Shut your mouth. Kina glared at him, teeth clenched, I won't accept that. He rushed toward the statue and shouted, That child can't even speak yet. How do you know he doesn't kneel out of faith? Whisper jumped out and said, I think he's right. Clearly the boy didn't want to. Isaac nodded in agreement. And seeing no one object, Kina shouted even louder. Moreover, if he truly has that faith, then why doesn't he have a holy mark? At that, Isaac was slightly startled. The kids also murmured in shock, What? The boy doesn't have one? I'm right here. How can a saint candidate not have a holy mark? Seeing everyone focus their gaze on Isaac, Kina smiled smugly, thinking maliciously, He's the only candidate without a holy mark. Give up, kid, you don't deserve to be a saint without one. But the statue said, You speak of a saint candidate lacking a holy mark, that's because he's still young. At that answer, the whole group fell silent. The statue, unconcerned with their reactions, snorted and said, I mean he is simply too young. Kina, after a moment of stunned thought, flew into a rage and argued, That sounds ridiculous, wait, can you move? The statue replied indifferently, I mean the child is still a baby. Believe me. The kids shouted, Then let me in too. If someone without a holy mark can enter, why can't I, who has one, enter? Right, I have one too. That proves I'm a candidate. The statue exhaled and answered, You must understand that having a holy mark doesn't mean you're special. Do you really all think that? So you all want to enter the third archive, right? The kids answered in unison, Yes. The statue pondered for a moment and then said, Very well, enter, I allow it. Hearing this, the group erupted in joy. Wonderful, now we can enter the third archive. Only Suri was a little surprised, wondering, Something's off. Would it let us in that easily? The statue continued, I mean, if you insist on flying into the fire like moths, go ahead. I'll certainly let you in. As soon as it finished speaking, the statue dimmed and its mouth twisted into a terrifying grin. The door to the third vault opened, and a wave of dark mana was unleashed, striking the group of kids in the face. Some of them struggled to breathe, others vomited from the force, when that voice sounded again. Do you feel it? That's the dark mana seeping from the corpse of the dried demon king. Know your place, you fools. I had intended to spare those who couldn't withstand the dark mana. Now most of the kids are collapsing, retching on the spot. Only Isaac's mouth curled into a smile. He looked inside excitedly and shouted, "Wonderful, my body, the dried demon king's body, my body lies in there." Isaac drooled in longing, thinking, I never thought we'd reunite after self-destructing in heaven. My God, look at how much dark mana is leaking out. His sinister posture immediately terrified the kids, but the voice said, look, that child has proven his faith. That is the face of a brave warrior. The kids went pale and muttered, sure, but his eyes are glazed like an addict's. What kind of freakish baby is that? The voice from the orb rang out again, it's not too late. Those who cannot smile in the face of death should turn back. If you give up now, I will allow you to choose a treasure from the second vault. Hearing that, the kids counseled themselves. Damn it, how can I survive this massive dark mana? I'm not going in means death. I'll just try to pick the best item from the second vault. Suddenly, a voice rang out. No, I don't need any treasures from the second vault. Kina stepped forward and shouted, we will enter the third vault, so activate all the traps inside. Hearing him, the kids cursed the madman under their breath. The voice asked in surprise, are you serious? Kina spread his arms and bellowed, no saint in history has ever taken the dried demon king's corpse. Not even the famed Saintess Melissa managed it. The voice praised, it seems you know something about the third vault. Kina smugly thought, there's no way Saintess Melissa would let these kids die, this must be a method to thin out candidates. He added, I don't want to hear talk of us taking treasures without trouble anymore. So restore the third vault to its most dangerous original state. Only then will I be rated higher than the Saintess. AC glanced and muttered, this kid's really crazy. The orb lit up and responded, if you insist, fine, that will make it easier for me to determine who the true saint is. Seeing the blinding light, one kid couldn't help shouting, ah, if you want to go in alone. But the whole group was lifted off the ground, screaming in disbelief, why are you dragging us along? Deep within the third vault, a skeletal hand lay at the center. The kids who entered could no longer stand. A jock cried out in delight, oh, chaos indeed. Whisper pointed and shouted, Master there. He meant the place where the bony hand was surrounded by flickering mana. Whisper exclaimed joyfully, your body is there. Isaac whispered in glee, well done. My baby, meaning my body, is absorbing the energy in the third archive. The kids now saw it too and asked in panic, is that the dried demon king's corpse? Just the hand gives off that much dark mana. Isaac thought differently, it's not the whole hand, it's only the thumb. Is that what's left of me? The others are all copies. Suddenly, the hand erupted with a huge surge of mana. From inside that column of mana, the shape of a demon appeared. The kids clutched their heads in terror. Ah, a demon, thought they wouldn't appear after the second trial. The voice rang out again, didn't you ask to disable all the safety devices? AI Jock stared at the demon in astonishment. Wait, that's the demon stamped its foot on the ground, threw its head back and roared, you worms, how dare you covet the body of my lord? One kid pointed at Kina and cursed, it's all your fault, are you going to take responsibility for this? Kina waved indifferently and stepped forward. Trust me, I guarantee you can leave here safely with a treasure. He thought the 14 retainers, elite subordinates trained by the dried demon king, are also fools captured by the Holy Pope's clan. I've prepared a holy spell capable of countering that one, the treasure will be mine. At that thought Kina's eyes flashed, a vast pressure descended as he intoned, kneel. Seeing this scene, the kids stared and murmured, wow, that's the light of the Holy Pope's clan. Kina privately rejoiced, good, it's working, now I'll take it. Suddenly the demon shouted, so it's you, isn't it? It was no longer restrained and lunged at Kina, threatening, you worms dare covet the body of my lord. At the same time, outside the entrance to the relic vault, people gathered and murmured, what's going on in there? The connection was suddenly cut off. And shortly after someone ran up shouting, big trouble, the demon seal in the third archive has been undone. Hearing this, Ryan Simon panicked and broke into a sweat. Simon bit his hand and muttered, Ryle, the sealed demon is one of the 14 retainers, right? Ryle wondered in alarm, how did this happen? If it really is one of the 14 retainers, then those inside are in danger. Those with children inside scrambled and asked, what about the elders sent as supervisors? They went missing trying to disable the traps. So the kids inside are in extreme danger. How can the children handle that monster? We must stop the trial and get them out. Just then, a huge teleportation gate appeared outside the entrance, its blinding light causing people to squint. Ryle stared in confusion. Is the relic vault opening? What is that dazzling light? Someone said, please stay away from the entrance. The leaked dark mana could be dangerous. Someone else said, no, wait a moment, I don't sense the presence of a demon. Has it been defeated? Hearing them, Hari hid among the crowd, quietly pleased. Well done, Kina. The crowd buzzed, you mean the demon guarding the dried demon king's corpse has been defeated? Then one of the saint candidates must have done it. Probably Kina Baris, as expected of the Holy Pope's clan. Ryle, hearing this, could only bite his lip and endure. The others, unconcerned, stepped up to Hari to offer congratulations. Congratulations, Cardinal, this result is worthy of the strongest saint candidate. Hari smiled and replied, it seems Kina has completed the task excellently. Saying that, he glanced at Rai and thought smugly to himself, Family Joshua, this is the consequence of your foolish resistance to the authority of the Holy Pope's clan. Now that we have the dried demon king's corpse, you will have to submit to us. It's time to end your arrogant displays of nobility. Suddenly someone shouted, look, the children are coming out. Everyone turned to look. Raul prayed anxiously, Isaac Suri, please be okay. After a while, most of the children came out, and as they reunited with their relatives, they burst into loud cries. Raul did a quick head count and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank the heavens, though a few were injured, thankfully none are seriously hurt. Seeing no more emerge, the crowd muttered, the children who entered the third vault still haven't come back, do they? Could they be in danger? Raul grew more uneasy, staring fixedly at the gate without blinking. Someone else shouted, the final saint candidates are coming out. Suri and Ammon, exhausted, led the group of children out. Gojal and Simon rushed over to ask, child, are you all right? Gol picked Suri up and she wailed as if she'd never cried before. Go gently asked if the child was injured anywhere. Raul, pale-faced and unbelieving, screamed in his head, where is Isaac? Isn't the boy with them? Suddenly Hari shouted, Kina, Kina, step forward. Kina looked at him with an ugly expression. Hari demanded, Kina, what are you holding in your hand? Where is the dried demon king's body? Kina stammered, horrified, unable to speak coherently. That. Hari flew into a rage and cursed. When did I tell you to bring this useless thing back? At that moment, another teleportation gate opened in the sky, and the crowd pointed and shouted, look, is that a wolf? In the sky, a wolf carrying Isaac in its mouth stood there. Raul also turned in astonishment and exclaimed incredulously, wait, that's Isaac. The wolf landed. Raul ran over calling for Isaac. Asili also called, young Master Isaac. She hesitated as she looked at the wolf and said, but young Master Lai, that wolf is a guardian drake, holding the role of protector for the relic vault. A holy drake? Raul thought in shock. She's right, that's the little drake, the creature guarding the relic vault. Though it takes the form of a wolf, the energy it emits proves it's a holy drake. Mistress, you have a close bond with dragons and summoned it to guard the relic vault. Its mere presence is noble enough. He stepped forward to look at Jock, puzzled, wondering, what was that noise? All he saw was Isaac sucking on a small bone in his mouth. Seeing this, some people shouted, Elder, could what A is holding actually be the body of the dried demon king? Why is the boy holding it? Isaac did it. That child brought back the dried demon king's body. Hearing them, Hari barked, Kina, did you give it to that brat? I don't think that was a wise move, but it's the compassion of a saint helping the house save face. As he spoke, he glanced toward Lai. Suddenly, the wolf's voice rang out, what nonsense are you spouting? No one but this child could have taken the dried demon king's body, you fool. Hearing that, Kina grew even more terrified. Hari couldn't believe it either. What? Kina recalled the scene and was still horrified. Why didn't my holy spell work? The demon lunged forward and shouted, you filthy vermin. It leapt right in front of the children, struck down with a loud roar, die. The children dared not look and fled. Kina stood frozen with fear. With a bang, smoke and dust billowed everywhere. Kina slowly opened her eyes, surprised to see the children protected by a barrier. Seeing Isaac's small arm still radiating holy power, they realized who had done it. The child of the Rasua family. The demon missed a strike and cursed in fury. You filthy cleric, how dare you covet the body of the great dried demon king? Die. It threw another punch. Isaac, furious, swung back and scolded, old man, you stupid fool, old man. Don't you even recognize your master? Back in the present, people now looked at Hari with contempt and whispered, that dragon wouldn't lie, would it? So the Rasua child really brought it back. Then what did Kina do? Suddenly D'Isle stepped forward and said, but isn't this dragon extremely dangerous? The 14 retainers aren't demons kids can handle. Why did you remove its seal? The wolf replied smugly, oh, the 14 retainers. That white-headed brat asked me to lift the seal. The children calmed and pointed at Kina, accusing, yes, Kina ordered the dragon to activate all the traps in the third vault. He dragged us along and put us in danger. The people surrounded Hari and accused him. So our children almost died because of Kina. How could someone from the Holy Pope's clan do such a thing? If Isaac hadn't defeated the demon, things would have been worse. Wait, does that mean the Joshua child defeated the Holy Pope's clan child? Isn't that wonderful? A child who isn't even a saint yet is already that powerful. So the rumors that the Joshua family is about to return are true. The more Hari heard them, the angrier he became, grinding his teeth. Raul was both relieved and worried, thinking, Jock, you really did a very good thing. Just then, some elders came over to coax him. Little one, that bone is dangerous. Could you be a little more obedient this time? But Isaac stubbornly refused and pushed their hands away. The old bones elders exclaimed in disbelief, oh my, how strong is this child? Kim Isaac, someone privately thought, I have so much mana now, maybe it's from the will to survive, but I was able to absorb it almost instantly. Unable to extract anything from Isaac, one person went over to Ryle and said, Isaac did very well, the mistress will be very pleased to hear this. Ryle forced a smile and replied, yes. She then added slyly, with that, we can finally track down the soul of the dried demon king using divination magic. From afar, Isaac heard and choked, wait, is this why they wanted my body? He looked again at the elders in horror. Their voices sounded like soul-seeking demons. Bring it here, everyone. Go find the dried demon king and tear him apart. Isaac panicked and backed away. What the hell is going on? One old man, blushing, said, At last we can avenge the grievance of 150 years. Bring it here. But Isaac ordered the wolf to sit down, then took the opportunity to swallow the bone into his stomach. Quickly urged the wolf to fly off, cursing inwardly, You crazy lot, I hope I never have to see you again. The next day in the clan's great hall, a group of elders gathered to ask, Have you found it yet? The old woman from before said, I don't think it's here. After a while she collapsed again and lamented, Why hasn't it appeared? Not far away, Isaac ground his teeth and muttered angrily, Keep searching all day and see if you find it. Still, what happened in the relic vault weighed more on my mind. He recalled the fight with that demon. After Isaac sent it flying back, it panicked and in demon tongue cried out, Master, is this mana yours, master? When I heard the news of your death, I thought my world had collapsed, but deep down I always knew you would return to us. Master, I need to serve you. Master has been captured. At that point, the demon vanished. Isaac tried desperately to get it to continue but failed, angrily cursing, Damn it, if you're going to speak, at least say it clearly. I still have many questions for you. Back in the present, he rubbed his chin and analyzed. The ones who captured him were from the Holy Pope's clan, right? I need to investigate this. Just as he thought this, a bottle of milk was brought before him, making Isaac start awake. Ryle went berserk and shouted, Hey, hurry, bring some laxative, something strong. Seeing this, Whisper laughed like it was harvest time, while Isaac grimaced and cursed, This damned clan, one day I'll wreak havoc on them. An old man worriedly cried out, If the mistress finds out about this, we're doomed. She might even gut the boy. Ryle calmed down and reassured him, Calm down, elder, it'll be fine. Although she once dissected one of her own sons, after all the boy is still her grandson. Mentioning this made the two of them even more terrified. Even her son was. Over there, Whisper said, But didn't Melissa go on a pilgrimage with the mistress here? Aya replied, Yes, they'll be gone for a while, so I just need to absorb all the mana before Melissa returns, then I'll run. Suddenly, the door to the room was opened by Gull. He strode in and shouted, Right, come out here immediately. The mistress is calling for you. That sentence made Aya start. What? Ryle was equally alarmed. My mother is back, but she's never returned early from a pilgrimage like this. Isaac was sweating, swearing under his breath. Damn it, did they come back early because of me? I haven't finished absorbing the mana yet. This is bad. Knowing Melissa's temperament, she'll certainly tear me apart. After a while, gold, silver, and jewels were displayed in the room. The elders asked in disbelief, Are all these gifts for Ijak? Ryle sighed, I thought the mistress herself would come. Go joked back, Are you scared? She isn't back. She only sent a voice message saying she'd return with the master. Besides, I never said she had arrived. Hearing his calm tone, Ijak ground his teeth and cursed, You damned bastard. Suddenly, a blonde soldier entered and reported, It seems the Holy Pope also sent gifts. Upon hearing that, two elders spat and swore, Damn them. The blonde soldier was confused by the scene. The Pope's envoys will hear you. They're waiting just outside. No sooner had he finished than someone entered, smiling. The Emperor is very concerned about this incident, so these gifts were prepared by the Pope's people as an apology and a token of thanks to the Jos Rasua family. But it seems the Rasua family doesn't much like the Pope's gift. However, everyone will surely like this one. The Cardinal said it would be of great help to Ijak. Seeing the item inside, the elders stammered, Is that the Tri-Army General? Ijak asked in confusion, What the hell is that? Whisper answered, It's a medal. Elsewhere, the old men crowded together and murmured, A medal from the Pope? Impossible. Suddenly the man cried out, Lord Ryle, please accept it. It's meant for Isaac. Isaac couldn't understand it, looking at the man thinking, It's mine. Why is he giving it to my uncle? Ryle, trembling with anger, shouted, He really said to give this to me and not Ijak. The man smiled and replied, Yes, I was ordered to ensure it was handed to you. Hearing that, Ryle grew even angrier. One elder couldn't hold back and leapt out swearing, You're giving something that belongs to Isaac to another family member. Are you insane? Do you know that giving a medal to another member implies that the original recipient is dead? At that explanation, both Isaac and Whisper were startled. The man smiled again and said, What? Oh dear, please don't misunderstand the Pope's good intentions. I was instructed to do so simply because he's too young. The old man from earlier wouldn't give up and snarled, Then what about the thing on the medal's ribbon? Don't the Pope's people know that a sunflower signifies the medal recipient is deceased? The more Ijak heard, the angrier he became. Do they want me dead or what? The Pope is insane. The old woman rushed in swearing, Damn it, that Pope and his clan dare openly mock us over Jua's curse. Seeing the tension, Go stepped in to mediate. Calm down, elders, we can't be hasty like this. He was immediately shouted at, How are we supposed to calm down, Go? Go forced a smile and replied, That could be interpreted as the Rasua family publicly hostile toward the Pope's family. If this gets blown up, it won't be good for our clan. He left the rest unsaid in his heart. Frankly, we should know our place. This was surely arranged by the Cardinal on purpose. Even though I'm allied to their family by marriage, this is still filthy. Anyway, this also means Galia and that brat won't be able to do anything anymore. That's convenient for me. Thinking that, Go ordered, what are you standing around for? Ryle, go accept it and be grateful. Ryle shouted in irritation, but older brother, go cut him off, what's there to be angry about? Isaac disagreed too, waving his hand dismissively, thinking, this won't do. Immediately, the metal in the box suddenly burst into flames, the flames growing larger and drawing everyone's attention. The person holding the box couldn't stand the heat and threw it away. Go exclaimed in disbelief, that's holy fire. A blue flame enveloped the metal, lifting it up high. The Pope's men panicked. Who cast the holy fire? The metal. They looked over and saw one of Isaac's arms raised, a faint holy fire on it. His cocky face couldn't hide it. He grinned at the man. So they no longer cared who did it and pushed Isaac forward to perform the ritual. The Pope's men, terrified, clutched their arms and stood up, angrily shouting, what is the meaning of this? This is the medal personally bestowed by the Pope. Are you planning to defy him? The old men feigned regret and wailed, you mean we did this on purpose? The child is so young, what could he know? You'd punish Isaac, a child who wouldn't even accept the medal. Unfortunately, this happened before the boy received the medal, so just pretend we were never presented with it. Hearing that, the man shouted in disbelief, what, are you mad? The elders then united in threat, or do you want? Ryle held out the charred medal and asked him, we accepted the medal sent by the Pope himself. Despite the fact it was melted by a child's toy fire, the elders chimed in, lamenting, the metal really melted, oh my. Seeing they couldn't argue with the group, the Pope's man tried to reconcile. Please give it back to me, I must have handed over the wrong item. Ryle threw it back, but the metal suddenly burst into flames. The fire leapt onto the man as well, burning him, despite his screams as he was burned. The old men turned to tease Isaac affectionately, oh my, our little Ijak is so mischievous. Isaac, pinched on the cheek, cursed under his breath, get off me or I'll burn you right now. After a while, the man finally managed to put out the fire and stood up, fuming. He didn't dare stay any longer, running back while shouting, you damn schemers, remember this. Immediately, the mournful expressions of the old men vanished. They cheered and joked, well done, Isaac, thanks to you I feel much relieved. One even stepped forward to instruct Go, throw away that disgusting metal. Then he threw his head back and laughed. The mistress should have seen the look on that bootlicker of the Pope just now. The others chimed in, well done. Ryle, you were behind all this, weren't you? Using holy fire was a brilliant idea. Ryle looked bewildered. What? Another elder came up and whispered, don't play dumb, kid, you're the one who cast the holy fire, right? Ryle broke into a sweat and asked back, wasn't it you elders who did it? Hearing him, the elders were stunned and began turning on each other with questions. Didn't you also cast a holy spell on the boy when he entered the relic archive? I only cast an invisible magic. What about the speed Isaac used? How could the boy do that? After some talk, they all looked in one direction like facing a monster, murmuring, could it be that this child has cast all those holy spells? The ancient scripture, a legendary treasure that allows its user to instantly learn and cast the spells contained within. Ajak recalled, marveling, it was definitely the right move to take this book from the archive. Although it's weaker than the fire magic I used as the dried demon king, it's still quite useful. The elders, unable to find an answer, returned to discuss. Could the boy's mother have used holy magic? Is Isaac's mother a pyromancer? She's actually the opposite. Then he's beyond talented. It's like someone who can compose poetry without ever learning to write. Even the genius Saint Melissa had to learn to read before casting her first holy spell. Hearing the old men mutter, Jack joined in complaining, what's all the noise about? This is getting intolerable. Just then, Asili cried out, pardon me, elders, but isn't it even more surprising that he nullified the Pope's blessing? The elders rushed toward her, eyes brightening as they replied, that's right, you're sharp. The elder who had ordered the medal thrown yelled, hand over the medal, I must inspect it personally. Ryle replied, yes, elder. Before he finished, he couldn't find the medal and cried helplessly, it's not here. The elder flew into a rage and shouted, what? It was clearly just here. Go stood back and cleared his throat, I threw it away. The elder who told me to do that should not have said so. That elder helplessly ordered, gather people and search for it. Go didn't bother to go, standing there he thought slyly, I didn't expect that brat could melt the Pope's medal, an object made from an unmeltable metal. We can't let the master know about this. Let's see how they can prove anything without evidence. A few days later, in the western duchy of Rakshua, the head of the Rakshua family returned. He ordered his descendants, although the manor is not far now, do not let your guard down, understand. Looking at the layer of ice he himself had frozen, the head frowned and murmured something under his breath. At the same time, inside the family's manor, the elders turned ashen and murmured, why hasn't the body of the dried demon king appeared yet? Isaac was blissed out beside a pile of laxatives, smiling contentedly, thanks, feels like a tonic to me. The elders collapsed again, heads bowed as they lamented, 3 laxative pills and 500 fruits from the Julius clan as well. Hearing them, Isaac remarked, those fruits are tasty. I heard they increase affinity with sacred beasts. Sacred beasts, creatures that assist in battle, there's no reason not to befriend them. I'll need their help to defeat the Pope and the gods in the future. Surely the Rakshua clan must have one right. Thinking that, Isaac panicked in disbelief. Outside the window, a giant whale was rising into the sky. That was the Joshua clan's sacred beast, Terran Blom. Just then, a voice echoed from outside the door. Please wait a moment, or would you prefer to dine first? The Lord ignored them and directly opened the door to enter. The elders saw him and bowed in salute. Hail, Master, hail, Master. Watching the man approach, Isaac took him in at a glance. Is that the head of the Joshua clan, my grandfather? Holy crap, look at the aura of survival radiating from him. I have a good feeling about this. Suddenly, Dial stepped forward to block him and reported, Father, please wait a moment. Cutting Isaac open won't solve anything. Isaac thought smugly, don't worry, my dear uncle, there's no way he'd cut me open, right? But the master paid no attention. Pointed directly at Isaac, his voice cold as ice, throw him into the sea of fire. Hearing that, Isaac froze, stunned. Ryle panicked and shouted, no, father. Isaac also cried out in fear, what's wrong with the survival aura? Why roast me? Are you insane? So only my uncle stood on my side. Ryle loudly defended, the boy is still too young to be thrown into the fire. Hearing that, Isaac snapped angrily, so if I grow a bit more I can be tossed into the flames? Sounds like I'm doomed either way. Ryle continued pleading, Father, please reconsider. Go ran over to add, yes, that's right, rewarding him like that is far too generous to the brat. Isaac lost it and cursed, how the hell is that a reward? Then Joe spoke up, indeed, if we throw Isaac into the fire we could reclaim the body of the dried demon king and the boy might grow stronger from the fire's blessing. But please give us a little more time. Go sneered again, or we could just cut his belly open. Ryle suggested instead, or dunk the boy in water. Hearing that suggestion, Isaac exploded in rage. You lunatics, go to hell. Go kept offering his opinion, that can't happen. The fire and water of the shrine are Joshua clan's secret treasures used to nurture a saintess, and you suggest using them on a useless, snot-nosed kid. Ryle retorted, useless? How can you say that? Hearing this, Isaac realized a little. The way he objects like that, it seems those things would be good for me. Go babbled on, Suri is the one worthy to receive them. Remember, Suri defeated the demon in the relic archive. Ryle argued back, what are you saying? It was Isaac who defeated that demon. Even the holy dragon spoke up for the boy. Go replied, that dragon must be mistaken. How could a toddler who hasn't even learned to walk accomplish all that? Ryle snapped, don't get cocky, brother, this has gone too far. Isaac even used holy fire to scorch the metal sent by the Pope. We witnessed that ourselves. Are you going to deny it too? Go didn't care and argued stubbornly. Who knows whether you and the elders colluded beforehand? Besides, there's no evidence at all. Suddenly the master interrupted, a medal. He pulled that medal from his coat pocket and asked, is it this thing? The only one connected to the divine is the Pope, and an object blessed by that figure is called a blessing medal. Looking at the medal in the master's hand, Isaac was a bit puzzled. Even as the dried demon king, I couldn't melt it so easily. How could this happen? Is it because I'm born stronger in this life? At that moment, Ryle shouted in astonishment, how did you find it, father? The master replied casually, I picked it up on my way here. Seems like it was at the bottom of Lake Elisva. On hearing this, Rye exclaimed happily, look, father, the boy carries a flame capable of melting the Pope's emblem. Isaac smugly thought to himself, that's right, now you can prove that the Rot-Shua clan surpasses the Pope. Ryle added, he can even withstand the dried demon king's flame. An elder joined in, indeed, master, this child will surely become an excellent dried demon king hunter. Ryle continued, weren't many civilians hurt by the dried demon king who had been hiding until recently? The elder agreed, exactly, if we ignore this, the era of the dried demon king will rise. Hearing them, Whisper said dejectedly, whether now or in the past, it seems impostors of him still run rampant, master. Isaac sighed, I'm wondering who they could be, but never mind, the more attention they draw, the more it benefits us. Whisper agreed enthusiastically, that makes sense. Suddenly Joe's voice rang out, not just now, father, think about what happened 70 years ago. The dried demon king came to the Rot-Shua clan and cursed us. Hearing that, Isaac flinched in disbelief. What? Ryle ground his teeth and recounted. He came to us and declared he would destroy the Saintess's bloodline. Just thinking of that curse makes my blood boil. Whisper laughed, if that happened 70 years ago, then it couldn't have been you, master. You died 150 years ago. Isaac, ignoring the jab, mused, a curse on the bloodline, so that's why they keep saying I can't live long. But never mind, a curse from a common demon is child's play to me. I just need to suppress it with higher grade mana and it won't affect me. Suddenly the elders said, even if that curse doesn't kill us, it will suppress vitality, cause erectile dysfunction, or stunt development. That's why many people live their whole lives without growing a single hair. At the mention of hair, Isaac flew into a rage and vowed, I'll definitely kill that fake bastard. Whisper taunted, baldness can be hereditary, you know. Isaac snapped, can't you see the master and Rye have full heads of hair, damn you. Suddenly the master stepped before Isaac and said, a curse. With eyes so reddened, the boy must be cursed too. Fire and flowing water won't be enough. Hearing them, Isaac grew anxious. What's this, guys? You're making me a bit worried. The master paused a moment and said, I will grant the boy a holy spirit. The moment he said it, everyone was startled. What? Isaac was also astonished. A holy spirit? You mean those creatures that can only be possessed when bestowed? I really needed to reach the transcendent level, a rank even the gods can't touch me at. It's a wonderful gift. With a holy spirit, I'll become transcendent and punch those arrogant deities in the face. Gogo couldn't stand it and objected. A holy spirit? That's too much favoritism. Father, isn't that a reward reserved for those who have brought great glory to our clan? What has this child done for us? Even if it really did melt the metal, that's just a blatant provocation against the Pope. Do you think they'll easily let that slide? Hearing this, Isaac ground his teeth and cursed. Not you again, why don't you shut up and get cursed? Suddenly the master glanced at him and growled. So Go, when they sent that so-called gift, what did you do? Go flinched, too scared to answer. The master continued. Those heretics dared to insult us inside this very manor, yet you not only brought them back safely, but now you stand up to defend them. What exactly have you done besides bullying your little nephew? And now you intend to obstruct the boy. Even wild beasts protect their own. Don't you remember that the Rot-Shua clan was founded on protecting the weak? This little child should be sheltered and cared for, yet he could help us restore our honor. Isn't that an example of bringing glory to the Joshua clan? Call everyone to the main manor. I will bestow a blessing on Isaac. A few days later, inside the clan manor, Ryle led a few people in and asked confusedly, Father, you're not simply bestowing him, what do you mean? The master turned his back and said, you don't understand. If we push the boy into the fire or water to expel the dried demon king from him, the boy will be harmed. The shrine's fire and flowing water have strong anti-demon properties, so the boy wouldn't be able to learn any exorcism rites. Ryle, sweating, asked, so the boy can't advance beyond a level 5 cleric? The master replied, yes, the boy will forever be stuck at level 4. He produced 3 gems and said, I'll let Isaac choose between fire, water, or a holy spirit. That will be enough as a test. Go was secretly pleased at the suggestion. Is that so? I knew he wouldn't easily grant that boy a holy spirit. The master placed the 3 gems before Isaac and said, Isaac and Ryle standing nearby tensed, thinking to themselves, energy of fire, water, and holy spirit. Isaac, choose the white gem, boy. Please pick it, Isaac, but Isaac instead picked up the red gem. He raised it curiously to admire it. Ryle immediately froze. Go nudged him and mocked, don't be so disappointed. Even a last rank level 4 ward will bring some prestige. Before he finished speaking, a strong light burst forth. The red gem in his hand cracked and broke, releasing a gigantic flame. The onlookers cried out in shock, what, isn't that the shrine's fire? Within the flame, the spectral image of a person gradually formed. Ryle bloated in terror. It's an arrogant deity hovering in the air looking down. The elders stepped back and shouted, it's a holy spirit. Go couldn't believe it and ran over to demand, what's going on, father? Why is there a holy spirit in that gem? The master calmly looked and said, don't panic, Go said there was only one holy spirit. The roots of the Joshua clan are of water, but for a child who can create a fire hot enough to melt the Pope's gold. I planted a trap even within this test. It seems the boy chose correctly. Even so, this was beyond my expectations. The deity was now going berserk, erupting flames and bellowing, are you out of your mind? Ai la Joshua, you dare summon a royal tier being like me to the mortal realm. The more he roared, the angrier he became, continuously spitting flames everywhere. The elders dared not watch any longer and fled, urging one another, quickly use defensive holy magic. Go shouted in panic, Father, you summoned a royal tier. Do you intend to burn our whole land to ashes? The master tense pointed and replied, it wasn't me. It was this child who did it. That brat is really trying to turn this place into his own grave. Isaac heard him and could only lament his bad luck. The fire spread wider and pushed the people back to avoid it. Isaac muttered angrily, I only meant to add a bit of holy power to summon a mid-tier. Why did it call out a royal tier? Whisper threw up his hands and asked, what on earth were you made from? Isaac grew even more flustered. I wondered what I might summon if I pushed it a little. As he thought that, both he and Whisper were surprised to see the deity now losing control and charging into the fray, the released flames growing larger, prompting Whisper to cry out with joy. Anti-demon flames, that's it. A fire that can convert mana into holy power. It will be very useful to you, master. Isaac froze but agreed, true, but how can I make her submit to me? Watching the deity burn the crowd, Whisper suggested, do it the traditional way. AI frowned and analyzed. Moreover, royal tier holy spirits are connected to the celestial realm, and I still can't get too close to those damn gods. Whisper also helpless, right, after all holy spirits have close ties to the gods. Just then, a loud shout rang out. My god, master, drive her away. That holy spirit is so crazy even the gods would abandon her. The master remained calm, stroking his chin and murmuring, if I'm hated just for my hair color, then perhaps I've already broken with the gods. Maybe you can't trust anything with black hair. Isaac, surprised at this, said, so that's why this holy spirit was discarded. The holy spirit heard their words and angrily spat. Silence. You weak humans, what the hell are you thinking? You dare summon me with a subjugation ritual? The master, ignoring her tantrum, replied coldly, I did not call you. The Holy Spirit then bellowed, "Ridiculous, you must have used your authority as master to summon me." The master paid no mind and pointed at Isaac, "That boy over there." Hearing that, she fell silent and looked over, seeing the one he pointed to. She screamed louder, "Are you insane? You sacrificed a child to summon me." The master replied coldly, "I would never do such a thing." She pointed at Jack and said, "Even if your clan has fallen, it wouldn't have gone this far. What did you do to this infant?" But looking more closely, she hesitated and asked nervously, "What on earth is wrong with this brat?" Isaac greedily reached toward her, determined, not only powerful but hostile to the gods. "I must have her. I'll use you as my mana filter." Sensing something amiss, she condensed a fireball and hurled it, shouting, "Fine, I'll test this myself. If this child truly summoned me through a subjugation ritual, then he'll survive this attack." The fireball lunged at Isaac, but no one stepped forward to stop it. Only when it struck did Dulai startle and shout, "Isaac." The Holy Spirit, seeing this, was secretly pleased. "Let it be, I'll finish it off cleanly." Before she finished, she saw Isaac unharmed and greedily crawling toward her. The master said coldly, "Now do you believe? This nursing infant is the one who summoned you here. Now choose, make a pact with this child or refuse and accept punishment." Hearing that, she gritted her teeth, unwilling to choose. As she flew down to where Isaac was crawling and tried to explain, "Do you think a holy spirit of my rank cares about that punishment? This is even better. I'm already here. I'll burn down the Raswa clan and enjoy my freedom. Look at your lands burning, you stupid whale." While she was speaking, someone lunged forward, opened wide, and swallowed the woman in one bite. These words stunned the crowd. They hurried forward to stop it. "AC, you can't eat that," she screamed in fury, "you crazy brat." She couldn't break free and helplessly waited for those outside to rescue her, but no one did, only advising, "Don't swallow this time." That only made her angrier and she cursed loudly. "Have you all lost your minds? How have you been caring for this child? Just wait, you bastards, I'll withdraw now, but I will repay this debt." Hearing that, AIJSCK stopped licking and said, "Oh ho," planning to teleport. Inside its mouth, the Holy Spirit slammed its hand and shouted, "See you later, you sons of bitches." But nothing happened, leaving the crowd bewildered. Whisper beamed with satisfaction and teased, "Oh my." She didn't understand either and asked why couldn't it? Suddenly, a familiar surge of energy shot straight at her. To the onlookers, it looked like holy power, but the Holy Spirit screamed in rage, "Damn it, that's dark mana." The master forced a smile and explained, "Ah," the boy swallowed a thumb of the dried demon king. She went berserk and howled, "What the hell did you feed this child?" AI thought to himself with satisfaction, holy spirits are the purest beings in the holy realm, embodiments of holy power and extremely weak against dark mana. As he guessed, once a bit of dark mana surged over her, she couldn't withstand it and clamped her mouth, crying out, "Damn, I'm losing my power, I feel sick. Gag, stop it, please stop it." The master coldly said, "Oh, what a pity, the dried demon king's power is too great for us to approach." This only annoyed her more. You all go berserk at the mention of the dried demon king, yet now you can say such nonsense. The master crouched to negotiate. "If you stay by my grandchild's side and purge all the dried demon king's dark mana, I'll take you home." She raged, "Where did you find such tasty playthings? Do you know who I am?" The master didn't care and replied, "Then feel free to stay there and be eaten." Waiting for no further response, the Holy Spirit grew a bit panicked and threatened, "You lunatics, this is why I hate all of you. If you weren't descendants of the Saintess, I would have cut ties with you long ago. Damn it, since it's come to this, I'll use this brat to destroy those damned people." Hearing that, AC kept licking and cursed, "Grandpa, those damned, what did you say?" After a while, she couldn't take it and cried out, 4 days, just let me stay with this brat for 4 days. 4 days is enough for one finger." The master pondered inwardly, only 4 days, how boring. But there was no other way. The master turned and ordered, "Open the east gate of the mansion and bring this child and the Holy Spirit inside. Allow no one to enter until the purification is complete, understood?" Hearing that, everyone panicked and tried to warn him. "The master, father, the east manor is..." Before they could finish, the master shouted to stop them. "Enough, I don't want to hear about it anymore." Isaac no longer wanted to make things difficult either. He took the sacred spirit out of his mouth, his face full of disappointment. But inside, he grinned wickedly. The East Manor sits next to the Annex, where there must be many mana cores. And so time passed quickly. At the East Manor, the Raswa family went on as usual, with an earth-shattering explosion taking place. The servants' board stood outside discussing calmly. "Isaac, it's exploded again. Is it Lord Isaac? It's more like the Lich King and his mana. Looks like the master has given up. Then the next successor will probably be Lord Go, someone of the Pope's line or his brother, right? It seems Lord Isaac has been cursed and is no longer on the succession list. But was Lord Isaac really cursed, to tell the truth? Just yesterday, a relative checked on him and ran out in fright. He even said he looked like an old bald man. Wasn't he supposed to be some kind of monster or a skeleton? Thinking back, he was locked inside there with a sacred spirit. For 10 years, right? I wonder if this manor can withstand any more ravaging. The next day, at the Joshua estate, the East Manor, like always, erupted with a loud scream, and the servants were immediately frightened and ran away. But today, a silly came to visit Isaac. She hesitated to approach the door, her hand on the knob for a long time, afraid to open it. Finally, she mustered her courage, opened the door, and called out, "Young Master Isaac, I'm here." Seeing the scene inside, she asked in confusion, "Young Master, are you all right?" Isaac had something in his mouth. Startled by Asili's call, he yanked the lollipop from his mouth. Asili exclaimed in confusion, "How strong is the Lich King's curse that you still haven't grown up?" Isaac smiled and thought to himself, "What are you talking about? I'm trying not to grow up." After all power is absorbed most efficiently as a newborn. There are innate abilities that can only be obtained at birth. Not far from there, the unlucky sacred spirit had just woken and groaned wearily. "Ugh, my whole body aches." Asili turned to greet him. "Did you sleep well?" But before she fully collected herself, she snapped, glaring at Jack and shouting, "Damn it, whatever happens today, I will cleanse all that mana. Yesterday, I nearly cleansed it all." Repeating the familiar line for almost 10 years, a surge of dark mana rose from his body again. The harmless face looked over, and the sacred spirit went mad and cursed as always. "Hey brat, why has your mana increased again?" Isaac pretended to turn away, chuckling. The sacred spirit angrily lunged forward, grabbing his collar and shouting, "You damned monster, how much of the Lich King's body did you swallow that even after 10 years of cleansing the mana hasn't decreased? Worse, it increases every time I wake up." Isaac grinned with satisfaction. "Well, that's because for 10 years I've been secretly absorbing the mana cores in the annex every night." Whisper added with a laugh, "I never expected there to be so many mana cores in the annex." "Wonderful, Master, I thought it would take 40 years, but I didn't expect you could complete it in just 10. Isaac breathed a sigh of relief. The tiring mana collection was finally over. Self-taught, his knowledge was a bit limited, but he'd trained up to 6th level holy magic. Seeing Isaac sitting silently alone, Asili worried he was upset and comforted him. "It's okay, young master, the Holy See is about to act." Isaac, puzzled, thought to himself, "The Holy See." Asili added, "The Lich King's subordinates, the 14 retinue, will all be executed. Now we can completely purify the Lich King's mana, so don't worry too much." Hearing this, Isaac jumped up and shouted, "Grandfather, no, are you crazy? I still have a lot to ask them, and you're going to execute them." Asili ignored him, placed Isaac back in the cradle, smiling, "Now have some candy and rest." The young master held his head helplessly and muttered, "That damned imposter, I have to do something about him." At that moment, laughter sounded outside the door. "Ha ha ha, you did very well." Go took Suri for a walk, praising, "Not only did you rank up, but you're also the youngest priest to be ordained. I heard the princess will also attend the ordination ceremony. Is that right? What a great honor that you, the valedictorian, have been assigned as her guard." Suri smiled brightly in response, "Of course, after all, I'm your son, it's nothing." Go puffed up with pride and laughed, "That's right, and you're modest too. My son is becoming more reliable just like me, you're so clever." Before he finished laughing, he couldn't see Suri anywhere and called out in confusion, "Huh, Suri, Suri." At that moment, Suri was being teleported away, crying and screaming loudly, and landed face first on the ground right in front of Isaac's cradle. Still indignant and not understanding what happened, the familiar voice rang out, "Hey, Suri." Isaac leapt up, stood on the edge of the cradle, looking down imperiously and shouted, "Do you want to die? Every time you open your mouth you make things up. Do you think your life will be over after you graduate the academy?" Suri flushed with shame and cursed inwardly, "It's that crazy name again." Isaac lectured loudly, "Remember, it's thanks to my training that you could rank up and score high on the exam. And now you act like you're something special." Suri protested, pounding his chest, "I worked hard too. Do you think becoming valedictorian is easy?" Isaac snapped, "With your level, that's impossible, you idiot." Suri dared not argue and stammered in agreement, "Why yeah, that's true." Isaac rubbed his chin, thinking, maybe I should start preparing for the priest ordination ceremony. After all, most holy spells require ordination before they can be used. Thinking that, Isaac jumped down and cried out, "Hey Suri, I need your help." Suri, startled, asked, "Me, what now?" But when he saw Isaac's grim face, he quickly put on a smile and asked, "What do you need help with?" Isaac curled his lips and said, "Hand over everything you have, your prize money from the quiz competition, and the allowance you get from Go." Suri cried but could only scold inwardly, "He's really a demon." Isaac, as if reading Suri's thoughts, said, "I thought so too." "Ah, what about the matter of the Lich King's subordinates being executed?" Isaac asked further. Suri replied wearily that, after the incident at the Relic Archive, they stopped obeying orders. Since they looked like they were just waiting to die, they decided to eliminate them. Isaac, surprised, asked, "Really? No choice, I must get it this year." Suri asked in astonishment, "Get what?" Isaac answered, "The priest ordination." Suri nearly burst out laughing. But when he saw Isaac's fist raised, he stifled his laughter and explained, "You haven't even enrolled in the academy yet, and you want ordination." No sooner had he finished than he took a smack from Isaac, who said coldly, "Try laughing again." Suri foolishly replied, "I wouldn't dare." A moment later, Suri hesitated and said, "Actually, there is a recommendation system. Coincidentally, the academy professors will be here. If you receive a recommendation letter and pass the exam, you can be ordained as a priest. But you must perform a great deed to prove your virtue." Isaac immediately scoffed, "Wow, a perfect system for backdoor deals." Before he could enjoy it, Suri added, "But your character is terrible." Isaac flared up, about to explode, when Whisper chimed in, "At least this bastard can judge people." Isaac promptly shut it up, then heard Suri continue. "You have to save a life to be recommended. The higher the person's status, the greater the chance of selection. But what are the odds someone important will be in danger at the right moment for you to rush in and save them?" Isaac didn't bother and muttered, "Counting time, so there's only 1 month left." He asked, "The princess will attend this ordination ceremony too, right?" Suri sensed something was wrong but still replied, "Yes." Isaac grinned wickedly and said, "Isn't the princess an extremely important figure?" The next day, at the Joshua estate in the training grounds, Rai stood at the gate and shouted, "Hurry up, Isaac won't come to the capital." Two family members began to persuade, "Your Grace, this year is different from previous years. He absolutely must attend the founding festival. This is the year when saintly candidates will be ordained as priests." Raul heard this and fell silent, deep in thought. The two, seeing this, elaborated. "Over the past 10 years, while other candidates have achieved great feats, young Master Isaac hasn't even shown himself. Yes, he displayed extraordinary skills at the Relic Archive 10 years ago. I hear young Master Isaac lives in the East Manor. Like the Saintess is right, I'm really eager to see how much he has matured. As a lecturer at the Academy, teaching young Master Isaac is my lifelong dream. Also, this ordination coincides with the princess's birthday, so the Pope will personally preside over the ceremony." Hearing this, Rai calculated inwardly. The Pope. The other added, "He will bestow the title of hero on those who are ordained." Rai fell into thought again. Receiving the hero title will significantly increase a person's power domain. That's a huge benefit. But Rai still disagreed, replying, "Isaac is not old enough to be ordained." They were dissatisfied and said, "If he is that talented, does age really matter?" After saying this, the two looked at Doi Lai with sparkling eyes, awaiting his decision. Rai put his head in his hands and sighed, finally agreeing, "All right then." Hearing that, the two brightened visibly. But Doi Lai sneered and said, "But you will be held responsible. So the gang boss will be out causing chaos at the founding festival again." As usual, Isaac's manor will explode several times due to clashes with dark mana. An old man in the distance quietly observed the scene over there, and thought to himself, so it's there. Even the Pope can only summon the Spirit King once, yet that kid was able to summon one through a subjugation ritual, and it was an exorcising sacred spirit to boot. A fire spirit with black hair, chances are it's a guardian emissary of the celestial realm. A sacred spirit cannot become a spirit king because of its evil nature. The Pope and his family love collecting spirit creatures. Once they see one, they'll go crazy. If I manage to steal this sacred spirit and hand it over to them, I'll definitely be handsomely rewarded. I've also prepared something that can neutralize divine mana. If I can suppress that brat's divine mana, the Lich King's dark mana will certainly go berserk. Then I just need to slip the sacred spirit away during the chaos. A moment later, a voice sounded outside Isaac's room. "This room, Professor." He was invited in. The servants cried out joyfully, "Finally we can meet the young master." "Yes, indeed. Oh, young Master Isaac." Just as they said, he looked no different from 10 years ago. Hearing the sound, AI Jax turned his head, broke into a radiant smile, and cried out, "Old Granddad, please come in. Here are my recommendation letters." Seeing this, the crowd couldn't contain themselves and exclaimed, "Ah, my heart, we must take him to the academy right now." Only the old man stepped forward, gritting his teeth as he looked at AI, thinking, "Does this little fox dare to charm people? I'll use all my power to drive the Lich King's dark mana mad." AI Jax kept looking at him with gleaming eyes. The old man clenched him in his heart and shouted inwardly, "Now go crazy." But he waited and nothing happened. He looked down and saw Isaac mischievously winking at him, making a face. The old man's face went pale in confusion as he wondered, why did nothing happen? I released enough divine mana to make the dark mana lose control. At that moment, the sacred spirit leapt onto AI and shouted, "Hey, you annoying brat, what are you waiting for? Kill that damned cleric already. Why release so much divine mana?" The old man felt both hopeful and anxious. There it is, a royal grade sacred spirit. This is my chance. He pulled from his sleeve a cloth wrapped in dark mana, slowly wiped AI Jax's face and said, It seems the weather is rather hot today." AI Jax sniffed and was surprised. What's that smell?" His face turned ugly as he cursed the bastard inwardly. On the other side, the sacred spirit suddenly clutched its throat and started coughing violently. Seeing that, the others exclaimed in surprise, "Sacred spirit, what's wrong?" She couldn't bear it and emitted a large amount of purified dark mana. She lost control, grew larger, and glared at the people. The old man immediately shouted, "Is the Lich King's dark mana going berserk?" The others were also terrified. "This is dangerous, Professor." Outwardly, the old man feigned fear, but inwardly he was pleased. "Good, now I just need to smuggle this berserk sacred spirit out." He chose the moment and crushed the gem in his hand, condensed a fireball in his palm, and silently spoke its name. Soul-breaking flame. Immediately, a column of fire shot straight toward the struggling sacred spirit, but the flame that struck her automatically rebounded and returned to the old professor, leaving him astonished. Instantly, he was burned by the very fire he'd created and screamed in agony. AI Jax felt smug inwardly. What do you think you're doing using fire like that? The screams inside made Doi Lai and Asili rush in, terrified, shouting, AI Jack's young master. Seeing that enough people had come in, Isaac rubbed his chest and thought, looks like this should do, right? Good, now there are enough witnesses. He sat cross-legged in a show of seriousness and drew the dark mana back into his body. The sight froze the panicking crowd in place with fright. They exclaimed in disbelief, is young Master Ajak absorbing the mana? Yes, he's calming the frenzy. After a while, Isaac looked at them with sparkling eyes, happily thinking to himself, so the mana issue is settled. He snapped his fingers and ordered the sacred spirit, you there, stop it now. The dark mana shrouding the sacred spirit dispersed at once. Seeing this, everyone gasped, Cyan holy power, oh my god. The sacred spirit isn't berserk anymore. The spirit slowly shrank back down and fell. And realizing she was unharmed, looked a bit surprised. But the others shouted, incredible, he's controlling the Lich King's dark mana, and he even soothed the berserk sacred spirit. And with the Rasua family's Cyan holy power to boot. The sacred spirit herself couldn't believe it and wondered, what is this? Shuddering, Asili stepped up to Isaac and blurted, it's a miracle. Aja, young master, you can finally speak. I'm so proud of you. Hearing this, Isaac clutched his head and groaned, hey, is that all you care about? No one paid any attention to the old man lying scorched on the floor. They all rushed over to cheer for Isaac. Seeing that, he became even more unwilling and muttered, what the hell just happened? No sooner had he finished than the sacred spirit flew up to his face and snarled, I should be the one asking you, you lackey of the yellow faith. Who's behind this? Challenged, the old man trembled and made excuses. You misunderstand, I only came here to see young Master Isaac. The sacred spirit growled, a misunderstanding. You're dressed in fireproof gear from head to toe, and you call it a misunderstanding. From this moment on, all fire spirits will sever ties with priests of the Pope's family. Hearing that, the old man collapsed to his knees. The sacred spirit covered her mouth with a laugh and said, I only said that because I was mad, so don't get the wrong idea. With that, she flew off and the old man pleaded in fright, what? Please wait a moment. How could a sacred spirit cut off relations with priests who are linked to the gods, especially those of the Pope's family? A sacred spirit doesn't have that power, does it? She ignored his wailing and barked coldly, get lost, I cut ties with the gods long ago. I'm no longer bound by their laws. AI heard that and couldn't hide his satisfaction. The old man was about to say more, but she cut him off, cursing, get out of my sight. Then she turned to Isaac and spoke gently, and you, Isaac, you saved me with divine mana, and even brought the Lich King's dark mana under control. Now that the Lich King's dark mana has been purified, our contract is considered fulfilled. However, I'll stay by your side to repay this favor. Hearing that, Isaac laughed inwardly. That's more like it. Truly a divine being, fools who refuse to owe anyone anything. The others cheered, we'll return to the Holy See to report this. Such a child must be ordained. Isaac's face grew sleazier and he laughed inwardly. Ha ha, thanks for all the recommendation letters, darlings. A few days later, inside the clan's meeting room, Rai came in to see the head of the family. Seeing him, the head held up a paper and read aloud, the Holy See has approved Isaac's ordination. They want the boy to attend the ceremony. Ryle, surprised that fast, was the boy recommended because he saved members of the Rasua family and the academy. The head interrupted, no, the boy was recommended for saving a royal grade sacred spirit. At the mention of this, Du Lai recalled, right, after that who could object? Suddenly the head pointed to the paper and said, more importantly, ordination is like graduating from the academy. So I tested Isaac to see if he has the necessary knowledge. Unexpectedly, he scored a perfect result on all 1,600 questions. Seeing this result, Ryle was overjoyed, a perfect score. Nothing could be better, besides now the boy can walk and speak. But the head sighed in concern, lamenting that his attitude was somewhat poor. Now we only need to test Isaac's character. Most will pass, except for some pathological cases or criminals. Ryle beamed with excitement. I remember. It's a test using holy magic to force the person to tell the truth, right? The head flipped another sheet to see how the boy answered. The question read, what do you think of the family that gave you birth and raised you? Isaac answered, I will conquer it. All of it is mine. Ryle excitedly, oh, strong will, the head approved. At first I was taken aback, but such ambition befits someone of our clan. The second question was, what will you do after you're ordained? Isaac replied, I'll chew the heads off those damned gods, of course. This answer left the two speechless. Then the third question, what are your goals and aspirations as a priest of the holy nation of Helen? Isaac answered, I will destroy this nation. Seeing the answer, Ryle's eyes nearly popped out. He was still bewildered, pointing at the paper when the head cleared his throat. Ahem, only you and I know these results. If Isaac takes a similar test again, Ryle clutched his head and groaned, the boy would certainly be executed for heresy. Seeing Jia Lai grasp the seriousness of the situation, the head slapped the table and decided, I will go to the ordination in his place. Do not let Isaac leave the house during that time, understood? That brat needs to be properly disciplined first. That night inside Isaac's room, Whisper shyly called, Master, have you decided? Isaac replied contentedly, of course. His tiny hand grabbed a cloth bundle, dramatically wrapped the package and crawled out the window with a smile. I'm off. The next day at the capital's Academy Roman. Inside the Holy Magic Department, someone said aloud, I hear this time a 10-year-old boy will be ordained. The children whispered in surprise, really? How did he get ordained so early? Looks like this year's graduation ceremony will be interesting. As soon as this was said, a red-haired kid burst out laughing. Nai sits arrogantly before the kids and sneers. A child who can't even walk, what kind of ordination is that? Another kid, not understanding, asked, what do you mean he can't walk? Nai replied casually, exactly that. That boy hasn't grown a bit in 10 years. He's cursed by the Lick King. How could he possibly grow up? Saying that, he turned his head to taunt, right, Suri? A kid like that getting ordained, it's probably just an honorary title. The others laughed and chimed in, oh, is that so? Suri took the hit while sitting there, having no choice. He sighed. What a nuisance. He was finally quiet for a bit and now this starts. But Nai wouldn't let it go and turned back to mock. Must be great being from the saintly family. Even a useless brat gets ordained. What a disgrace. Hearing this, Suri couldn't hold it in any longer. His face darkened. He stood up and hissed inwardly, that bastard, how dare he? At that moment, another kid walked in and shouted, do you think the Holy See is a joke, near Sepet? Besides, the recommendation Isaac accepted came from Duke Leon Cet, your father. I didn't think you'd be stupid enough to insult your own father. Caught by Kina's retort, Nai angrily snapped, shut up, you aren't even a student anymore, what are you doing here? Kina replied nonchalantly, I didn't want to come either, I was just invited. After all, I was asked to guide you as an advisor and holy magic instructor. This left the other kids stunned. After saying that, Kina turned his attention to Suri. Suri, I'm really concerned about you. Suri didn't understand a thing. Kina smiled and explained that cursed Isaac can never become a priest. If the Rasua family still stands by the time you become head, maybe. But if it falls, come find me and I'll give you a menial position in the Pope's family. Those words made Suri, who had just calmed down, furious again. But he had to clench his fists and tell himself, no, stay calm, now is not the time, there's nothing I can do. Suri turned his face away and said, I don't need your help, take care of yourself. With that, Suri gloomily returned to the dormitory. A while later, inside the dormitory, Suri had thrown furniture everywhere. He grabbed his head and screamed, those damn dogs, why is this ridiculous shit happening to me? Our family didn't even bother to attend the ordination because that brat ran away. Why now, that useless bastard? I curse you to lose all your hair like the Lick King. No sooner had he finished speaking than a magic circle appeared, and a baby's arm reached out from within. Isaac's face turned dark and he growled, what did you just say? Suri saw on Theen and screamed in terror. AJ continued to bluster and challenge, lose all my hair, do you want to die? Suri, terrified, yelled, why did you crawl out of there? And how did you get here? Isaac sat with his legs crossed like a little old man and replied calmly, to be ordained, of course. The head and my uncle kept trying to stop me, so I ran away. Anyway, sorry. Look at the pulled-out feeding bottle. Suri recoiled in horror. What now? Isaac barked, that weakling, did you dare go ask for a menial job from those Pope family nobles? Before Suri could finish, he was struck in the gut, beaten Isaac while shouting curses. Shut up, how dare those bastards slander the name Joshua? After all, it's mine, only I may insult it, only I may destroy it. Suri sobbed, what the hell are you saying? After beating Suri senseless, Isaac pointed the feeding bottle and declared, remember this, Suri. I will be the one to burn the Joshua family to ashes. Suri cried out helplessly, gods of heaven and earth, please take this bastard away. Seeing Suri still resigned, Isaac jumped off the bed and shouted, don't be weak, lead the way for me. Suri cried back in panic, where are you going? Isaac cracked his fingers and replied menacingly, to smash those damn dogs who dared lay a hand on you, of course. A short while later, inside the kids' gathering area, some people saw Isaac arrive and whispered, what, who brought that brat here? Look at his hair, it's so nice. Isaac paid no mind to anyone, clutching the feeding bottle and shouting, who did it? How dare you cause trouble with a member of the Joshua family? The kids, hearing this, immediately turned their heads away as if they saw nothing. Isaac rubbed his chin and murmured to himself, that red-haired girl, I think I met her in the relic archives 10 years ago, it must be her. Hearing that, Suri rushed in and shouted, wait. He thought to himself that he had to stop him. If he caused trouble here, they'd be in big trouble. Besides, that girl is Nur's sister. She's Naki Cet. Suri leapt up hurriedly, trying to grab Isaac, but he had already darted over, landing directly in front of Naki and shouting, you there, redhead, did you cause trouble for Suri? Naki didn't bother to care and calmly replied, I never touched Suri Joshua, the one who did it was Near. Isaac didn't care either. Folding his arms, he declared, good, so you admit it. Suri, hearing from afar, tore at his hair and shouted, I told you it wasn't Near Cet. Do you even listen? Then Whisper chimed in, Master, I sense a familiar energy from this girl. Isaac confirmed with satisfaction, yes, it's indeed familiar. It's the energy of one of the 5 great patrons. Seeing Isaac keep targeting her, Naki pointed at him and challenged, you must be the Isaac from the rumors. One is a cursed child and the other a scion of the Pope's family. Looks like this year's pious pageantry won't amount to much. The Joshua family will soon be struck from the 5 faith rolls. Hearing her, Isaac thought irritably, how rude, typical servants of the 5 patrons. Suri couldn't hold back and slammed his hand down, shouting, "Jack, don't start trouble with the rival family, go home." But his words had no effect. Isaac raised a hand to stop him. "Shut up, why should I go back? Did I come here to receive my ordination?" Naki cut him off. "You'll never be ordained. Nir said he'll file an appeal to the Pope to cancel it. How could an unrecognized child be ordained?" Hearing her, Suri ground his teeth. "That bastard." Naki kept jabbering, "And with your attitude, you don't even need Nir's appeal. Sooner or later, you'll ruin yourself." At that, a servant quietly asked, "Miss, should I call the inspection officials?" Suri panicked inwardly. No, 70% of the inspectors are from the rival family. With no other option, he leapt forward, grabbed Isaac, and shouted, "Isaac, let's go now." Just then, shouts rang out outside, and a foot filled with murderous intent stepped in. After that came the gigantic body of a wolf, causing the kids to scream in terror. Monster. While the kids were scrambling to run away, Isaac smugly thought, "There it is, my insurance." Naki asked in confusion, "A monster, did it get out from the training room?" A servant rushed forward to block her and said, "It's dangerous, miss, please step back." No sooner had he said that than a shockwave hit him, and he was sent flying by a wolf's paw. That paw swung again and struck Naki's face, terrifying the girl. At that moment, Isaac grabbed the feeding bottle and shouted, "Hey, it's not that easy." He hurled the bottle at the wolf, muttering angrily, "Damn it, I've been calling you and now you finally drag yourself here." Wounded by that blow, the wolf changed its target. It bared its teeth and growled at Isaac, who was standing there. Naki regained her composure, gathered her magic, and shouted, "You damn monster." But she glared at it and snarled, "Hey, get lost." Isaac's aura radiated outward toward the wolf. Recognizing the master behind that presence, the wolf was moved to tears, and finally behaved like a small dog, happily running back outside. Seeing this, Whisper smiled in satisfaction. "That's my master. He drags a sleeping monster out, beats it to pieces, then kicks it away to show off." Isaac folded his arms and smiled. "I only do what needs to be done." Just then, the Pope's guards burst in. "Where's that monster? Stay away from that monster. It seems to have run that way. Contact the monster control team immediately." Someone concerned ran to Naki and asked, "Miss, are you all right?" Suri saw they were inspectors. He hurriedly scooped up Isaac and tried to make a quiet exit. "Ha ha, then we'll take our leave." But an inspector slapped his shoulder and held him back. "Stop right there. No one may leave until the investigation is finished." Suri grimaced and thought, "We're doomed." He awkwardly turned back and forced a smile. "Aha, we really don't know anything." Suddenly, Naki shouted loudly, "Don't do pointless things anymore." She pointed at Isaac and said, "That child saved me." That statement left Isaac and Suri dumbfounded. Naki waved off the inspectors and stepped forward to ask, "You're Isaac, right? I'm sorry for what I said earlier. But don't think I'm especially grateful to you, understand?" Seeing the girl's flushed expression, Isaac inwardly wondered, what's up with this kid? Meanwhile, the kids who had fled began to gossip among themselves. So the boy really did get a recommendation letter for saving someone. Among the crowd of kids, a blonde girl was stunned. "That child is the one my brother mentioned. She is a princess of the Holy Kingdom, Helen Slot Alex Freckhe." At the same time, at the Joshua Manor in Joe Lai's office, a voice rang out, "Oh my, why do you keep refusing, Cardinal of Thansak? Isn't it a good thing that your nephew is being ordained? Let the boy attend the ordination ceremony." The family head, displeased, replied, "Get lost." The voice didn't stop, continuing to persuade, "But the Pope will be angry." The family head didn't care and replied, "That's not my concern. My nephew will be raised at the Joshua Manor until he's grown." The other person protested, threatening, "If you lock a child like that up, it will affect his character." Hearing that, the family head gritted his teeth. "His character is already bad. There's no way to reason with him." The man changed the subject and announced, "I don't know if you've heard this, but apparently there's a child with golden hair walking around the academy." At that description, the family head realized it was Isaac and angrily shouted. Ryle replied in alarm, "Yes, father." He hurried in and asked, "What's the matter?" But he saw the family head hastily put on his coat and growl in anger. "Prepare to go to the capital immediately. We must get there before tomorrow." Ryle, stunned, objected miserably. Even by the fastest route, it would still take at least a week. The family head's face darkened as he snarled, "We have 23 hours and 48 minutes left. No more riding. We must run." The next day, in the academy dormitory in the capital, Suri desperately pounded on the door and pleaded, "Hey Isaac, what are you doing? Are you going to cram that tiny body of yours into a priest's robe? Get out now, everyone's already here. They're just going to laugh at you anyway, so hurry up. Just put it on and go back home, please." While still crying, a voice called out, "I'm done." Suri startled and blurted, "I beg you." Halfway through the sentence, he was met by Isaac's appearance, which made him widen his eyes. Then, unable to believe it, he stifled a laugh and chuckled. You, Isaac ordered, "Let's go." The last night of the founding festival, in the banquet hall for the ordination ceremony, the kids all sat properly in their places, awaiting the orders from above. Suddenly a loud voice shouted, "Everyone stand up." A foot stepped into the hall, followed by the heads of the 5 great houses entering in succession. Go saw this and stood up to applaud with the others there. But inwardly he sneered, "Those are the heads of the 5 great houses. The future headship of the Joshua family and the title of Cardinal of Than Sak will surely be mine. Just then Ryle, out of breath, came up beside him and asked, "Am I late?" Go was surprised. Ryle, not caring, cut to the point, "Have you seen Isaac anywhere?" Go showed irritation and replied, "Why would you look for him here? He's probably at home. And don't tell me you ran all the way here." Ryle replied miserably, "Yes, that's exactly what happened. Do you know where Suri is? I thought Isaac was with the boy." Go said, "I haven't seen him." No sooner had he spoken than someone shouted, "His Holiness the Pope has arrived, begin the ceremony." An old man entered from outside, followed by a group of clergy. He was Pope Giulio Barret. Seeing him enter, everyone bowed. The herald cried out, "May the blessings of the gods be with you always." As soon as the words ended, the Pope sat down on the central throne. The herald signaled, "Please be seated, my honored guests." The family head also sat down, puzzlement crossing his mind. "I don't see Isaac anywhere." The herald announced, "The ordination ceremony will begin now. Those called please step forward." The family head thought with relief, "Well, that's fine." The herald continued, "Ai Rak Shua." This made the family head pause for a beat. No one answered, so the herald asked again, "Is Isaac Roswa here?" Still no response. The family head happily raised his glass and drank, inwardly relieved. "If he's not coming, don't call him. His name should have been removed earlier. He's not here. Move on quickly." Just as he was feeling pleased, a noise from outside echoed in, causing the family head to choke on his drink. Go scowled and hissed, "What a brat, how dare that kid show his face here." At the doorway a youth entered, followed by Suri looking utterly miserable. This was Isaac in his adolescent form, after unsealing the child. The family head's face darkened at his arrival. He smashed his goblet. The Joshua family patriarch ground his teeth and sprang to his feet. Isaac paid it no mind and stepped forward as directed. "Isaac Roswa, please step up." Hearing his name, Isaac stepped forward. Ryle couldn't contain himself and leapt to his feet, tears streaming as he sobbed, "Isaac, is that Isaac? Since when did you grow so much? And you're even wearing the ceremonial robes I prepared for you." The crowd whispered curiously, "I heard he was still a child. Can the Joshua family have such a strong child? Could he have broken the Dry Demon King's curse already? Wow, he's so handsome." Near couldn't believe it and jumped up shouting, "What the hell is happening? Why is he suddenly so tall?" Isaac paid little heed to the chatter and simply smiled. But the family head couldn't hold back. He dug his nails into the chair back and hissed inwardly, "You damned Dry Demon King, you monster from hell. What did you do to Isaac? My nephew never smiled like that. Have you possessed the boy?" The crowd kept speculating. Has the Joshua family curse ended? If this isn't a saint, then what is? He looks blessed rather than cursed. With that, Isaac approached the Pope. The pontiff calmly spoke, "Isaac Rak Shua." Isaac stared at him and assessed, "Is this guy the Pope? He looks over 70, but his aura is like a monster's. Also, his face reminds me of the popes I've faced before. Should I deal with him now?" In the family heads and Doi Lai's minds, the preparatory question surfaced. "As a newly ordained cleric, do you have anything to say to the Pope?" Isaac replied, "Kneel down so I can behead you easily." Both remembered this and their faces turned ashen. They were terrified inwardly and cried out, "AI Jock." The family head clenched his fist, shouting inwardly, "We must stop that boy." No sooner had he thought that than he punched the table, turning it gold, then calmly wondered, "Why are my hands so slippery?" Ryle also overturned his table and screamed, "Look, there's a fry." Their antics left Go dumbfounded. He muttered, "Are you both crazy?" Ryle replied as usual, "I swear there really is a fry as big as your head." The herald, momentarily stunned, cleared his throat and continued, "Everyone please remain orderly. Next, Suri Joshua, please step forward." Seeing the two behaving oddly, Isaac growled through his teeth, "These bastards are trying to stop me." He turned and Suri shyly stepped up beside him. The Pope remained seated calmly without saying a word. The herald continued to read, "Next, those being ordained will offer their rites to the gods." The crowd buzzed on. At last it was time for the gods to choose. "I wonder which deity will bless my child." Watching a cleric carry a basin of water past, the family head muttered angrily, "Most likely the patron saint of Than Sak." Ryle prayed in terror, "I hope so. I mean, surely an evil god won't choose the boy right." The family head replied coldly, "If that happens, I'll deal with it." This left Ryle stunned. "Huh, deal with it, Isaac?" The family head frowned and answered, "I meant the holy chalice. What did you think I meant?" Meanwhile below, it was Suri's turn to step forward. He pricked the tip of his finger with a needle, and let a drop of blood fall into the chalice. The moment the drop fell, the surface of the water transformed. Streams of pure light rose continuously into the air. Go saw it and laughed aloud, "That's my son. The patron saint of Than Sak has revealed himself." Suri ran back excited, while Isaac was displeased, trailing behind and pondering. So the deity the Roswa clan worships is the god of light, humble but righteous. No matter which god it is, I'm annoyed. He sighed and let a drop of blood fall into the chalice. The Pope glanced at the drop of blood and was startled. A strange light shot from the chalice and shook him. The drop had barely fallen when dense dark chi began to emanate, the dark chi thickening until it engulfed the room. This forced the family head and Doi Lai to rush forward without restraint. The family head shouted in disbelief, "Could it be?" From within the dense dark chi, the face of the Dry Demon King appeared and the crowd screamed in horror. the Dry Demon King. The Dry Demon King's form grew clearer and clearer. The family head could no longer contain himself and lunged forward, shouting, "The Dry Demon King." Dark mana suddenly coiled around Isaac's body. The family head turned into a fiend, his eyes blazing red as he swung his fist. He struck, but the Dry Demon King darted away to evade, and in the process dragged Isaac off like an object. A low voice reverberated, "I have long awaited the appearance of this so-called saint." Isaac flinched. What? The figure threw back his head and laughed. "I will destroy the holy nation piece by piece, starting with this brat." Isaac froze. What's going on? One must admit he looks exactly like me in my past life. It's terrifying. Suddenly Whisper leapt out, snickering. What's wrong with this imposter? My master should look more bewildered and defeated. Isaac cursed angrily, "You bastard." Meanwhile, the Pope and the other family heads were concentrating their power. Energy spheres flew in succession toward the Dry Demon King, causing an explosion that forced the Rasua Patriarch to step back. Rai urgently shouted, "Fall back." Family head, enraged, gathered his power. It turned out a giant white serpent lunged forward, its jaws wide as if to swallow the Dry Demon King's head whole. But the holy power was absorbed in an instant. The Dry Demon King emerged unscathed, standing there leisurely and laughing. "Patriarch of Thansak, because of my curse you probably can't use your full strength, can you? Wouldn't it be better if you just stayed obedient and still?" The Patriarch looked up to retort, "I had no intention of acting recklessly in case I destroyed this place." The formation at his feet flashed, his eyes glowing blood red. A colossal sacred whale manifested and roared, "But you sure talk too much." The Dry Demon King paid it no mind, casually using Isaac as a shield and sneered mockingly, "Do you want to see this so-called saint boy die?" AI panicked, "I thought so too. Your grandson is being held hostage, yet you summon something so dangerous? Huh, why is its mouth opening?" The Patriarch growled grimly, "A saint won't die just from taking this hit." Isaac cursed in fury, "You lunatic, I will really die." With a boom, the whale bit down and then exploded. Isaac clutched his head in pain and collapsed. The Dry Demon King straightened and took the blow. His body then slowly dissolved, the force so great it shattered the entire hall. After a moment, Go finally looked up and asked, "Did we take him down?" Others trembled and whispered to one another, "My God, the Dry Demon King has returned. Didn't he vanish after cursing the Rasua family 70 years ago? Could he have grown strong enough to come back?" Only Isaac was irritated, slamming his hand down, thinking to himself, "No, that bastard is an imposter." Seeing Isaac sprawled like a fish, Ryle hurried over. "Isaac, are you alright?" People in the hall buzzed. Even if he's a member of the Joshua clan, he took that blow and wasn't harmed. Didn't the Dry Demon King just call someone a saint? Is he really dead? That must be it. The Patriarch of Thansak handled him with the sacred whale beast. Isaac, annoyed by their talk, said, "How could he be dead? That was only an illusion." Hearing that, everyone in the hall jumped. Whisper flew over anxiously and said, "It seems he created it as a projection and sent it here. But there's something odd." AI bowed his head and exchanged, "You felt it too. He used my mana. Could it be that my mana core has fallen somewhere? If a fragment of my bone is stored in the Saintess's relic vault, then it's not impossible. But if that imposter holds it, all the better, then I just need to kill him and take it back." The more he thought, the more sinister Isaac's expression became. The Patriarch sighed in relief at that expression and murmured to himself, "Just now for sure. If I hadn't attacked, he would have conveniently dealt with Isaac as well." He glanced warily at the friendly-looking Pope across the way. Puzzled, but why, the Pope was also painfully wondering. It's unbelievable. The supreme deity the Hong Sak family has desired for thousands of years. The god who stands above the 5 great patron deities wants to choose a Rasua brat. He also glanced over at the Rasua Patriarch and Isaac. At that moment, the Patriarch stepped up and called for him to turn. Yes. The Patriarch reached out and said, "Come here, let's go home. My grandson has broken the Dry Demon King's curse, and on top of that he's grown up handsome." Isaac shuddered. Why does he smile so creepily? The Patriarch soothed darkly, "This old man will buy you candy." Isaac screamed in horror, "No way, I'm going with you. Your face looks like you're about to drag me to the slaughterhouse." Suddenly Kina stepped forward and called out, "Duke." It's not time for Isaac to return yet. No sooner had the words left his mouth than dark mana flared up in the great hall. A horde of demonic creatures burst forth from who knew where. Kina looked at the scene and exclaimed, "There's still business to be settled here." The Patriarch folded his arms and watched. Isaac rose up helplessly. "Hey, it's hopeless now, sir. I don't think we should go back at this moment." His face brightened again, eager to rush in and fight the monsters. Isaac lunged out to block Kina. He blurted in confusion, "This arrogant kid grew up fast and now he's a saint." Isaac smiled inwardly. "I don't know what your scheme is, but I'll use you to the fullest." Without another word, the two of them stepped forward shoulder to shoulder, thinking, "I'll show you who the real saint is." A holy orb condensed in the palm of his hand. Isaac raised it high and shouted, "Purify." A blinding light forced the demonic creatures to retreat in droves. The crowd cheered joyfully. What a magnificent purification miracle. It's been 100 years since I've seen such pure light. But someone wondered, why didn't the boy use an offensive holy spell and only use purification? Someone answered, because it cleanses mana, maybe he's trying to stop them from being summoned. Unexpectedly, the demonic creatures became even more excited after being purified. Isaac smiled wryly in helplessness. Except for Xlac, I have nowhere else to learn holy magic. But if purification magic reaches level 6, it can deal area damage over time. Isaac's expression suddenly turned wicked, making even the rampaging demonic creatures cower. Isaac thought to himself, above all, the reason to use purification now is... Suddenly Kina cut in, step aside, your holy spell won't be enough to handle them. Isaac smiled and made a hand gesture. Kina, immune, thought, only being able to use level 5 holy magic and already showing off. You're hailed as a once-in-a-century talent. But with that skill level, you're no match for me. He condensed an energy sphere and shouted, watch closely, you must use a powerful holy spell and attack from multiple angles to take them down. Unexpectedly, the sphere that was condensing suddenly winked out without a trace. Isaac saw this and covered his mouth to stop himself laughing. Kina forced a comeback, haven't you learned about those monsters? They have extreme regenerative abilities, so you must kill them in one strike. Isaac couldn't help but burst out laughing at that. Stepped forward grinning and said, looks like your dumb kid truly knows nothing, huh? Kina tightened his fist in bitterness, thinking, I should have let the patriarch of Thansak take him away. Looking at this jerk's face makes me furious. Isaac continued, those were only bait. Kina puzzled, bait. Isaac moved to another corner and said, their true bodies are here, right? He gathered energy into his palm. An invisible bug appeared. Isaac cried out, found it. Kina folded his arms and demanded, what the hell are you doing with that bug? Isaac said nothing and stabbed the bug to death. Immediately the dark mana exploded outward. Isaac twirled the wooden stick in his hand and explained, it will silently poison anyone nearby. So it's very dangerous. If you're poisoned slowly, you won't notice you're dying. Just then, a child couldn't stand it and clutched his head, crying, ah, what's happening? Isaac repeated, the Dry Demon King said earlier that he'd destroy all of us. Kina only then remembered. While Isaac grinned like a fiend, if his target is this holy nation, he'll have to eliminate us first, the novice clerics. Immediately everyone understood and told one another, if anyone is poisoned, use holy magic to cure them at once. Go find the hiding bugs. Isaac was pleased but suddenly lowered his gaze, seeing endless holy light shooting up from beneath the hall. He stammered in alarm, wait, if we deal with them all at once then. The dark mana will radiate in all directions and engulf the kids. Whisper happily jumped out to report, Master, this is an opportunity. If you purify those who were poisoned, won't you gain recognition? Isaac praised, you truly are a genius. Aha, the opportunity has come. But before he could act, the cross struck down. The Pope used a level 9 purification spell, and all the dark mana was immediately absorbed. Isaac ground his teeth in irritation. The Pope said calmly, now no one will be poisoned. Isaac fumed silently, that damned Pope. Suddenly a foot filled with dark mana stepped forward. A wolf sneakily approached behind Isaac, thinking, that bastard dared to defy our great king. I won't forgive you, I will drag you down to hell with me. It swiftly dashed away, vanished, and reappeared behind Isaac. He noticed and turned his head to look back. The oppressive aura of the Demon King descended, causing the wolf to freeze. It was terrified, its strength and courage evaporating. The wolf tucked its tail and fled. Isaac felt smug inside. An insignificant nobody dares to try to harm me. At that moment, people ran back to report, we've dealt with the rest, take the wounded to the infirmary. Only Kina's face clouded as he watched what had just happened, unable to believe it. Could a monster really be driven off with just a look? Impossible, how could he do that? That's something only the Pope could do. Isaac paid it no mind, yawning as he left. The Dry Demon King's appearance at the investiture threw the entire holy nation into panic. The Dry Demon King returned, then fled after being defeated. Who is the saint the Dry Demon King mentioned? In the meeting room, the Pope said calmly, it seems there's a problem with the Holy Chalice. There's an illusion summoning spell engraved on it. We're currently investigating the origin of that chalice. Please wait for the results. The blood color patriarch immediately asked, so the appearance of outsiders is the issue? Hari replied, yes. That's one of the causes, but the main problem is the Holy Nation's barrier guarded by the Holy Dragon. The next day, inside the Rasua household, Isaac held a newspaper and thought, the weakening barrier is why the demon race could infiltrate, and since the Holy Dragon is linked to the royal family, the Pope bears no responsibility. They really are slippery bastards. Suddenly, a mocking voice came from behind. My grandson, now you're even reading the paper. Go clapped, smiling, congratulations, my grandson, you've been invested. Isaac thought helplessly, what should I do about this bastard? It feels like the patriarch deliberately set him on me. Beside him, Rai cheered excitedly. Oh Jack, since you can speak fluently now, recite the poem of the cursed Demon King, please. Isaac screamed in his head, stop using that. At that moment, the head of the household stepped out, his face darkening. He walked over and said, good, you two are here. Come outside so we can speak privately. Isaac stood and agreed, ah yes. The room door was quickly closed. The head of the household gazed around thoughtfully, raising a third-tier absolute soundproofing sanctum that enveloped the three of them. He sat down and replied, just to be safe, this concerns Isaac. Ryle, sweating, asked, "Why use a soundproofing sanctum to talk?" Both of them sat down anxiously to listen. He propped his hand up, his face ugly, and said, "I think Isaac was chosen by an evil god during the recent anointing ceremony. The god who chose Isaac is certainly unusual. It seems this is a mark never before seen in the history of the anointing ceremonies. Only the Pope and the Cardinal of the Golden Rite saw that mark, and the Pope tried to eliminate Isaac." Ryle, hearing this, couldn't help exclaiming, "What? The Pope did that?" The head of the household sighed and confirmed, "Yes. Unless it was an evil god choosing him, he certainly wouldn't act like that." Go pondered for a moment and then said, "Could it be not an evil god but a god worshipped by their clan?" This made all three think of one answer, the Golden Rite faith. Seeing everyone silent, Go continued, "They hate anything impure. I mean, when someone else is touched by something that belongs to them. So if someone from Rasua were chosen by a god worshipped by the Golden Rite clan, they certainly wouldn't leave it be. If the Pope reacted like that, then the god who chose him must be related to the Golden Rite clan. Or it could even be a god they've never summoned before." Ryle hurriedly said, "If it's Isaac, the boy could absolutely do it." The head of the household frowned and growled, "You think that kid could summon a proper god?" The two of them trembled and answered, "Ah, certainly not." The head of the household then ordered, "Goal, contact the Pope's clan and investigate which god chose Jack." Go panicked, me. Why, the head of the household said, "If you succeed, I'll give Suri a relic." Go immediately fell silent in thought. The head of the household continued, "And from now until Isaac begins his practicum, the boy will be under special supervision. If Isaac continues to have faith test results like last time, in the future he could become a dark priest." All three faces turned ashen as ash. Go painfully clutched his head. "If he really becomes a dark priest, the whole clan will be branded traitors. Treason will have everyone arrested, and Suri will get into trouble too." Ryle also went pale and covered his niece's mouth. The head of the household coldly ordered, "Stop that at all costs." After a while, Ryle approached and said, "Soon you'll begin your practicum. Those senior bastards who used to make life miserable were in the past now." Isaac frowned and muttered angrily, "Don't say that, it feels like I'm re-enlisting." Ryle kept explaining at length, "During the practicum, you'll work with seniors. You'll discover your abilities and learn the real duties of a priest that the academy doesn't teach. Based on evaluation results, you can change rank a ND Chinese letter, so do your best. When finished, you'll sign a contract with the god." While he was still speaking, Isaac raised his hand to ask, "Oh right, do you know when we can attend the sacrificial ceremony?" Ryle answered happily, "You're interested in the sacrificial ceremony?" Isaac answered enthusiastically, "Very interested, especially in executing the minions of the dried demon king." Ryle was even more pleased, "I'm glad to see your faith growing. Let me explain the sacrificial ceremony to you. A sacrificial ceremony is when we offer gifts to the gods and many people gather together to celebrate like a festival. Actually, everyone will come to attend, but the most important thing is their hearts and faith toward the divine. So in essence, it is a very personal ritual." Isaac slapped the table to cut him off. "Wait." But Rai kept talking nonstop. "This brings us back to the basic question. Do we really need a large gathering of people to perform this ritual? Think about it. A sacrificial ceremony is a ritual we perform to offer to the gods. And throughout history, rituals have always been communal acts. The core of this ritual is that we all serve the divine together. The clearest evidence of that is each person's personal faith in the gods." Isaac groaned in his head. "My uncle is taking this too seriously." "And where did those glasses come from?" Raoul continued, "An interesting fact. So is kneeling alone a form of prayer? And is kneeling in a group a rite? You can't really put it that way. What matters most is the purpose people gather for and their attitude. I may have gone a bit far, but I think you get the idea right. This sacrificial ceremony has many similarities to a festival. And when you think of a festival, what's the first thing that comes to mind? Right? Having fun and enjoying things together. And isn't joy part of faith? Then the gods will bless this ceremony with great joy. That's the god's prerogative in the ceremony, isn't it?" Isaac curled his mouth, realizing, "So lower gods or angels will attend the ceremony, right? If I catch them, I'll tear you to pieces." Ryle finished enthusiastically. "Our AC surely wants to personally execute the dried demon king's minions, right? That righteous spirit is truly needed." Go stepped forward to add, "The group that scores highest will have the honor of executing the dried demon king's minions. So make sure you do well." Suri replied awkwardly, "Yes, father." Isaac covered his face in despair. "Group work again." Ryle lowered his head and prayed, "I hope you achieve good results so you can do what you desire." Isaac agreed, "Yes, uncle." He sighed helplessly in his head, "No choice. I'll just eliminate a few groups and pretend to save the others." Then he brightened up, "I'll try my best." Ride breathed a sigh of relief without knowing his true nature. Yes, this lovely child certainly can't become a dark priest. What a relief. Suddenly Go standing nearby winced and hissed, "But Isaac, which god chose you at the last anointing ceremony?" Isaac went pale at the question and replied irritably, "I don't remember clearly, but it was a rather strange and unsettling mark." In their minds, the two painted that scene, and their panic produced the conclusion, "Look, this is a sign of doom. That's definitely an evil god." Both of them stepped back slightly. "It's okay, sometimes gods with strange marks look frightening. Yes, in the end, faith is what matters." Isaac paid it little mind. I'm not too worried. Suddenly Ryle said, oh right, the Cardinal of the Golden Right will come to see you. Isaac dug at his ear in annoyance. That bastard. I mean that person. Why? Before anyone could answer, a shout came from the door. Hey Jack Roswa. Ryle and Go's faces turned gray as they looked toward the person outside and called out. Kina Burrit, he shouted arrogantly, I have business with you. The two of them complained miserably. Why is he here to see Isaac? Go raked his hair. Who knows, how could I understand its thoughts? Kina barged in without a word, guessing by his shoulders. Maybe he came to harm Isaac. Perhaps the Pope sent him. Go thought and agreed. If it's because of a god, that's very possible. Suddenly, Kina placed his hand on Isaac's hand and cried out, Isaac, I think you're worthless. I'm serious, Isaac. That disgusting line made Ike grimace. This bastard is crazy. You trying to pick a fight? Whisper laughed heartily. Kina said casually, but now I've realized you stayed out of the world for 10 years because of your training. You didn't want your skills defiled by the idiots at the academy. I knew it when you were anointed. You're outstanding and not comparable to those fools. It's such a waste for someone like you to be stuck doing practicum tasks. The more he praised, the more annoyed Isaac became. Creepy. Whisper added, I think this guy's a bit unhinged. Kina paid him no mind, reaching out and offering, train with me under his guidance. Then we'll move into the professional world. Take my hand, Isaac. We'll execute the dried demon king and lead the holy nation. The scene left Go gaping. Is this a new form of bullying from the Pope's clan? But he seems serious. The offer's terrifyingly good. If it were me, I'd definitely. Before he could finish thinking, Isaac's icy words rang out. Get lost. Kina couldn't believe it. What? AI snapped angrily. Get lost. I'll go through the practicum like everyone else. Go blushed, realizing right, he's crazy. Kina wasn't satisfied and tried to persuade further. Don't worry about clerical status. I'm not only talking practice, I'll give you the standing of a priest with 10 years experience. But Isaac didn't want to hear it, showing no interest. Then pointed at Goal and said, if you want to take someone, take that one. Go couldn't believe it and pointed at himself. Me. Kina insulted bluntly, that one and you aren't on the same level. AI would agree, but Go's face burned with shame. These horrible bastards. Kina shouted, you have the talent to drive away monsters with just a look. Whisper realized and snorted with laughter. He must have seen his master scare monsters off by intimidation. Aya glanced sideways, thinking, this bastard wants to learn that move from me, huh? The more he wants it, the more I dislike him. He turned his back and waved his hand. I'll say it again, get lost. Just the thought of learning from the Pope makes me want to puke. Kina scowled and repeated, did you just say my grandfather makes you nauseous? Isaac pointed at him and replied, of course, I even want to slit his throat. Before he could finish, a hand clamped over his mouth. In an instant, Isaac vanished from where he had been, and a voice strode in saying, our child is busy. The one who acted was the head of the household, who looked at Kina and said, don't come near this boy again. Kina protested, shouting, even if you are the head of the Azure clan, the head cut him off. If you keep associating with that kid, he'll turn you into garbage. Isaac grew even more mouthy, but the head forbade him sternly, forcing him to bite his hand. The room suddenly fell silent. Isaac went mad, veins bulging, swearing inwardly, you Roswa bastards, I will definitely destroy you. The 5 colors are the test every trainee priest must pass, consisting of white, yellow, blue, black, and red. This is the order in which they are examined, presided over by the cardinals of each faith. So to become an official priest, you must pass this test. Isaac went up to a door and muttered, our group's people will be here. According to Suri, they group 30 people of the same background or faith into one team. Isaac heard the scolding. Do they want us to fight among factions or what? But Suri said, our group is all my friends, so it's fine. AI, now fully informed, praised, seems sending you to study early was worth it, Surya. Then he opened the door, smiling at his decision. I'll use these guys to pass the 5 colors test and save my subordinates. First, we need to make a good impression. While he was still grinning, someone shouted, he's here. The gloomy crowd stared at AI and said to each other, tie that bastard up. This made Isaac dumbfounded. A few guys jumped forward to question him. You're the one who bullied Suri all these years, right? Let us teach your cousin some manners. Think you're just joking around with the big guys. If you dare tell Suri, you're dead. AI watched this, closed his eyes and sighed. These guys are hopeless. The blonde-haired one, seeing Isaac submissive, stepped forward and said with a smile, yeah, treat this as a friendly get-together. While he was speaking, AI pulled out his baby bottle. They doubled over laughing, pointing, and teasing. Is that a rattle? Ha ha, the rumor that he was a baby not long ago must be true. Just hang him up somewhere. Before the words finished, the bottle hit him straight in the face. Blood splattering everywhere, he was knocked unconscious and flew backward, silencing his companions. What the hell is happening? Is that bastard crazy or what? Isaac paid no mind and said, you only get high marks if you're close. So let's practice some team-building exercises. Get to know each other, my gentle friends, though this face is a bit too gentle. AI felt these guys were too degenerate and needed divine light to cleanse them. Seeing the baby bottle in his hand, the classmates screamed in horror, then proceeded with rounds of team activities so merrily that the noise echoed through the building. A moment later, Suri pushed the door open irritably and shouted, "Isaac, I don't get this place. Is this called team building?" All she saw was Isaac having those guys form shapes for him to sit on, leaving Suri speechless. Seeing Suri enter, they begged miserably, "Suri, isn't this guy related to you?" Suri awkwardly shrank away. "Thanks for playing with my cousin," they shouted, "save us." Suri acted as if she didn't see it and quietly asked Isaac, "By the way, the first test will judge the group's harmony. What are you going to do?" Isaac repeated in surprise, "Harmony? Are you blind not to see this pyramid? This is harmony already, isn't it?" Suri glared, speechless, scolding inwardly, "Because you forced them by violence, you lunatic." Suddenly, Isaac brought over a sheet of paper and said, "Here, take a look at this." Suri asked in astonishment, "What's this?" Isaac answered offhandedly, "It's the list of those freeloaders leeching off you. These bastards have been finding excuses to milk you for 7 years. Though the Rasua family doesn't seek repayment, there's a limit." One dissatisfied guy whined and argued, "The Rasua clan doesn't need anything from us. Even if offerings were made, they probably wouldn't help anyway." Before he finished, Isaac, like a demon, cut in, "Nothing much, you still have limbs intact and organs fresh. I don't need much, my friends, I only want a healthy relationship. Give what you give and receive what you receive. So in this group activity, work diligently and devotedly with a pure heart, okay?" But that smiling face made the whole room fall utterly silent. Isaac snapped no answer. They hastily responded, "Yes, sir." Isaac ignored them, jumped down and declared, "Good, then the team building ends here." Suri helplessly shouted, "What if we fail the test?" AI paid it no mind, calling back as he walked off, "Follow me, there's something I want to show you." Suri protested, hissing, "One failed point and we're out. The first criterion is harmony." Isaac replied indifferently, "Don't worry, I've planned everything. First, look at this." Inside the cabinet was an unlucky guy locked up and crying. AI smiled like a devil, but Suri saw it and stammered in horror. Rushed forward, grabbed his collar and screamed, "You madman, what are you doing? That's someone from our group. What's more, he's the son of my friend's uncle. Don't you remember him from the relic storage?" Isaac, eyes wet, answered, "I know. Precisely because he's in our group, there's a problem. He kept a letter and said he'd stop spying." That made Suri freeze, sweating profusely. Both of them glanced over at the unlucky fellow. Suri lunged forward and tore the gag off his mouth, and not fully trusting him asked, "Nier ordered you to do this, right?" Aeon cried out, confessing, "I'm sorry, I had no choice, I have my own reasons." Isaac casually inquired, so what did Nier tell you to do?" Aeon panicked, hissing, "He told me to completely sabotage Joshua's group. He said Suri would give in because of the test, and ordered me to demand outrageous things so the group would collapse." Even the hostile attitude toward Isaac at the welcome party was his doing. He wanted to personally execute a subordinate of the dried demon king. Isaac, hearing this, thought to himself, "Nier now not only dares touch me, but you even want to execute my subordinate." Isaac's face grew sly as he declared, "We must teach him a lesson." A few days later, inside a room, discontented voices rang out, "Why can't you do it anymore? Being a spy isn't hard, is it? How many of you have already given up?" A boy hung his head awkwardly and answered, "Sorry, we've had several team building sessions, so they let me take the day off." Nier, hearing this, thought differently. "Team building? Fine, let that one go." "All right then, get out of my sight." The others in the room comforted him. "Let it be, there are still 3 loyal people in the Rot Kshua group. As long as they're in, victory is certain." Nier ground his teeth, thinking angrily, "That bastard is really an eyesore, I need to deal with him soon. Even my father cares about him. Does he really want to invite him into the family? Forget it, just get through today. Anyway, those Rot Kshua will be eliminated today." Having decided, Nier led the way out. In the center of the building, the elder's voice sounded evenly. "Welcome to the 5 Colors Harmony. The White Faith has performed the rite through speech, and the most important thing among teammates is harmony and faith. Therefore, the first topic of 5 Colors Harmony will be judged by vote." Isaac listened, yawning repeatedly. Nier now calculated confidently, if even one person objects to keeping the current lineup, the whole team will be disqualified and the objector will be moved to another group. That means even if you betray the blue faction, you can still continue the test. "I've already planted spies, so your failure is certain." A moment later, the host read aloud, "I will announce the results. The Azure team, the whole group unanimously agreed to keep the same members." This struck Nier like a bolt from the blue. The host continued, "Therefore, the entire team has passed the 5 Colors Harmony." Isaac turned back smugly, grinning to taunt him. A short while later, outside the building, Suri yelled frantically, "Isaac, wait for me. How did you do it? How did you get them to agree?" Isaac stopped and replied, "Remember how the Scarlet White Cardinal kept trying to find me a few days ago?" Suri answered right away, "Of course I remember. He even dared refuse the Cardinal's summons." Isaac snapped, "Do you want to die?" Suri lowered her voice, "Sorry." Isaac continued, "Anyway, I told him that if he wanted to meet, he had to hand over the golden medicine. This terrified Suri. Isn't that the secret drug only the lineage of the Golden Faith possesses? It's extremely precious. There's no way he'd give it to him. But Isaac walked on and said, he gave it to me too. That's why I used that pill to bargain with those guys. This left Suri open-mouthed. What? He actually gave it to him. Then he grasped the situation and shouted, so you plan to give the golden medicine to them after the vote? Isaac, as usual, replied, no, I already made them take it before the vote. Suri couldn't believe it and scolded, what if they rebelled? Isaac beamed and said, it's fine, I trust my teammates. Suri listened and felt existentially doubtful. Strange, could he really have reformed? If so, she was relieved. Until he opened the room door. Inside were the kids screaming and begging, please, we did exactly what you told us, please give us the antidote. My stomach hurts so much. Suri shouted, what antidote? Isaac suddenly perked up and added, I trusted they wouldn't dare betray. Suri went pale with fear. What the hell did you do, you madman? Don't tell me you gave them poison instead of the golden medicine. Isaac responded nonchalantly. It was the golden medicine. Kind of like candy, 93% flour, 5% mana essence of the dried demon king, 1% laxative, 0.5% hair extract, and a whopping 0% golden medicine. Suri cried in despair. Even rinsing a real golden medicine pill with water would yield more than that. Isaac grinned and said, it's about time they paid for feeding on you all these years. Suri heard this and clasped her head in despair. The kids turned pale, crying and begging, save me, I can't take it anymore. We've passed the 5 colors harmony, haven't we? Please give us the antidote. Feeling pity, Isaac softened. He rummaged through the next cabinet and said, all right, after all, I'm a man of my word. Now, where did I put the antidote? Tada found it. Suri went pale and muttered angrily, you're insane, that's the diaper you used. Who would keep an antidote in a diaper? Isaac waved the diaper and asked, so who should I give it to first? The crowd lunged forward to grab it. Suddenly the door was flung open. Nier stormed in angrily and shouted, give me back my people, you bastard. I don't know what bribe you used to kill my men. But as he spoke, hateful eyes landed on Isaac. And the victims, fierce as berserkers, surged at Nier. Before Nier understood, he screamed, I won't let this go. That was his last sentence. After that came his and the others' anguished cries, don't touch AC, why are you suddenly rushing to defend him? What did you do to them? After letting them beat him to satisfaction, Isaac stepped forward to scold. I heard you told them this. In moments of crisis, people seek an overwhelming power. But you're wrong, the most important thing for them now is to save their own lives. No one can stand against death. Nier paled with each sentence, glanced at the trembling crowd and could no longer look at Isaac. He doubted humanity and wondered, is that what human eyes look like? A while later, inside the cathedral office, Hari was working when he heard a knock and calmly called, come in. Seeing a servant enter, Hari sighed. It took 7 days just to meet an apprentice priest. That's rude. Unexpectedly, the servant awkwardly reported, sorry sir, but Isaac said he won't be coming. Hari frowned and ground his teeth. He received the golden medicine and still won't come. The servant replied flustered, that's what he said, sir. He also asked me to deliver a message. Hari asked gloomily, what message? The servant answered, next time if you want me to come, send a big lump of gold. That remark made Hari so angry he snapped his pen. He hissed sharply, by any means, bring that brat before me. A short while later, Nier strode down the corridor in a rage, muttering, that bastard. Still, it's not like I gained nothing. A short while later, Nier strode down the corridor in a rage, muttering, that bastard. Still, it's not like I gained nothing. My people reported he has something he mustn't show inspectors. If I investigate, I'll find clues and expose his identity myself. While pondering this, Nier came upon a crowd gathered and angrily advanced, shouting to vent his fury. Who are you people? Why is the dormitory so noisy? The startled crowd turned and stammered, we have business with the young master here. The servant inwardly cursed, damn, why run into someone from the Crimson Clan? The Crimson are sworn enemies of the Golden Clan. Please get out of my way. That Crimson free. If rumors spread that the Scarlet-White Cardinal summoned someone from the Azure Clan, it would cause big trouble. Suddenly the room's door opened and a voice said, why are you late? I'm sure I told you to come early because I need something for the tea gathering. Seeing Isaac open the door, the servant silently rejoiced. This kid is definitely trying to help us. Given what he's received, he should at least do that. Joshua is always so predictable. They hurriedly responded, yes, we came because we have something to deliver to the young master. It's being prepared. Isaac instructed, exactly, a social gathering needs refreshments, so bring them before the day's end. The servants respectfully complied. But those words gave Nier a new idea. A social gathering, huh? That's the meeting where you enchanted my subordinates, isn't it? The servants hurriedly excused themselves, then we'll take our leave. Unexpectedly, Nier had prepared a fireball. And as soon as they left, they were hit by the 5th-tier holy spell, Hell's Repentance. After attacking, Nier stepped forward and said, I just gave your subordinates a little rest. I have business with you. So why don't we do an interesting faith test together? Suri looked terrified. No, he'll surely be burned at the stake. If we do that test, the worst is the whole clan could be wiped out because of him. But now Nier produced a device and said, I have a convenient thing, just place your hand on it and it will react. We'll use this for now. Just then Hari appeared behind him and growled, Isaac Rasua, I didn't expect you to dare refuse my summons just because you're busy playing around. This sentence made Nier standing before him go pale with fear. Hari looked down and demanded, do you think I'm a joke? Nier awkwardly turned his head to look at Cardinal Burit. He glanced down and added reproachfully, you're close with the Crimson Clan. A brat from that clan dares lay a hand on my subordinates. Isaac stood silently as if watching a play, despite Nier turning deathly pale. He panicked inwardly and cursed, damn it, is this guy allied with the Burit clan? Then Isaac shouted up, I apologize, your eminence, but you see, young master Nier told me not to associate with people of the Golden Clan, so I couldn't respond to your summons in time. This sentence sent Nier into a panic. Hari, who had long targeted him, could no longer hold back and roared. When did I ever say that, you bastard? And what's this about the cardinal summoning you? I thought no bishop is allowed to contact apprentices during their probation. Could the cardinal really? He shouted and slipped up, prompting Hari to cut and irritated. Oh, really? Aya covered his mouth laughing. Wow, this is amusing. Hari glowered as he accused, third son of the Crimson Clan, I gave you time to bond with your teammates, but it seems you wasted that time, didn't you? I'll let you off this time because I know your father. Nier stammered in fear, no, it's not like that. Hari paid no attention and continued, but I will assign additional tasks from the cathedral to your group. Nier gritted his teeth helplessly, damn it, please no. After dealing with Nier, Hari turned and said, now come to my chamber. Suddenly Isaac changed his mind and smiled. Ah, sorry, your eminence Cardinal Golden, but Cardinal Crimson has called me first. This made Nier, who was holding his head and leaving, freeze in place. Isaac lounged at the door and said, what can I do? I just had an appointment. I'll see you if the conditions are better. Hari couldn't believe it and asked, Cardinal Crimson just called you? Isaac, as usual, replied, yes, Cardinal Crimson just summoned me. Nier stood beside him stunned, having not said a word. How did he know that? If this continues, Cardinal Baris will hate me. My evaluation points are basically ruined. I need to get out of here. So he stepped forward to explain for Isaac. That's right, I'm mainly here to fetch Isaac, so I'll take him with me. Hari frowned, Didn't my attempt to scare him work? He awkwardly tried to add, Cardinal, but was cut off by Hari. Fine, if you have a prior appointment, there's nothing I can do. Go. Nier breathed a sigh of relief. Even Cardinal Baris wouldn't want to provoke his own clan. Suddenly Hari paused and added, however, the fact that you caused trouble for the Golden Clan remains true. Therefore, from tomorrow, I will assign additional tasks to you. Nier swore, got him it, but reassured himself, it's fine, if I hand this guy to my father, cleaning up will just... Unexpectedly, AI was gone and the door shut tight. Nier lost his mind and shouted, where did that brat go? Suri, sweating, pointed inside and said, Isaac is asleep. He said to grow taller you have to go to bed early. Nier gritted his teeth but could do nothing, screaming in his head, damn it, it's only 2 p.m. and that bastard. He rushed in shouting, hey, wake up, please wake up and use it. AI remained asleep as if dead. Seeing someone trying to rouse on Shen, the others in the room panicked and cried, damn it, drag that Nier out of here now. 3 days later, the tea house work still wouldn't let up. Nier worked gloomily, swearing, AI Rakshua, I'll kill you. Who could stand cleaning 18 hours a day? He remembered when he used the light orb to call his father and was scolded. An incompetent man who can't even bring a boy to me dares ask for my help? Nier was choked with anger, having no one to tell. His teammates complained constantly about low scores and even his father wouldn't help. If I want my father's help, I have to bring that brat back, so first I have to meet him. After all, he'll have to come to pray. So I'll wait for him in the chapel. Having decided that, Nier resolved to stick it out here, despite most of his days being drained by scrubbing floors. 6 hours later, Nier sat there like a soulless corpse, uncomfortable and sleepy. Then his friends burst in, banging on the door and yelling, what the hell are you doing? You damned fool, we still have work to do. If the score drops any further, I'll kill you right now. Nier refused to give in and begged, no, I have to meet Isaac first. No. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure standing in the doorway. Isaac smiled warmly and raised his hand in greeting. Nier went dumb in an instant and turned into a furious demon, roaring, let me go, but his friends refused to let go. Seeing this, Suri sighed in exasperation, you're a demon coming now just to rile him up. Isaac grinned ear to ear and replied delightedly, it's nothing, just meeting for fun. Suri asked confused, but wouldn't meeting Cardinal Crimson benefit us more? Isaac asked back, why is that? Suri said, because Cardinal Baris will never help us become kings. AI didn't understand and repeated, kings? Why? Suri, exasperated, said, please at least know the grading criteria. Isaac frowned and snapped, you should have said that sooner. Suri had to explain, king is irreplaceable talent, queen is talent who can protect the nation, bishop is a model student, knight is a capable student, pawn is an ordinary student, Kalau is useless. Hearing the ranking, AI was annoyed. Seriously. Suri sat down and explained, if the cardinal goes mad and ranks us as Kalau, we'll be exiled to the academy. Worse, Cardinal Baris might even want to kill people. Isaac objected, that sounds reasonable. Why would AI have a grudge so deep he'd kill a 10-year-old? He even gave me the golden medicine. Suri darkened and said, don't you know, your mother was once engaged to Cardinal Baris. But your father stole her from him. That previous engagement was cancelled because your father turned it into a feud between the two clans. AI went pale hearing this. He was sure the cardinal wanted him dead, 100%. Suddenly, Whisper leapt out eating popcorn to watch the drama, making everyone jump back. You scared me. Suri helplessly added, if you can pull Cardinal Crimson to our side, you can use him to restrain Cardinal Golden. Not to mention the Golden Clan's descendants must also pass the Crimson Clan's test, so just promising they won't be ranked Kalau in Golden's test would be enough. At that moment, a small formation lit up in the room, and a hand reached out behind Isaac. Unaware, he mumbled, that's right, let me go meet him once and see. No sooner had the words left his mouth than that hand clamped over his mouth. Suri turned in surprise. What did you just say? But the empty room made Suri scream out, Isaac. At the same time, inside Hari's study, a cataclysmic explosion occurred. Isaac snapped irritably, hey sir, you're kidnapping me. What the hell are you doing? Realizing where he was, AI awkwardly scratched his head and laughed. You always act so noble, yet you had your men kidnap me. Hari, annoyed, turned and scolded, you brat, I have something to tell you. AI quickly cut him off. Yes, of course there's something. Didn't you call me here because I've been ignoring you all this time? Suddenly Hari shouted, Isaac Rakshua. Isaac froze, looked up, and immediately saw Hari's earnest face and sincere voice. I want to adopt you. Isaac was stunned, not expecting this. What did he just say? Adopted? Does that mean joining the Golden family? He wants me to join the Golden clan. What the hell? Is he mocking me, or is this a new tactic to control the Joshua clan? When Hari said nothing, he had to explain clearly. There's no scheme here, I'm just proposing you leave Rakshua and become an adopted son of the Baris family. The more Isaac heard, the more suspicious he became. Why are you doing this? Is it just because that fake Kalau demon king called me a saint? Whatever your motives are, it doesn't matter. Thinking that, he hesitated and asked, but if I become your adopted son, what do I get? This question stunned Hari. Isaac boldly spread his hands demanding, if we're negotiating, at least state the terms clearly, right? Hari couldn't believe it and wondered, does he intend to negotiate with me at that age? He seriously laid it out, I'll give you everything the Rakshua clan cannot. The papal family can make up for all your shortcomings, before being cut off by loud laughter. But the Joshua family isn't lacking anything. Hari awkwardly stroked his chin. I heard Joshua is trying to lock you up in the mansion, right? The Azure faith requires patience and restraint of one's nature, so you'd face countless restrictions. As for our Golden family, we won't interfere in your affairs. Moreover, we'll support whatever you want to do. But Isaac was still dissatisfied. That still sounds insufficient unless you intend to back me as the next heir of the Baris family. Otherwise, it's not enough. Hari asked in surprise. I heard you're targeting the saint position and now you're aiming for the papacy too. If you truly want to become the pope, wouldn't switching to the Golden clan be more advantageous? Isaac answered nonchalantly, but I'm still with Joshua if you think I'd switch sides over things like that. Hari cut in, tempting, a land named after you, your own territory, a vault full of gold, a private army under your command, tax exemptions, and a mansion even larger than Joshua's. I'll even grant you rights for direct line descendants. AI hesitated, stroking his chin. I'll consider it. Hari, please, turned away. Good, then I'll begin the process of joining right now. But wait, tell the Joshua family. At that moment, he finally realized the issue. Isaac smugly repeated, yes, of course, I'll keep it secret. Immediately, a noise echoed from outside the room. Suri hadn't time to run before he saw Hari burst out like a specter. He dropped to the floor in terror, trembling from being frightened by Hari, then ran off shouting, I didn't hear anything. Hari was at a loss and sighed reluctantly, then stepped back into the room and told Isaac, anyway, what matters is what you want. Even if that brat tells the Joshua family, it won't change anything. Unexpectedly, Isaac said, I only said I'd consider it. I never said I'd join. I'd rather die than join the papal family. This made Hari, who had been walking, frown. He couldn't believe it and repeated, rather die? Isaac answered firmly, yes, rather die. Hari snapped angrily, you really take after your mother. From appearance to the way you speak. With a single word from me, you'll be expelled and will never be allowed to become a priest. Don't dream of becoming pope. Even the title of saint will not be recognized for you. With the pope's authority, I can bar you from entering the holy realm. You know that, yet you still dare say such things. Isaac replied cheerfully, I'll found a country where priests and even the pope aren't needed. From the start, why would a nation need 2 leaders? Anyway, it will become my country. Hari, who had been threatening boldly, was frightened by these words. The man beside him could only smile wryly. I would need at least that much courage if I wanted to defeat the Kalau Demon King. Let's pretend I never heard the adoption offer. That would be better for you. Anyway, thanks to you, I'm more curious now. I wonder what happened at the investiture ceremony. What made the Golden family want to adopt direct descendants of a rival clan? The people of the Holy Realm must be dying to know too. At the same time, inside the Roswa mansion, the owner's voice echoed. Isaac passed the 5-color harmony test. How did he manage that? He should have failed. Damn it seems my faith wasn't strong enough. He fell to his knees before the holy chalice and prayed again with all his heart. Please, oh my God, sovereign power over heaven and earth, make him fail, that damn grandson of mine. This left Doi lying nearby speechless. People take exams and their elders pray for them to pass, and this household prays for them to fail. Benjamin Joshua, the Joshua family's second son, couldn't hold back and exclaimed, Ryle, what happened to the family while you were away? Since when did the Azure faith start cursing people? Ryle forced a smile while Benjamin grew more curious. Is AI really such a troublesome child? Ryle waved his hand awkwardly and replied, troublesome? The boy is gentle, pure, polite, and very smart, brother. Benjamin, more puzzled, looked at the owner praying for his grandson to fail and asked, then why are you acting like this, father? Vi wiped sweat, not knowing what to say, and whispered, I think he's just overly worried about his grandson. After all, the upcoming tests from the Golden and Crimson families are very dangerous. Benjamin rubbed his chin and said, you can't inherit the family since you're a younger son, so the appearance of a child with potential to be heir should be good. But why do I feel so uneasy? Just then, the master stepped forward, scratched his head, and wondered. Strange, anyone struck by this blessing would be so zealous they'd collapse and be unconscious for 3 days. Why doesn't it affect that brat? The two sons were left speechless. Isn't it more like a curse? I think it's better if it doesn't work. Suddenly, a voice called out, even so, I think that child still matters greatly to you right now. They turned and saw a young woman bowing. Greetings, master and uncle. I am Leah Joshua, a candidate for the Holy Maiden. R cheerfully called out, oh Leah, you're back. Leah smiled and greeted, is everyone well? But no one paid attention. The master muttered to himself, how did that brat pass the harmony test? He shouldn't have been able to pass. The papal family is showing excessive interest in Isaac. If they're truly targeting his life, he'd better accept it and return soon. If his investiture were delayed a year or two, it would be fine. But the boy is too outstanding to postpone the ceremony. As the mood darkened, Benjamin stepped to the table, curious, and looked at the letter on top and asked, Father, who sent that letter? The envelope looks too fancy. It's nothing like our usual correspondence. The master sighed, it's from your fourth brother. Raoul surprised, known he sent a letter. The master opened the letter and read, hey, when will you finally stop being the head of the family? You're practically dying, why not pass on the position? That's what he wrote. Because of that, we must discipline him properly. In any case, we won't let your brother take over. Ryle immediately agreed, I agree. The master then decreed, if he's still unfit, Ryle, you will be the next head. But he passed the harmony test, so there may still be hope. At that moment, the fire Holy Spirit flew back, and as soon as it entered the room it cursed, hope my ass. The master looked up and demanded, what's going on? X shook his head and annoyed recounted a long story. That bastard has been hitting others with his milk bottle. What kind of lunatic uses healing magic just to beat people more viciously? The master cleared his throat. Typical Isaac. Benjamin, skeptical about life, well. SIL letter 1EAF added, he even poisoned and threatened teammates to pass the test. Ryle frowned and groaned, good heavens. But the master remained fairly optimistic. It's fine as long as the papal family doesn't find out. Before he finished, Suri burst into the room shouting, Father, Father, it's bad. Cardinal Baris has offered to adopt Isaac. The whole room immediately went pale. The master restrained himself and asked, what did Isaac say? R, terrified, tried to reassure, Father, Isaac is a member of the Joshua family. He would never betray us. But Suri extinguished both their hopes. He said yes. Ryle rushed over, grabbed him, and demanded, what do you mean? Suri, what did he use to lure Isaac? Suri answered miserably, a lot of money, enough that no one could refuse. R muttered angrily, damn it. The servants murmured among themselves, as expected, money can buy even immortals. That's right. The master clenched his fists in anger, veins bulging, growling, those damned dogs, that old bastard is still alive and grinning. And they dare to snatch my family member. Back with Isaac, piles of gold and jewels were being delivered. Seeing the treasure, the students gaped in amazement. All this gold is from the Baris family. I heard they're giving it all to Isaac. So the rumor that Isaac is close to the papal family is true? Isaac smirked. This is more like hush money for me. After all, gold is just gold. Suddenly, Suri jumped out from nowhere waving a flag and declared, Isaac is actually one of the Azure faith. Isaac was stunned. What the hell? Why did the master send him, that stingy old man? Isaac stepped forward and Suri produced a crumpled letter. Isaac frowned, opened it, and read the contents, which contained only one line, you are of the same house as me. This made him even more baffled. What kind of trick is this? As he was about to crumple and tear the letter, a voice rang out. Why are they here? Suri startled and turned. Shouting in surprise, Sister Leah, Isaac, gloomy, startled, looked back in disbelief. The lady head of the house has come too. The crowd looked toward the door and saw two women step in, prompting the noisy students to whisper. They are the holy maidens of the Rasua family. Look, it's Melissa. Aya scowled and cursed under her breath. Damn it, Melissa is here. Does she know how hard I've tried to avoid her? We must find a place to hide. Someone suddenly shouted, wow, that looks so real. That's the video from the contact sphere, right? Isaac poked his head out in surprise. What? Spotting the problem, he gave Suri a shove and scolded. Damn it, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Stop overdoing it. I thought she had actually come. Suri, not understanding, curled up hugging herself. Hey, what did I do wrong? But still couldn't avoid it. Melissa's voice rang out. You must be Isaac. It seems the rumor about you spread fast and is true. So you really broke the Dry Demon King's curse. I'm quite impressed. Isaac wiped sweat in secret relief. Good thing it's only through the contact sphere. Since we aren't meeting face to face, she probably won't recognize me as the Dry Demon King, right? Suddenly, Melissa added, I heard you were recently kidnapped by his followers. Is that true? You must have suffered, Isaac. Isaac jerked in surprise, breaking out in cold sweat and fear. No way, can she sense me even through the contact sphere? Melissa growled fiercely, why do I feel the power of the Dry Demon King on you? Isaac backed away in terror, thinking, damn, if I'm discovered, I'm done for. Melissa continued to demand, what the hell is going on? Isaac took a risk and shouted, maybe it's because I swallowed the Dry Demon King's finger 10 years ago. As soon as he said that, the room fell silent. Melissa punched her fist and laughed loudly. Ah, right, I heard that from V. I mean, there's no way he's here, is there? Everyone breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Good thing I swallowed that finger. Melissa added, if he were actually here, I'd skin him and hang him up. Isaac smugly thought to himself, but how would you skin a skeleton? A child suddenly asked, did those people really come all the way here just to meet the trainee clerics? Nai replied irritably, I heard holy maidens don't get involved in family matters, so what are they doing here? Leah turned and said, because I'm interested in you, the third child of the Crimson family. Nai startled me. Leah beamed and explained, I heard you were chosen to inherit the headship but lost everyone in the harmony test and were foolish enough to get your whole team punished. Hearing that, Nir felt as if he'd been struck by an invisible blow. The kids nearby hurried to support him. Nur, wake up, damn, is this guy emotionally shattered? Melissa didn't care and only praised. Anyway, Jack, I've prepared a special gift to reward you for your recent efforts. Isaac was mildly intrigued, thinking a gift, is it money? Melissa continued, the gift is my ultimate technique, the most powerful holy attack, capable even of defeating the Dry Demon King. Isaac pulled a disgusted face, crying inside, I don't need that. But the kids were extremely excited. The Holy Maiden's ultimate move, that's a divine power technique, right? You can't buy that with money. Basically, it's an upgraded version of holy power. The kids following Nurse shouted in panic, I heard it, at this rate the Azure will surpass us. Nai ground his teeth and cursed, damn it, this will only make that brat more arrogant. Suddenly one kid stepped forward and shouted, no way. He thought smugly to himself, you think the Holy Maiden will overlook you poisoning your teammates? I'll tell her everything and strip you of the right to stay here. He was the son of Count 6 Moloch, Nur's #1 informant. Holy Maiden, I have something to report about Isaac. Isaac gave us poison to pass the harmony test. That statement stunned Melissa into silence. The kid kept whining as he recounted. A candidate for sainthood using poison. Can you believe it, Holy Maiden? Melissa stammered, what poison? Nai rejoiced inwardly, well done, finally you're useful. Deal with that brat and I'll take you into my team. Melissa shouted coldly. Isaac, do you think poison alone is enough? Poison is one of the least effective ways to train willpower. You're doing a terrible job. The kid panicked, rushed forward and shouted, wait, Holy Maiden, Isaac really beat us until we were bruised. Melissa, again surprised, what? She continued to instruct Isaac. Listen carefully, Isaac, beating flesh and skin doesn't help training. From now on, remember to break bones, that's how you make them stronger. To atone, I'll personally break their bones in Isaac's place. The kid screamed, not knowing whom to beg when Leah intervened. No, you can't, he would die if you did that. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Leah suggested, let me do it instead, don't worry, I'll be quick and efficient. Isaac felt sorry for him and stepped forward to take over. I'll handle it myself. Leah, slightly doubtful, really. Isaac grabbed the dumb kid and whispered, see, if you'd listened when I threatened you, you wouldn't be in this mess. From now on you'll be my meat shield and subordinate. The unlucky kid could only scream inside. These family folk have all gone mad. A little while later, inside the private room, Isaac scratched his ear and heard Melissa ask, AI, would you like to become the head of a family? He mumbled in response, ah yes. Leah then asked, if you became the head, what would you do? Isaac didn't hesitate and said immediately, I'd definitely wipe out the Holy Maidens. Suri panicked and screamed, you madman. But Leah patiently asked, why? Isaac replied casually, because Holy Maidens are unnecessary. Suri begged miserably, please, I'm begging you. Isaac clamped his hand over Suri's mouth, stood up and said, I'll personally deal with the Dry Demon King. So why don't you just give up being a holy maiden? That remark intimidated Leah into silence. She just stared at Melissa without daring to speak. Melissa not only wasn't angry but smiled. I couldn't do that. I committed a sin I should never have committed. Leah hesitated. There was one time in my life when I had the chance to destroy the Dry Demon King. A perfect opportunity to annihilate him forever. But I couldn't do it. I'm not even sure why. Perhaps the gods would never forgive that. I am the reason the Du family was cursed. Isaac was surprised to hear that. Melissa continued, to break the curse, we must defeat the Dry Demon King. That is the burden I must bear. Isaac didn't understand and repeated, a sin you should never have committed. Melissa only smiled silently and did not answer. Leah also strained to speculate. There must be a reason she couldn't kill the Dry Demon King. Suddenly, Melissa changed the subject, smiling as she said, that's why I wanted to meet you today. Looking at what Melissa produced, Suri stammered, is that the Holy Maiden's emblem? Isaac propped his chin and tried to recall. The Holy Maiden's emblem is unique in the world. Its value is beyond measure. Why would Melissa give this to me? Melissa said again, I've heard your offensive holy spells are quite weak, so I infused some of my power into this. With it, you'll be able to use divine power at any time. You can't pass the remaining 5 color tests with purification spells alone, so use this. I'll stop by the Holy Kingdom soon, then I'll teach you how to deal with the Dry Demon King. See you later. As she finished, she vanished. Isaac cursed inwardly, get out and never come back. Leah also stood up and said, well, I must be going too. Isaac also rose to leave, but Leah paused and gently asked, Isaac, tell me you have a Makor, don't you? Isaac went pale and ugly-faced. This brat found out I created a Makor. Even Melissa didn't notice. How does she know? Should I kill her right here? But Leah rubbed her chin and murmured, or did I mistake her? The thing inside is the Makor from the annex, right? Isaac hurriedly went along. Ah yes, a Makor, that's right. Isaac touched his chest and muttered, oh God, I forgot I haven't absorbed it yet. I thought I could unseal it with holy magic, but I still can't. What the hell is it? Nothing works. Suddenly Leah took off her necklace and said, that seal, you can break it with this necklace. Isaac beamed with joy, respectfully raising both hands to receive it. This kid not only knew about the Manhwa but also gave me a way to break it. Jackpot. Leah hesitated and cautioned, still, I'm not sure you can actually use it. But it seems you're trying to restore the family's secret art, aren't you? Isaac couldn't understand what. Leah asked further. After you remove the holy maidens, what will you do? Isaac flamboyantly replied, become a rich freeloader. Leah snorted and left. All right, I'm off. Make sure we meet again after your apprenticeship is over. Isaac stared after her with wide eyes, thinking, this kid is definitely not normal. A moment later, an azure soldier looked in startled. Leah stepped past and said, let's go. The soldier hesitated and asked, miss, that necklace could reveal the family's secret art. Leah lowered her eyes and sighed, I know. The soldier didn't understand. Leah added, it's a hereditary heirloom. It was passed directly by the head of the family, so other direct descendants are coveting it. Leah smiled and cut in, if it's taken, that only proves that's all the value he has. The soldier sighed, but if he protects the necklace, he'll become the successor. Leah, not very concerned, smiled brightly and said, that's still better than him going to the Holy See. Recalling Isaac's earlier words, definitely wipe out the Holy Maidens, personally deal with the Dry Demon King. She couldn't help but chuckle again, and peering out of the carriage murmured, make sure you do it, Isaac. Isaac, meanwhile, was already eyeing money with bright interest. That night, rain poured down over the Baris manor. Inside, a servant's voice rang out, my lord Gojal, it's been a long time. Go replied coldly, you're well, I hope. The servant replied respectfully, I'm well. How are the Joshua family affairs, my lord? Go said disdainfully, what do you think? They're still a bunch of trash as always. The servant agreed in chorus, indeed, Joshua are all hypocrites. This made Go hesitate somewhat. In truth, he feared he might soften toward them. But inwardly, Go thought differently. Something must have happened during the investiture ceremony. The cleric who officiated Isaac's investiture was found dead in the monster forest. Was the matter serious enough to require silencing? And now the Golden family wants to adopt Isaac as well. There's no way they'd do that unless they were insane. Too many strange things are happening here. Damn it. Even though my mother belongs to that family, if I dig too deep, I might end up dead. A moment later in the family's inner chamber, Go instructed, I want to rest a bit. Don't enter until I call. The servant replied respectfully, yes, my lord. Left alone, Go told himself, soft-hearted, me, the one who handed Rasua to Cardinal Baris. Sometimes I think I've grown too close to the Joshua family, but I don't feel that connection in this wretched family. Lost in thought, Go slowly entered the Baris office and moved deeper into the secret archives to check Isaac Joshua's investiture. There it was, the mark of the god who chose Isaac. Everything belongs to me. The more he read, the more unpleasant Go felt. The greatest god, really. So that's it. This is why the papal family engineered the whole thing. This wasn't for the Holy See, but for the survival of the Baris family. No, this is about the survival of the entire empire. Back with Isaac, a pile of items had been thrown onto the floor. Whisper asked excitedly, this amount of money should be enough to buy a weapon to break the binding sphere, right? Isaac wiped his sweat and nodded, yeah, I think it's enough for now. But the problem is the anti-demon stone, Whisper added. It not only drains mana but is immune to magic, aura, and even holy power. It's a real headache. Isaac grew more and more annoyed. They dared turn the binding sphere that belonged to my subordinate into an anti-demon stone? Those bastards. Whisper scoffed, probably because that's the only way to bring down a level 9 demon king. After a while, Isaac sighed and gave up. Forget it, I'll try unsealing the mana core first. Whisper immediately perked up, so you finally absorbed it. Isaac took it out and smiled. According to Lie, this should help me break the seal, right? I've never seen anything like this before. Saying that, he brought the pendant closer. His eyes lighting up, look, it's opening. The box completely lost its seal. The mana inside leaked out bit by bit. Isaac shouted, eat it quickly. Whisper excitedly yelled aloud. But there was too much mana. Whisper tried to bite the stopper but couldn't keep up with the leak. Isaac also reached out gleefully. There's more mana than I thought. This alone is more than enough for me to advance my magic rank. Now I can freely cast high-level spells. The two of them kept whooping noisily over the pile of mana in the room. Whisper opened wide and tried to swallow as much as possible, and Isaac took the chance to stretch out his hand to absorb. While they were merrily at it, Jack's expression froze. He stared in shock as the hand-absorbing mana turned dry and withered. What the hell is this? After a while longer, the room was completely free of mana, but the corner of the bed where Isaac sat was shrouded in darkness. He looked at his hand in confusion, muttering, "Damn these rotten bones again. Bloody hell, it's definitely a curse. A curse that turns a decayed demon lord into the strongest demon lord. A reversal between life and death." Whisper asked, puzzled, "Will that curse take over your body?" Isaac denied it. "My body has been heavily blessed. It won't be easily devoured." The curse only suddenly strengthened because the amount of mana absorbed spiked too quickly. Whisper realized, so the balance was disrupted. They began to argue. "I can increase holy power to suppress the curse, but then I'd have to live like a devout follower again. It's such a hassle. Your body can automatically convert mana into divine mana. Or you could wait longer, but who knows how long that would take. Or you could siphon some mana from the Holy Maiden's emblem. That would be a waste. At worst, you'd be discovered and burned alive. There's no other way. I'll take advantage of the 5-colored test." This made Whisper startle innocently. Isaac analyzed, "If I cleverly exploit the Zich-Sak family's heresy test, I could greatly increase my holy power. For now, I'll seal my right hand." Before he could do that, someone called, "Isaac." Suri opened the door and stepped in, asking, "What are you doing here?" Isaac panicked. Oh no, he hurriedly stood, hid his right hand, and forced a smile. "You're here too." But this behavior made Suri suspicious. "Why are you smiling to yourself? You're scaring me. Why are you hiding your hand? Are you hurt?" Isaac denied it. "Hurt? Ah no, I'm fine." Suri didn't believe him and grabbed his right hand. "Fine, let me see it." When she looked closely, he was frightened and jumped back. "What the hell? Bones are those bones?" Whisper flew over and suggested, "Master, quickly use memory erasing magic." Isaac grimly transmitted telepathically, "No, if I use it on someone else, I'll be discovered." Unexpectedly, Suri trembled and pointed at him, saying, "I didn't expect you to be morally corrupt and physically like this too. Could it be that your rotten morals are because your body has decayed from within? You should have told me when this happened. Isaac thought you were wicked for no reason." This made Isaac startle. What? His mind immediately jumped to a conclusion. The Jua clan's curse is like that, either born useless or gifted but with severe defects. Suri clutched her head and lamented. "An ancestor once suffered exactly like this. But how are you both disabled and morally corrupt?" Ajak gritted his teeth at the question, enduring and cursing inwardly. Should I just kill him? But Suri was genuinely worried and said, "First, inform my father and treat you. Although you won't live long, there must be ways to extend your life." Ajak scowled, shouting in his head, "That would expose me as the decayed demon lord." So he put a hand on her shoulder and said, "Don't tell my father or the uncles. I don't want our family to worry. Besides, the 5-colored test is much more important right now. I want to personally eliminate the minions of the decayed demon lord before I die." His Hollywood-style performance immediately moved Suri. Isaac turned away and said, "Don't worry, I won't die that easily. I have a plan." Suri eagerly, "You have a plan? Tell me, I'll help you." Ajak curled a sly smile, his contemptuous face turning back as he said, "Then I need you to deliver something to the red robe of Zich-Sak." 20 days later, inside the dining hall, the trainee priests muttered, "Isaac, that bastard. Who in their right mind plants a bomb in the restroom? And that's not all. Yesterday, he laced the food with cyanide. He pumped poison gas into my pillow too." Isaac sat nearby, frowning as he asked, "You don't like my personal training plan?" The lot jumped up to argue, "Your training is assassination." One of them couldn't hold back and pulled out a paper to question, "What else is on the list? 1. Fall off a cliff and die. 2. Be killed by demons. 3. Beaten to death. 4. Die any way possible." Ajak answered innocently, "What else? You're the targets." Saying that, he turned to one side and said, "After you finish eating, put this on." "It looks suspicious. What's this, a sandbag? You intend to make us do physical training? We're clerics, not knights." Isaac didn't care and approached the pile of gear, replying, "The next 5-colored test is coming up. We need to train physically, right?" The kids protested, "What are you talking about? The next test is the golden test. Isn't their test supposed to require intellect?" Ajak said naively, "Oh, I changed the order of the exams. Next is the Zich-Sak physical fitness test." The kids were dubious. "You changed the order?" Ajak confirmed, "Yes, and I also changed the content of the test." The kids panicked. "What the hell have you done?" Ajak didn't want to argue further. He clapped and shouted, "Enough nonsense. Put on the sandbags and run 50 laps around the training ground." The lot were instantly furious. "What nonsense are you spouting? You can't just change the exam order on a whim. And 50 laps, what the hell is that? Are you crazy?" The legendary milk bottle was raised again. The kids fell silent with sullen faces. Isaac, like a demon, repeated, "Oh, my mistake, it's actually 100-meter laps. If we don't finish first this time, prepare to go down the golden stream. So hurry up and run, you bunch of dead dogs." The lot panicked, screamed, and took off running. After a while, one who had dropped his sandbag sighed, "Fine, I give up, I'm quitting. Why should we suffer so much? Isn't it enough to reach the king rank twice? We've already done it once, just wait for the blue test and we'll get it again." Before he finished, Isaac loomed up behind him and said, "Are you joking with me? We need to reach it all 5 times, remember." The man was so frightened he couldn't stand. Two companions hurried to cover. The red and yellow definitely won't let us reach king rank, and the next one was supposed to be the yellow test. Why are we being dragged to do physical training? The five-colored exam order is an imperial tradition. Who are you to change it? The proper sequence is white, yellow, blue, black, red. No sooner had he finished than someone suddenly shoved the door open and shouted, "Everyone listen, news, the next test is red." The red cardinal privately spoke with the yellow cardinal and they switched the order. The kids stood there frozen, holy crap. But red's test is one-on-one combat. Worse, if you lose you fail outright. Suddenly AI Jayek stepped forward, voice hard. So now have you figured out which test is next? Get moving and train like mad. A few days later, at the Empire's training center, a group of kids paced along the corridor. Led by Neo with a scowl, damn it, can't believe father agreed to Isaac's suggestion. He recalled his father's words. Isaac said he'd show me something interesting. Attack it and give it your all. Now he was resentful. What's worse, this time it's not one-on-one but team combat. Whatever Team Blue led by Suri Joshua isn't anything to fear. Apart from Isaac, the others are easy to handle. There's no way the Red family, a clan specialized in combat, will lose. Thinking that, he strode out confidently, shouting, "Come on brothers, fight, take them down in no time." But when he arrived, his expression changed drastically. On the high platform 2 cardinals sat, but the Red cardinal ignored them and looked elsewhere. On that side, Isaac's group stepped forward, and notably Kina had joined Isaac's team. Isaac smiled and explained to the overseer, about this, the servant who tasted my food had a stomachache since breakfast. Luckily, I found a replacement. She's an apprentice anyway, so it should be fine." Confidence quickly turned to extreme panic, and the crowd erupted. What? Kina Baris on Team Blue? She's on par with a high priest. The Red cardinal was also reluctant. The Yellow cardinal, this has gone too far. Why did you let Kina join Blue? While speaking, he saw the Yellow cardinal's arrogant expression and was left speechless, not knowing what to say. You didn't know either. Down in the arena, Kina whispered, "If I take care of those pests, will you agree to study together and teach me some powerful moves?" AI smiled, of course. Kina satisfied, then let's do it. But for Nur, this was nothing short of the end of the world. He couldn't accept it and shouted, "That's cheating. She's not even an apprentice anymore. Why is someone of her caliber appearing in an apprentice's match?" Before this could cause a fuss, Kina cut in, "You're wrong, I refused promotion to high priest, and gave up all privileges, so I can remain an apprentice longer, just like Isaac in the end." The audience gaped, sweating bullets. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Kina turned to the overseer and asked, "Has the referee made a decision?" The overseer awkwardly held his head. Kina Baris is still officially recognized as a low-ranking priest and she hasn't participated in any 5-colored tests. So there's no rule forbidding her from joining. Isaac was pleased to hear this, while NHI couldn't stand it and yelled, "Damn it, nonsense. Even if we all rush in together, we might not win. If she joins, it's over for us, but if it's one-on-one between captains, we might still have a chance." Thinking that, his gaze shifted to Suri. Jock noticed his odd attitude and stepped forward to tease, "What's up, feeling nervous? See, I told you to go first." Suri hesitantly asked quietly, "After this is over your hand will recover, right?" Isaac smiled reassuringly, "Yes, once I gain more holy power it will be fine." But Suri couldn't understand and said, "You should be the team captain, really. Honestly, we've gotten this far because of you. From me becoming class leader, skipping grades, and topping the tests, and even passing the harmony test, it's all thanks to you." Hearing him expose that, AI Jayek scowled and growled, "What is this?" "Well, it's true I'm a good teacher, but how many can keep up? Yet you managed it." That left Suri stunned. And after a moment she protested. Still, Nur isn't someone to be underestimated, but Isaac frowned and warned, "If you follow my instructions, even fighting that annoying redhead won't be a problem." Suri regained confidence, joyful mixed with admiration. Isaac, who had just spoken, changed tone, "And if you lose, I'll personally humiliate you, understood?" Suri's mood dropped, speechless. A moment later, the overseer shouted, "The match will begin in 5 minutes. Both teams prepare to fight." Isili prayed anxiously, "Lord Isaac, although Kina is on their team, I still think the situation is unfavorable for both Isaac and Suri. Those damn members of the Red family dared to use destructive holy magic on the kids." On the floor, Isaac's apprentice side looked rabid, needing to be leashed. Isaac nonchalantly held the lead and laughed, "Now, not yet, don't be hasty." The scene embarrassed Rai. Isili hesitated. "That looks more like the Blue family's holy magic, doesn't it? Lord Isaac asked me to teach him that spirit-boosting holy spell." Ryle couldn't believe his eyes. "That is a spirit-boosting holy spell?" Isili awkwardly, "I think so. But it was supposed to only raise morale so people wouldn't fear the enemy." Ryle was shocked by the scene below. "Why do they look like beasts?" Isaac at the center thought with delight, "This is a secret I've never revealed. Spirit boosting combined with stimulating herbs will create a berserker effect. I've prepared their bodies for beast transformation. Now it's time to make full use of it." Just then, countless formation arrays appeared above the arena. AI Jayek looked up excitedly. "Is it starting?" One formation after another lit up, projecting phantasmal sacred trees that grew without end. The legions then knelt and bowed, and the crowd cheered enthusiastically. "That's the guardian deity of the Red family, the god of justice." Suri led his group in kneeling and shouted, Pray quickly, whoever has the strongest faith will be blessed by the Red family's god, will gain the advantage. He clasped his hands respectfully and vowed, we must win. Unexpectedly, AI Jayak couldn't contain himself at the sight of the deity, and he hurled the legendary feeding bottle, which struck once and shattered the statue into 100 pieces. He even told himself, I didn't mean to do it. The statue's head hit the ground. Suri couldn't believe it and lunged forward to scold. Isaac, you still haven't dropped that habit. Isaac pretended not to care. Don't make a fuss. NHI couldn't stand it and screamed. Isaac, just destroy the Red family's deity statue. Isaac chopped off the god's head. Kina's face also darkened. Isaac, did you just destroy a god statue? How on earth did you do that? Was it some holy magic? Can you teach me? Seeing him steal her moment, Suri panicked. Why did you learn that? Besides destroying a god statue. Kina snapped back annoyed. So what? Apart from the Yellow family's god, the other gods mean nothing to me. Suri was at a loss, smiling ruefully. May the gods also forgive this one. Suddenly Suri leaped and grabbed Isaac by the collar, yelling, Isaac, you bastard, you were just testing the floor's durability, right? That's insane, you should apologize. Isaac looked plainly exasperated. Is that apology enough? After that, the group looked up at where the two cardinals sat. The Red Cardinal smiled quietly. This kid is truly an unpredictable troublemaker. Making him fall would be entertaining. Suri panicked inwardly. Are they going to interrogate Isaac? Suddenly, the Yellow Cardinal intervened. Speaking of which, didn't the Red family itself allow the deity's statue to be destroyed? The host lord here allowed an apprentice priest to use magic to destroy the statue. Perhaps we should reconsider the Red family's faith. He thought to himself, I will not let you touch Isaac. Immediately, the two cardinals faced off fiercely, with no mercy. After a moment, the Red Cardinal had to yield. The venomous fellow forced a smile and said, shutting down a heresy trial over a few apprentice priests seems excessive. Let's continue the 5-colored tests. Suri heard this and was overjoyed. Suddenly a voice whispered in Enhai's ear, that's an order. NHI immediately looked up at his father. His face darkened as he glanced down, make Isaac Joshua a cripple. After a while, the overseer stepped forward to announce the rules. The red test rules are very simple. Find the real necklace among the fake ones. The team that finds the real necklace first wins. The person who holds the real necklace will be chosen by each team's captain, and once chosen, the holder cannot be changed. Suri calculated tensely. Choosing who holds the necklace is crucial. The overseer added there are 3 ways to find the real necklace. First, capture the opposing captain and force a confession. Second, use deduction to guess who is holding the real necklace. And finally, defeat the entire opposing team and seize all the necklaces. The 2 captains should now distribute the necklaces. As soon as he finished speaking, Nigeo immediately commanded, everyone gather, don't worry, they're just the weak blue family. Meanwhile, Suri stepped close to the overseer, his expression very serious, and said, I want to resign as captain. The overseer flustered. What? At that moment, AI Jayak went berserk and lunged over, grabbing him up. What the hell are you doing? Hurry and divide the necklaces. Suri, furious, shouted, wait. On the other side, AJ and Nigeo were secretly pleased. That Suri is really weak, really stupid. He should have volunteered to be captain. What's there to worry about fighting the blues? Just watch out for Kina. Everything else will be fine. She knows how to hunt monsters, but that doesn't mean she knows how to handle people. What a bunch of idiots. A moment later, the overseer signaled to start the match. And Nigeo's side proudly drew their weapons, everyone brimming with confidence. No reason to fear those weak blues. But the moment the sound began, the whole group's faces went ashen and dark as ash. What the hell? AI Jayak, as if possessed, charged forward alone with a roar. Because he was extremely excited, this was a legitimate test where he could really beat those hateful clerics. Yes, make full use of it. Suri was also terrified of his teammate. Is that even a human face? The kids on the red side tried to encourage each other, so the blues planned to intimidate us with that look. Don't be afraid, they won't dare attack because of the code of honor. They can only defend. No sooner had he finished speaking than AI Jayak leaped into the air, happily unbuttoned his shirt and muttered, now those apprentice priests will learn my power. He pulled out an improved gold bracelet, transforming it into a spiked chain mace, and charged forward, swinging the mace with a loud shout. Hand over your captain, boom! The floor dented into a deep crater. The kids weren't hit but were blown away by the shockwave. Everyone bewildered asked each other, is that really the blue team? What the hell is this? I thought they were supposed to keep their honor. Isaac didn't care. Like a death dealer, he stepped forward to threaten, if you want to stay alive, hand over your captain now. Isaac charged like an earthquake, shouting, hand over your captain now. Nigeo panicked, waved to command. One person over here to help quickly. Hold the formation, do not fall back. While he spoke, Kina bent her knee to spring forward and launch herself straight toward him. Moving so fast, the kids stared after her in amazement. Stop them quickly, feign an attack, near carefully. Watched Kina's hand about to touch him, gritting his teeth and thinking, just as I thought, you're truly talented, Kina, but it's still not enough. He curled his lips in a cold smile. I've seen through everything you intended to do. The moment Kina touched him, Nai's figure vanished on the spot. Kina glanced back and saw Naijio appear there, surprised, thinking, a holy magic clone. Naijio didn't hesitate and shouted, seize her. The kids quickly surrounded and encircled Kina, and simultaneously used level 5 binding repentance holy magic. Kina was hit by the spell, helplessly gritting her teeth as she stood and watched. Naijio took the opportunity to vanish, and reappeared right beside the Blue family's kids. He shouted excitedly, capture them. Another group of kids received the order and rushed at the Blue family. Got them? Naijio seized the chance as the two sides fought chaotically to surge through, confidently thinking, this is no different from the usual beast transformation spells. At worst, it only makes you a little stronger. Found you, Suri. Let me take an arm or two as a souvenir. Thinking this, he gathered holy power into his palm. Above, Rai and Asili looked down anxiously. Lord Ryle, isn't that holy magic? Be careful. Naijio resolved to charge at Suri. Suri broke into a sweat, gritting his teeth and muttering, damn it, Isaac's words keep ringing in my head. You'll be fine, Suri, just do as I say and we'll win. Nur will certainly try every way to duel you one-on-one. After all, he has always looked down on you. Thinking that, Suri slowly raised his hand, assuming a stance to brace for the next attack. This sight excited Naijio even more. It's over for you, you idiot. Suddenly, Suri's pupils emitted a cold light. Naijio's extremely powerful attack collided with Suri and was halted. Doi Lai gaped in disbelief. Suri. Isaac didn't care, looking that way and smiling. That's right. Show us you're not weak. Suri gritted his teeth and grabbed Naijio's wrist, snarling, you're the idiot here. Before Naijio could comprehend, Suri's other hand grabbed his collar and yanked him hard, throwing him backward. Suri followed with a knee strike, knocking Naijio into a heap on the floor. Naijio's eyes rolled back, drained of strength and unable to resist. Suri finally released him, thinking, do you know why we don't use our clan techniques on humans? Because they only work on demon tribes. No, it's because humans can't withstand them. Suri coldly stared at the unconscious Naijio. The entire arena fell silent without a sound. Suri, enraged, gritted his teeth and shouted, never underestimate the Blues. Isaac's side kids cheered excitedly, while Nur's side panicked and didn't know what to do. Kina, trapped in the middle, frowned and analyzed. Suri doesn't have such power. Someone must have secretly used holy magic to amplify his strength. Seeing traces of holy power still on Suri's body, he immediately fixed his gaze on the mocking one here, certain it was Isaac's doing. Isaac, not yet satisfied, shouted at Suri, finish it. Suri broke into a sweat, stammering, all right, then let me take the necklace. Hearing that trembling voice, Isaac snapped angrily, hey, bring Dang Hong in, finish him off. Suri stepped forward and replied, okay, I know. Coincidentally, Nai regained consciousness at that moment, clutching his head, and was immediately grabbed by the collar by Suri, who shouted, Nir Sipet, tell me where the real necklace is. Nir doubted his ears. What, you think I, the future heir, will confess under this kind of interrogation? Suri, helpless, clasped his face and pleaded, confess it, you bastard, I'm begging you, only then will you leave here alive. Naijio questioned existence. Is this guy crazy? He angrily shouted, shut up, you crazy bastard, I've learned every kind of torture to inherit my clan. How dare you? While still shouting, Suri coldly stood up, lifting his leg like a vengeful demon. Naijio turned pale at the sight, stammering, unable to speak. Wait. Immediately, a heart-piercing pain struck, making him jump. In the stands, the spectators trembled, sweating profusely. What terrifying sound is that? A member of the Blue family could do something like that. It's horrible. Suri ground his teeth as he heard their talk, while Isaac showed obvious delight on his face. On the arena, Naijio's wails of agony continued to ring out, his face mangled by the torment. Suri coldly admonished, I told you to confess quickly. Nir's kids immediately rushed over to assist. Suri, you bastard. Kina stepped in at once to stop them. Stand back. He lightly planted the ball of his foot on the arena floor, and a wide area paralyzing holy spell was cast. The entire stands glowing with the radiance of the magic array. Naijio cursed bitterly, damn it, did they pretend to be captured on purpose? They even already knew where the necklace was hidden, but why did it hit? Suri, also sweating, muttered, all right, then let me take the necklace. Nir immediately shifted his gaze to another direction, looking at Isaac's sneer and thinking loudly, could he have planned everything? Nir's kids still refused to accept it, crawling forward to curse. You did all this just to force Nir to talk? But no matter what, and I won't tell you anything. Isaac raised an eyebrow and asked, what are you talking about? Don't you all already know where the necklace is hidden? Now he pulled out the ancestral ring, its unique effect absorbing holy power on his hand. The kids, seeing this, hurriedly begged, wait, I'll tell you where it's hidden. But Isaac didn't care, swung his mace and struck them, barking, stop talking and let's begin. After a moment, Isaac produced a ruby-set necklace, stepped on the bodies of Nir's kids and shouted, found it. The judges immediately declared the Blue team the winners. Cheers kept ringing out, hail the Blue faith, but Suri couldn't hear it. He stared at his hand in disbelief as excited chatter rose. So the rumor that the Blue faith has returned was true. They even managed to bring the Pope's grandson to their side. Raul tightened his fist in excitement. Well done, Isaac Surya. Suddenly, a kid stepped up behind him and called out, truly worthy of being the Empire's youngest priest. Give the winners, those who have blessed this arena with a magnificent performance, a fitting reward. The newcomer was the Crown Prince of the Holy Nation Helen Chapel Alex Freck Hella. Seeing the Crown Prince, Raul hurriedly bowed, I pay homage to the Holy Nation's second son, The prince casually praised, "Your grandchildren are truly outstanding. How would you feel if I gifted them priest uniforms?" Ryle gladly agreed at once, "Of course, your highness. That will make the children shine even more in the upcoming exam. Garments bestowed by the royal family are like heirlooms." The prince cheerfully proposed, "Then may I stop by when the tailor arrives?" Ryle hesitated a bit. "Yes, aren't you rather busy, your highness? You needn't." The prince smiled and cut him off. "I want to meet them personally." Ryle wondered skeptically, "They're only 2 trainee priests, why would he meet them?" Suddenly the prince added, "Ah yes, consider it a small extra gift. You'd better advise your youngest grandson to skip the golden exam. The Pope intends to kill Ai Jayak." As soon as that was said, Rai hurriedly looked down at the arena and saw Isaac standing unharmed on the field. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and whispered, "Thank you, your highness, but he'll be fine." A while later in the waiting room, the kids' joyful voices rose. "Hey, did you hear? The prince plans to gift us uniforms." "Really? And we ranked top this time too. Looks like we've made a real splash." Among the crowd, Ai Jayak glowered and stared ahead, snarling, "Hey, aren't you going home? The exam's over, I don't need you anymore." Kina calmly continued sipping his tea, as if he hadn't heard. His servant anxiously advised, "He's right, you must go. The master is looking for you." Kina irritably set his teacup down and barked, "No, you told me to join the blue family, didn't you?" That threat made the servants blanch and fall silent. Isaac sneered in rebuttal, "When did I say that?" Kina replied nonchalantly, "Last night." Ai Jayak scowled and snapped, "Don't make that up. That was only for the Crimson exam. Who authorized you to officially be a priest of the Blue family?" This left Kina momentarily at a loss. The servant exhaled in relief, then a moment later retorted, "Whatever, I've agreed to become a blue priest, so I'll stay here now." The servant relaxed, then immediately raised his guard again. "Master." Kina turned to instruct, "Tell my father I haven't returned yet." The Blue family's servant angrily snapped, "Get lost." The Golden family's servant worried, "Master." But Kina was resolved, thinking, he definitely used holy magic on Suri yesterday. But what was that power? And moreover, the prince plans to gift them uniforms. Gifting uniforms is basically a declaration of ownership. All 5 faiths are under the Pope's control. Could the crown prince be opposing the Pope? Thinking that, Kina slammed the table and declared, "Anyway, I want my reward for helping you in the Crimson exam, but you seem busy, so I'll stay here with you." The servant secretly despaired, "But if Cardinal Y finds out, the whole family will be thrown into chaos." Kina didn't bother to elaborate. "If you want, I can help you win the remaining exams. I'll even deal with those golden priests for you and help the blue priests execute the Dry Demon King's subordinates. What do you think?" Isaac didn't care and turned away. "No need, just piss off and be gone." That attitude drove Kina mad. "What? You said you'd teach me. I won't move until you teach me. If you're so good, drag me outside then." With that, he flopped down and threw a tantrum in the middle of the room. Isaac was exasperated. "Hey, are you dumb? I'm just using you. Get out of here." But Kina stayed put, refusing to leave. "Say what you will, I fulfilled the deal and I'll take what you promised." Isaac snapped in annoyance. "I said later. I'm busy now. Get out before I change my mind." Kina also bristled and demanded, "You going to renege?" But he had no choice and cleared his throat in concession. "Fine, I'll wait. Once the apprenticeship is over." Before he could finish, Isaac cut in. "I'm out of patience. I'm canceling. Besides, I have disciples who obey me far better than you." Kina, displeased, sprang up. "Disciples who obey more than me? Who?" Isaac pointed behind him. "Who else would it be but Suri? There." Kina immediately shot Suri a bullet-like glare. "That guy, yeah, him." Kina, unconvinced, stamped his foot and asked, "You mean that guy is better than me? If I prove I'm better than him right now, will you teach me?" Dragged into it, Suri shrieked and protested, "Why are you dragging me into this?" Isaac continued to tease, propping himself up with his hand. "Depends on how you perform." Hearing that, Kina ran up and glared straight into Suri's face. The next day, in the cathedral's banquet hall, the kids sat eating, wide-eyed and whispering, "What is that? The blue team's seating is really fancy. Looks like their food is different from ours. I heard their rooms were upgraded too, so placing first in the exam gets you special treatment like that." Rao was also present, holding a glass and musing. "I didn't expect them to rank Isaac's team first. What criteria is the cathedral using to score?" Suddenly someone stepped up behind him and said, "You must be pleased the blue team won, right?" Ryle started and turned. "Your Eminence." Cardinal Bari stepped forward, smiling. "Long time no see, Ryle. I heard you're about to reach rank 9, is that true? At your age, that's truly impressive. But the head of the Rakshua family must be having headaches, since the only person capable of succeeding him, young Doi, doesn't have much time left." "Ah, forgive me, even if lifespan weren't an issue, the role of family head might still be too much for you. Besides, you can't have children. But all that said, your grandson is truly outstanding. The family head must be proud." Hearing Isaac's name, Ryle immediately grew alert. "What is it?" Cardinal Baris waved his hand. "Please forgive my little teasing. Even though he's only the 3rd son, our family's heir was utterly defeated in front of the royal family and the other nobles." Ryle was helpless, thinking, the family really can see through people. Perhaps they already know about the Joskshua family's curse. He wasn't wrong, and besides, I never intended to become the family head. As long as he doesn't harm Isaac. Just then Du Lai froze. Cardinal Baris abruptly stepped toward the kids, facing Isaac, and called out, "Isaac!" The kid beside him hurriedly shook him. "Hey, Isaac, he's calling you." Isaac, eating, grumbled irritably, "Damn it, why do they have to interrupt me while I'm eating?" But he still turned back to greet, "Yes, Your Eminence." Cardinal Baris smiled lightly and asked, "What is that interesting thing you said you'd show me? I still haven't seen anything." Isaac innocently asked back, "You haven't seen it. It's the sight of me crushing your son." At those words, the entire room fell silent. Isaac didn't care and pointed at him, asking, "Well, do you find that amusing?" Suri screamed, stammering, "Why would you say that to the Crimson family?" Isaac remained unconcerned and retorted, "What? Why? Afraid I'll shut you up." Suri quickly covered his mouth and warned, "They always hunt the Dry Demon King's serpent spies, so don't provoke them." Isaac shrugged indifferently, "So what?" Cardinal Baris didn't take offense either and smiled. "In any case, I have high hopes for the Blue family. It seems you've learned an interesting skill. I'm not sure why, but I sense dark mana within you." Isaac broke into a sweat, knowing that gaze was a holy detection spell, but outwardly he had to smile and reply, "Forgot. I ate part of the Dry Demon King's body when I was a child. If watching me crush your son isn't entertaining enough, would you like me to repeat the performance during the golden exam?" At that remark, everyone stared at Kina, wondering if he intended to strike the Cardinal's son as well. Kina, unaware, paused and looked at the group. What's wrong?" Unexpectedly, Cardinal Baris became very intrigued. "So what will you ask of me this time?" Isaac, ignoring Suri's helpless head clutching, laughed and replied, It's nothing difficult. I want to meet the demons that serve the Dry Demon King. So you just give me the keys to their prison cells." Cardinal Baris went pale at that and immediately turned to leave. "I can give you the keys if you return safely, but whether that's possible, I do not know. You may not make it back from the golden exam." The kids grew frightened at that. Isaac didn't care and sneered, "What nonsense is that bastard talking now?" Just then, a kid ran and holding a paper and shouted, "Everyone, we've received our assignment for the golden exam." They asked curiously, what's it?" The kid shouted, "It's an expedition." Cardinal Baris clarified, "In that exam, you'll have to retrieve items that the holy nation Hiola has lost in various regions. Aren't you curious where your blue team will be sent? It is Graciandia, the mysterious empire." At that announcement, the kids went pale. Suri sprang up tense from his chair. "Graciandia is the archenemy of Hioladu. They want us to go to a country that always tries to kill priests." A few other kids also sprang up to complain. "It's right next to the demon territory. Are they insane? Do they really want us to go there? Recently, many holy knights and guards have been kidnapped in that area. I heard the culprit is a high-ranking demon that ate priests during the golden exam 14 years ago. Obviously, that area is still sealed off for investigation." Hearing this, Isaac covered his face and sat silently. Cardinal Baris stepped forward to console. "How pitiful. But you don't need to be that afraid. I can change the location by my authority." The kids hurriedly nodded in agreement. "Yes, Isaac, please beg him, just once." Isaac withdrew his hand and with an innocent look asked back, "Really? You'll change the location for us?" At the same time, in the Blue family's mansion in the capital, Dulai's voice echoed through the house. "This is serious, insane. They're planning to send the kids to the land of the mages. On top of that, they'd have to rescue the kidnapped holy knights. This is clearly an S-rank mission. It's basically sending the kids to their deaths. If they don't cancel this now, I'll smash this mansion to pieces." Seeing Dulai getting carried away, "Go cut in. Calm down. Father is just as angry as you were. He even threw, no, he's already gone there to make a scene." Saying that, he scowled and ground his teeth. "Those bastards clearly want Isaac dead. Since our father has gone, they'll probably adjust the exam. Given the current situation, they can't assign apprentice priests to tasks with diplomatic implications. They probably just want to warn us not to be too arrogant." Ryle was somewhat surprised by that attitude. "Go at it anyway. I don't want Suri to die there, so don't worry too much. Even Isaac, if he's still lucid." Before he could finish, a servant burst in shouting, "Sir, there's big news. Young Master Isaac is on the other side." Cardinal Baris happily praised, "That's right, Isaac. Just tell me you want to live." But Isaac cut in, his face darkening, and smugly retorted, "I find that place very interesting. Why would I want to change the location?" At the family's side, a servant shouted, "He has accepted the mission," leaving Ryle and Go speechless, not knowing what to say. Meanwhile, in the demon territory's black domain, a small demon entered to report. The demon seated above asked, "So are you saying you failed to kill the Holy One?" The small demon dared not raise his head and replied, "I sincerely apologize, sir." The demon scowled, muttering, "Never mind, it's fine. After all, the main goal was to cause chaos. Seeing the greatness of our revered king firsthand was already a major achievement. We even succeeded in smuggling magical devices into the holy nation's borders, once deemed inviolable. His Majesty is truly powerful. Even a small fraction of his strength is terrifying." Suddenly, the small demon trembled and reported, "Sir, I sensed his power during the coronation." The demon repeated in surprise, "His." The small demon confirmed, "Yes, it was the great Dry Demon King himself." On hearing this, the demon lost his composure and leapt from his seat. What? You sense the power of the great dry demon king from the boy who ate part of his body. The small demon, sweating, confirmed, yes, I heard he has been anointed and is currently being trained. The demon couldn't contain himself and shouted, heaven favors us. Although we can't do anything to him because he's always within his family's territory. So sooner or later he'll have to take part in the golden and blue exams anyway. A perfect opportunity for young priests and the demon clans to hunt each other. Just a small fraction of his power already makes us this strong. I wonder how powerful we'd become if we could eat part of his body directly. I want to know what that brat's flesh tastes like so badly, I can't hold myself back. Back where the apprentice priests gathered, they buzzed with talk. Have you heard about the mission assigned to the blue team? The mission to that mysterious empire. Not only that, I heard they also have to rescue a holy knight taken hostage. The Golden family really is trying to send them to their deaths. They'll surely be wiped out by those mages. Hearing the kids chatter, Suri cursed inwardly, damn it, everyone thinks we're going to die. Doesn't anyone believe we'll succeed? But the worst part is, the Holy Knights are completely ignoring our team, which means we'll be in danger the moment we cross the border. Because both the demon clans and the bandits will definitely attack as soon as we step out of the empire. As he was thinking, Isaac's annoying voice rang out. Those bastards are really too much. Why won't anyone join our team? These words pushed Suri over the edge and she snapped, it's because of you. This mission isn't just hard, they want to send us to our deaths. Can't you see everyone is already writing their wills? Do you know what happened 14 years ago? In the golden exam, Uncle Rai's blue team was entirely wiped out. Those words stuck in everyone's ears. Recalling Cardinal Golden's face, Suri cursed inwardly. That filthy cardinal, he dares play such dirty tricks. If we refuse the mission, he'll persecute our team, and if we accept, we'll surely die. Whatever, if we succeed, no one will dare look down on us anymore. Besides, this mission involves the mysterious empire and the high demons, basically a literal monocore factory. While still feeling smug, Suri lunged over and shook him. Even so, we can still choose the Holy Knight, there might be a chance. We must snatch the first team Holy Knight from the Royal Knights. Absolutely. Just as hope rose, someone stepped forward to dash it. Too bad, the first team Holy Knights have already been chosen by the Golden team. The person who stepped forward was Count Ma. He added, and that's not all, my son and his friend have been moved over there too. I really shouldn't have entrusted the kids to the blue team just for past glory. Isaac, unbothered, retorted, you're very short-sighted. Count, you'll be ostracized once we succeed. Suri persisted in pleading, if you can't get the first team Holy Knight, then take the second or third team, just not the fourth. But Isaac didn't listen, and analyzed aloud, take a Holy Knight, where would we find such pretty ones? Immediately he darted off, causing Suri to scream in panic. Great, Isaac, sign a contract with the second team Holy Knight. But Isaac walked past the exchange host, leaving her stunned. What? Isaac didn't care and turned his head back, then gave a thumbs up and smiled confidently. Suri, confused, also gave a thumbs up, thinking to herself, did he actually manage it? Unexpectedly, the host dashed that faint hope. The blue team chose the fourth Holy Knights. Isaac casually walked back smiling, hey, good news. I just signed a contract with the strongest team. The whole crowd couldn't help shouting, are you out of your mind? The fourth Holy Knights are basically the odd jobs. They've never been accepted in the Holy Nation and are even forced to act as humiliating messengers. Although their skills surpass even the Royal Knights, they deeply despise the church. A while later, as soon as Isaac returned, he was questioned by Lord Lei. Explain yourself, what on earth were you thinking? Isaac didn't answer immediately but forced a smile, thinking, he looks genuinely angry. Whisper pumped in, even if he tore the house down, he wouldn't be this mad. Realizing the point, Isaac smiled and decided, maybe I should give him the answer he wants to hear. Then he began to explain, if I asked to change the mission, it would disgrace the Joshua family honor. And of course I don't want that to happen. But before he finished, he was cut off by the patriarch. You talk about honor, he didn't believe it. Still unsure what to do when the patriarch added, you, who use dark mana, talking about honor. What kind of expression is that? Do you think I don't know? I tolerated you because I considered you special, but now I can no longer trust you. Isaac switched into performance mode and trembling said, I truly hate the dry demon king so much I want to kill him. Whisper was shocked. Wait, what kind of lie is that? Isaac then launched into a tirade. I lost my parents and was cursed, all because of that damned dry demon king. Moreover, our family is despised because we couldn't defeat him. I am so ashamed I can't sleep. I will definitely destroy that dry demon king. The reason I used the dry demon king's power was only to investigate him. I will kill him with my own hands and will do whatever it takes to achieve that. I must protect the Rasua family. If I abandon honor and live on in miserable shame, then the Rasua family will live in disgrace and eventually be only a thing of the past. He added inwardly, so later I can take this family for myself. After hearing this, the patriarch was gradually brainwashed, thinking, the boy truly isn't lying. He nodded in approval. I've always said you don't need to sacrifice yourself for this family. But it seems you really are one of us. You may fail this mission, as long as everyone returns alive. If you return safely, I will officially declare you my heir. Achieving his goal beyond expectation, Isaac's sullen face broke into a smile as he replied, I understand, thank you very much, sir. A few days later, on the outskirts of the capital, Isaac excitedly led the ragged kids, saying, it's almost time, we'll meet the knights in this village. Suri and the kids followed behind in tears, resolved, damn it, now that it's come to this we must survive at all costs. Whisper returned from patrol and reported to Isaac, sir, I've investigated the demon from 14 years ago. Isaac immediately sent a mental query, have you found out who it is? Whisper reported back, it's a demon from the Western Legion. Although not one of the 14 retinue, it might be someone you know. It seems to be an extremely brutal demon that rips apart young priests and eats them alive. Ajak ground his teeth and hissed, that bastard dares to break the laws I set, I'll show him how ruthless I can be. Whisper trailed behind reminding him, but please be careful, you haven't fully recovered your strength yet. The kids trudged on with difficulty, unaware that A had already been hiding nearby. Chuckling with glee, found you, you little turtle brat. Meanwhile, in the royal palace in the crown prince's chamber, the prince's astonished voice rang out. Really, Isaac chose the Holy Knights odd job squad. A servant replied respectfully, it seems he doesn't care about the knights you assigned, sir. He doesn't have much eye for people, it seems. The prince fell silent, then after a moment objected, no, I think he actually has a keen eye. The servant surprised, really. The prince smiled with interest and explained, the knight commander I sent is a half-spirit, meaning he'll be fairly weak against demons. The servant trembled at this, Sir Cylon is a half-spirit, did you send him as a test? The prince rose to deny it. No, though Cylon is weak against demons, his abilities are still very reliable. But Isaac choosing the odd job squad is certainly interesting, because that entire Holy Knight squad are half demons. The servant puzzledly analyzed, the thing is they're hard to control, haven't they even thrown a priest to the demons before? At the same time, at the blue team's rendezvous point, someone angrily pounded the table and shouted, why aren't they here yet? It's been over 5 hours. Do they want to start trouble with us? The one shouting and radiating killing intent was Derek, commander of the 4th Holy Knights. The others in the squad agreed and grumbled, maybe they're making us wait on purpose because of our bad reputation. If the Blue family is late like this, there must be a reason. Those filthy priests can't be allowed to look down on us. Before they could finish cursing, Isaac loomed in, smiling. It's an honor to meet you, Commander Derek. Seems we're a bit late, huh? Suddenly someone stepped up close, startling Derek and making him jump back. He immediately struck with a preemptive tone. I've heard the Blue faith is strict about punctuality. Do you know what time it is? Isaac sighed helplessly. None of us wanted this. We were ambushed by bandits and my arm even got broken. As if someone hired them to attack us. But I came as fast as I could. It's rude to keep everyone waiting. As he spoke, he stared at Derek. Derek, twitchy, dodged and said, even so, you should still be on time, right? Isaac narrowed his eyes and snarled, what? Or do you think you're not good enough to accompany us? Derek scowled and retorted, what? Are you crazy? You planning to go without our protection? We have nothing to lose, so it's fine if we turn back. Not giving him a chance to withdraw, Isaac cut in again. If you had nothing to lose, you wouldn't have waited 5 hours. If that's really the case, then why are you still standing here? Besides, this is just a simple escort mission. Why are you so heavily armed? Are you planning to use us as bait to rescue missing comrades? If you don't need us, then let's part ways right here. Derek's plan was exposed. He snapped and lashed out, shut up. Did that Night Ha tell you? That bastard dragged you in to sabotage our mission, didn't he? At the name, Suri startled and wondered. Halak, that's the alias of my 4th uncle. Could he be involved in this? Derek completely revealed his true face, radiating killing intent as he growled. Without you lot, we couldn't enter Graciandia. So I'll drag you along even if I have to chop your legs off. But facing a half-demon brimming with killing intent, Jack stood still and murmured, hey. Beneath his calm expression, his pupils glowed red and he ordered, sheath your sword now. Derek, losing control, suddenly froze, looking at Isaac as if he saw the dry demon king staring at him. His body trembled in waves, ugly thoughts asking, can I resist his command? But he's obviously just a kid. Whisper sneered, taunting, with demon blood in him, he won't be able to resist you. Isaac smugly transmitted, submitting to the strong is a demon's instinct. That's partly why I chose them. As for Derek, after struggling to control himself, he had no choice but to relent and sheath his sword. Isaac pretended not to notice and turned to the kids with a smile. All right, let's go. Suri snapped angrily, after all this, how can we trust each other? Isaac didn't let it in, replying, either way, both sides need each other, so let's move. This answer drove Suri mad. What do you mean? Isaac had to explain more carefully. Hunting the demon from 14 years ago and rescuing all the kidnapped people is the goal of both sides. Even if some of them are your comrades, it doesn't really matter. But Derek caught the hint in that casual remark and asked at once, wait, you chose us because you know our comrades were captured. Isaac dodged and feigned indifference. What are you talking about? I don't know anything, they hurriedly said, then we'll come with you. Isaac smiled and replied, of course I knew. A worried kid stepped forward and asked, "So what's the plan? You have one, right?" But Isaac coldly repeated, "A plan? How can we trust demons? They will betray us. Do you know why they're only given courier duties?" While he was saying this, Derek's body suddenly brimmed with demonic aura. His hands swelling and growing clawed nails like a beast. He lost his mind and lunged at Isaac, just as he grabbed the collar of the kid beside him. The nearby kids backed away and shouted, "We knew something would happen. We can't trust them. Restrain them." Isaac, unsurprised, pulled out a baby bottle and smacked it once, yelling, "Snap out of it. You've lost control already." Derek immediately regained composure and, embarrassed, turned and apologized. "Sorry, I don't usually transform this quickly. It felt like something was pressing on my head." A few knights chimed in, "Maybe because we're close to Graciandia's territory we're affected. My body feels strange too." Suddenly Derek exclaimed excitedly, "But I've never reverted to human so quickly. One strike and I was back to normal. You're truly amazing." Isaac praised, rubbed his nose and smiled to himself. "Of course, because I'm the one who caused it. I don't want to waste any more time." He slung on his luggage and led the group. "If everyone's ready, let's go." Suddenly the bag on his back exuded a pitch-black demonic aura. He slung on his luggage and led the group. AI Jack opened it and, seeing it was a small bird, showed obvious displeasure. "What is this? Playing dead old man." The bird still kept its eyes shut tight. Whisper slyly said, "This one acts pretty well, huh? If it doesn't get 30 million, it won't open its eyes anytime soon." AI Jack grew more menacing, pulling out a baby bottle and raising it. "Should we grant its wish?" The bird, frightened, leapt up and cursed, "Damn it, the Blood Lord is ruthless. Why send me to find that damned priest?" Hearing that title, AI Jack froze, surprised. "The Blood Lord? You mean one of the high demons sent you here?" Moments later, Whisper erected a barrier and reported, "The warding is complete, master." AI Jack held the bird in his hand, musing, "The Blood Lord is one of my subordinates. He's probably imprisoned beneath the holy seat. It seems he's heard of me and sent this creature to make contact. Apparently he concealed that I'm the Dried Lord demon from this sparrow." AI Jack lifted it and asked, "Do you have information for me?" The bird defiantly replied, "I have no information for a priest." But after Isaac tightened the screws, it changed tone. I'll talk. "The demon you'll face, I was the one who interfered with your consecration ceremony." AI Jack frowned and pressed, "You mean you sent a decoy of the Dried Lord demon?" The bird broke into a sweat and confirmed, "Yes, it was me who secretly planted the magical device and ordered my minions to kill the priests." "That's right, it was me." After absorbing the Dried Lord demon's power, she became strong enough to breach the holy nation Helen's wards. The Blood Lord said he accepted execution, but absolutely refused to confront the demon named Ott. AI Jack heard that and cursed under his breath, "That damned Blood Lord." The bird shook its head repeatedly, lamenting, "Why would he give such valuable intel to that damned priest? The Blood Lord believes the current Dried Lord demon is an imposter. He was captured after telling everyone that the current Dried Lord demon is a fraud. How stupid can he be? Anyway, I heard you absorbed part of the great Dried Lord demon's body, right? Maybe she's waiting for you to enter her domain. If you value your life, turn back." AI Jack got the information and released the bird, saying, "Tell him I've received the message." The bird didn't dare look back, only cried out, "Don't die or my master will be sad." Just then Suri strode over brusquely and shouted, "Hey, where have you been? We've been looking for you everywhere. By the way, I'm really proud of you. You ordered food from the local inn for us, didn't you?" This left AI Jack puzzled. "What food?" No need to think hard, a girl stepped forward and explained, "We prepared it to serve everyone, please eat." This scene surprised AI Jack a little, but inwardly he smiled to himself. "I thought she'd wait. Who would have expected she'd come here on her own?" Moments later, the kids' chatter rose. "Hey Suri, what's wrong with AJ? He's overdoing it." But Suri looked bored and said, "Leave him be." AI Jack on the side brusquely kept ordering, "There's dust in my water. Get me another glass. I don't like square plates. Change them. The food is cold. It's too salty. I hate the sound of your breathing." "Stop breathing." The staff receiving this string of unreasonable orders could only resentfully comply. Yes. But the knights sided with him and cornered her. "Our master told you to get a different one. How dare you make him repeat himself?" Annoyed, cursed inwardly, "Are these lackeys crazy? Why are they taking his side?" But outwardly had to bow and comply. "I'm truly sorry." She carried a bowl of soup over, thinking, "Fine, I'll deal with these nuisances first. Please enjoy. Holy knights, you must be tired." Unexpectedly, Dirk stopped her and said, "We're hired by him. We won't share his food." This left her momentarily flustered. "But the town is only safe if you are well. I made this for you. Please eat." Inwardly losing patience, swore, "Damn it, just eat it for me." Before she could handle it, AI Jack butted in, "Why don't you eat first? How do we know you didn't poison it?" Ott Ugly turned his head to look at him. Before she could explain, the young paladin stepped forward to stop them. "Hey, enough, I'm perfectly fine. Why are you bullying her? You have no right to bully her. We'll prove her innocence." No sooner had they spoken than the whole group grabbed the bowls and ate. And sure enough, they all collapsed unconscious on the spot. AC then bared his teeth and stood up, laughing. "That makes it easier for me. I'd planned to knock them out anyway." Whisper flew over to check and asked, "Should I call the Holy Spirit to cleanse them?" Aya, not particularly concerned, replied, leave them, they need to learn a lesson. Suddenly Whisper's expression changed, and he reported excitedly, Master, this poison converts holy mana into dark mana. AI turned back thrilled, are you sure? It will turn that disgusting holy mana into dark mana? Whisper joyfully confirmed, definitely, it's a parasitic toxin. AC gaped, capitalist thoughts rising. This means I could build a dark mana farm inside the holy nation. Still exhilarated, he laughed loudly. Now you're surely defeated, brat. AI suppressed his excitement and sneered. Me defeated? Anyone with power will become my meal. Acute no longer bothered to hide, reverting to his original form and threatened. If you want them to live, follow me. I will give you the antidote. This angered the knights, who ground their teeth. You bastard. Ai's body suddenly emitted a holy radiance. Acute, annoyed, covered his eyes and shouted, don't resist. The holy light had just faded a bit when she saw Isaac pull out a baby bottle and lunge forward, with a strike that shook the ground, but she easily dodged it. Not wanting to stall any longer, Acute hopped about and shouted back, right, follow me, kid. Derek immediately drew his sword and offered, we'll go with you. But AC stopped him, no, I'll go alone, I can't leave them without protection. They only survive if you transmit mana to them. This double-meaning remark made the knights misunderstand. Choking up, they vowed, don't worry, we'll take care of these priests. No sooner had they spoken than Jock's figure was gone. He rushed off at full speed, thinking, thanks. Because of you, I'll be able to collect much more mana later. AI chased until nightfall before stopping. Acute waited and seeing him arrive taunted. What a brave fool, you dare come here alone without a guard. AI Jack gritted his teeth and replied, yeah, pretty stupid. You dare talk about eating these people without realizing who I am. Those words made Acute panic. What? His form shifted, demonic aura spreading over him. AI commanded, kneel. An invisible pressure descended, making her unable to control her body, and she had to drop to her knees immediately. It felt like she was no longer facing a priest, but the Dried Lord Demon himself. What is this mana? Does this kid actually carry the Demon Lord's aura? It's surely because he absorbed part of him. Part of our demon lord's body. Wait for me, your majesty. I'll cut this brat open and free you. With that, she launched a full-force attack. AI didn't even bother to move a hand. As the dark mana condensed bit by bit, an Oz complexion gradually drained. The illusory Dried Lord demon suppressed her with condensed force, and she was crushed flat on the spot. Ai's face darkened as he said, you fool. Let me show you who your true lord is. After a while, the place returned to the quiet it had been before. Whisper exclaimed with joy, Master, you're incredible. It's only a level 5 spell, yet its power rivals level 7. Indeed, fusing dark mana and holy mana is a genius move. AI Jack was smug, relieved to have reached a new plane. Perhaps this is why the gods don't want to become human. At that moment, a sound nearby drew both their attention. Acute trembled, kneeling on the ground, stammering, your majesty. Whisper hesitated. How should we deal with her? Maybe you were a bit heavy-handed. AC asked indifferently. Oh. He waved his hand in front of him. She was so frightened she didn't dare raise her head, pleading, Your Majesty, I have committed a capital sin. Let me give you the antidote. AI cut in coldly. We'll deal with that later. Now bring the holy knights you kidnapped here. I'll give you 1 minute, and most importantly, I want a perfect score on the test. So besides rescuing the holy knights, I also need proof. Acute shivered, confused. Proof of what? Ike answered slyly, proof that I killed a demon. 2 days later, inside a civilian house. Suri frowned and complained, damn it, what on earth happened to Isaac? Derek awkwardly reassured her, we had someone tail him, so don't worry too much. Lord AC isn't someone to be messed with. But Suri didn't care and grew more worried. Something must have happened. That's why the mages searched for him multiple times and each time took it very seriously. You should know better. They're not usually like this, are they? Derek frowned and analyzed. There were some bloodstains where we believe he passed, but that doesn't mean he's dead. While they were speaking, Isaac stepped in from the door, calling out, I'm back. Suri, as usual, replied, welcome. Once their brains caught up, the two of them jumped up and shouted, hey you bastard, are you okay? AI Jack brought over a bloodstained cloth bag and said, here, this is the antidote. Suri, curious what's inside, AI replied mysteriously, that's very important, so keep it safe. This only made Suri more puzzled. What's so heavy? When they opened the bag, the demon's head made him shout, what the hell is that? AI Jack shrugged and explained, oh that. The head of the kidnapper, and it's also the proof so we can get full marks on the test. Derek asked again, what about the holy knights? What about my teammates? Isaac stretched wearily and answered, the holy knights, they were too heavy so I hid them in the bushes out front. Bring them in quickly. No sooner had he finished than someone pushed the door open. Commander, our teammates have returned. A few minutes earlier they had found our people, Son, Ken, and Jen as well. They're back. Suri went pale, so you... Derek hesitated, the so-called head of the kidnapper. Isaac cheerfully confirmed, yes, I went there and cut his head off. Both of them were startled. You went alone into a land full of mages. How is that possible? That makes no sense. AI Jack curved a smile, thinking to himself, now I need to come up with a plausible story. He then said, actually, they must have heard we come here on a mission. So they planned to kidnap us and staged a rescue from the demon tribe to bargain with the holy nation. Right, the woman drugged us, we were just mages. It seems she intended to drug us and sell us to the Arcane Empire. We're worth too much, of course they'd try to traffic us. Really, how could anyone treat others like that? I threatened to report it to the Holy See and she caved, scared even by a kid like me. The Pope is truly terrifying. Anyway, I asked where the Holy Knights were imprisoned and everyone knew. I even knew the secret path there. Luckily, the Holy Knights were still being kept as emergency food. Since they hadn't been eaten yet, I brought them out. There was a demon guarding them, but it was asleep, so I dealt with it. Both of them listened with blank faces. Then AI Jack pulled out a baby bottle and asked, "What, you don't believe me? Want me to act it out for you?" The two of them shied away. "Ah, never mind, whatever actually happened isn't that important. We believe you." Suri couldn't help but reproach, but that was too reckless. What if something had gone wrong? Isaac switched to performance mode, thumped his chest, and said, "There was no other choice better than taking on a bunch of mages. If we fought, there would surely be casualties, but as a guardian of the faith, I couldn't let that happen." That moved Derek to tears. "You truly are a saintly man." Suri, knowing the truth, shouted, "You're talking rubbish." Before she finished, he cut her off. "Watch your mouth." Suri gave up, held her forehead, and sighed. "Ah yes, anyway, you're back safe. The mages came looking for you and seemed really worried you'd been kidnapped." AI Jack snapped, "Bullshit, those bastards worried about a priest." No sooner had he finished than a voice rang out, "You're being a bit harsh." A few mages entered through the door and reasoned, "We were worried you'd be killed by the demon tribe, so we came to find you. We didn't expect to be misunderstood like this." AI Jack glanced sideways and muttered, "Cut the lies, you bastards came sniffing around because of the mana cores." A mage sneered and suggested, "Please cooperate with our investigation. There have been reports of a..." Before he finished, he was cut off. "I don't see any." The mage, unwilling, argued back, "Clearly we've sensed something recently." Again interrupted, "You're mistaken. Whatever you say must make sense. The demon tribe isn't some stray animals. Do you really think an apprentice priest like me could defeat a demon?" That made them waver. True, an apprentice surviving an encounter with demons would be. But this is really absurd. Hack clearly said there was one here. Suri heard them and was terrified. Thinking HCK, they must mean the fourth uncle, or am I mistaken? It's a common name anyway. While she was still pondering, Isaac jumped up and shouted, "Whatever. I'll go rest now, you lot handle it yourselves." Suri, left with unnamed trouble, indignantly yelled, "Hey, we haven't finished. Talk it through before you leave." A short while later, Isaac went to a secluded farmhouse. Hailong pushed the room door open, looked inside and smiled. "All right. Now then, we should finish things up here right." 2 days earlier, Acute, confused, asked, "Proof that you killed a demon?" "Proof? You mean IAK should confirm that the one who devoured the apprentice priests of Than Sac 14 years ago wasn't you, right? Someone as weak as you couldn't have done that. Even 14 years ago, you couldn't possibly have defeated Jai Lai. Even if I brought your head, they'd still suspect you weren't the real culprit. So go and bring me proof. I need a head to take to the Holy See." Back in the present, AI Jack sat on a crate and praised, "I didn't expect you'd actually bring the culprit's head to me. Looks like you're not completely stupid. Good, I'll let it slide." Trembling, she asked again, "You knew who the culprit was from the start?" Isaac replied nonchalantly, "A woman and the monster she kept, right?" "You think I wouldn't at least know that much?" Trembling answered, "No, sir." AI leaned down to question, "But why did my intelligence indicate you were the demon 14 years ago?" Hastily, she recounted, "The truth is the killer 14 years ago was my sister. She sent her monster to hunt the priests and treat them like snacks." Hearing this, Isaac sighed, thinking their energies must be similar due to blood relation, causing the confusion. Even so, she did bring back the culprit who devoured Du Lai's friend 14 years ago. He continued to probe, "I need a bit more information. How's the demon hierarchy these days?" Ott reported fearfully, "The fake dried demon lord is currently commanding the 9th tier foot demons. Since you lost power after the battle with the god, he ordered them to kill the saints and gather your strength." AI Jack wondered, "And what are the gods doing?" Acute hesitated, "I'm not sure either. But perhaps the heavens suffered heavy losses, which is why they've been silent until now." AI frowned in thought, surprising. Could the impact of that self-destruct move be greater than I thought? Given their nature, they'd never stay silent for 150 years. They're certainly scouring the worlds to reclaim their souls. There's no way they wouldn't notice the sealed beetle is empty. But it's impossible their supreme holy magic failed like that. Even if they failed to seal their soul, not realizing the seal is empty is even more absurd. Could it be that the beetle contains someone else's soul instead of theirs? Could it be a high-level being with dark mana, another catastrophe like the dried demon king, or even a god? Just thinking about it is intriguing. I have to investigate. Thinking that, he asked again, "You're Ott, right?" Acute bowed his head respectfully and replied, "Yes, your majesty." AI ordered, "Go to the demons and act as my eyes and ears." A while later, inside a house, continuous sounds of gratitude rang out. "Thank you so much, young Master Ajah. We could never repay you for this. We never expected you could defeat that demon yourself and even personally save each one of us." AI modestly declined, "Don't mention it, it's our duty." That remark moved the knights even more. truly the bearing of someone from the Than S letter 1 EAFC family. What can we do now to repay this kindness? You even saved my comrades. Hearing their talk, Derek couldn't help but shout. The answer is obvious, isn't it? Sir Isaac, as a 7th rank knight, I dare it. And all my comrades will go wherever you command, Sir Isaac. Suddenly winning over a group of knights left Isaac a bit surprised. I didn't expect this, so I even gain a force of capable, free soldiers. They have networks across the continent, so their intelligence and mobility are excellent. Rescuing 11 people and getting this much benefit is a steal. Is there even a child here? Why is he looking at me like that? Seeing him staring at the child, Derek looked up and said, "It seems you don't know who that child is, right? You'll be shocked when you find out." The little boy grinned with squinted eyes and came forward to greet. "Hello, I'm Harius, the youngest prince of the Mafapia Empire. Thank you for saving my life." Isaac was astonished, mouth agape. What the hell? So the mages had acted helpful because the prince was kidnapped. Jackpot. Harius said admiringly, "I thought the people of the Holy Nation were all trash, but it turns out there are people like you. I owe you my life. You're truly admirable, especially compared to the bastards at the Holy See who only send apprentice priests instead of real reinforcements to rescue a group of knights." Hearing how he spoke, Isaac praised inwardly. This kid has potential. Harius, unaware, continued to praise. "Compared to them, you are truly a man of the god. Please let me repay you." AI Jack curled the corner of his mouth and smiled slyly. "Oh, then help me with one task." A while later, inside Pope Hong S letter 1 EAFC's study, a servant entered and respectfully reported, "Your Grace, the Than S letter 1 EAFC team has entered Graciandia. Because of the mages, we couldn't follow them all the way, but they have certainly entered the mission area." Hari, a bit surprised, asked, "I thought they wouldn't get in because they chose those useless holy knights, yet they still managed to enter." The servant reported in detail, but it seems only Isaac R letter 1 ED1 Shua went in alone. Hari couldn't help feeling interested. Alone, so that brat couldn't even subdue those holy knights? Understandable, if we couldn't, how could he? He's surely not going to complete the mission nor return alive. The servant cheerfully agreed. "Yes, I assure you he won't be able to return to Hiola." Hari said nothing further, only thinking silently. The 4th son of the Joshua family said he'd entertain his favored nephews if they came to his territory. If it's him, he'll surely use the mages to deal with them. Suddenly the servant asked, "But won't the royal family help Isaac? After all, they seem quite interested in that brat." Hari smiled and explained, "They don't have the luxury. Graciandia is a contested region between the Holy Nation and the Mafop Empire. If something happens there that the Mafop Empire can exploit, it would be a catastrophe. Even if by some miracle he succeeds, we must ensure he cannot return." Clear. The servant bowed, "Yes, your grace." Everything went so favorably that Hari couldn't help but be delighted. I can already imagine those Than S letter 1 EAFC being ridiculed. Unaware that on this side AI Jack was also grinning maliciously. If that's what they're thinking, I'll teach them a harsh lesson. Allow me to introduce my secret weapon to use against the Holy See, the youngest prince of the Mafop Empire. The priests in the room fell silent and stared. AI Jack, displeased, snapped, Why are you all looking at me like that?" Suri angrily spat, "Are you crazy? What did you just do? Who introduces an enemy prince like that?" Unexpectedly, Harius was quite talented. Hearing the scolding, he scratched his head and laughed. "That's why I hid my identity. Sorry for surprising you." The foolish priest, Suri, suspiciously asked, "You didn't kidnap him, did you?" Harius laughed. "Kidnap him? Never." Suri muttered in frustration, "You're probably kidnapped yourself, you idiot." But Isaac thoroughly enjoyed recruiting this new little brother. With this, the Holy See is doomed. We didn't just save some holy knights. This will surely force them to celebrate us. Suri was left speechless. Aren't we the ones doomed? Suddenly, a loud voice proclaimed, "The basic rule of politics is to make your opponent indebted to you. Just by saving the prince, the Mafop Empire will owe us a huge debt." The group looked shocked. "Why would you say that openly in front of the prince? This madman." Unexpectedly, Harius agreed. "Indeed, you are a brilliant strategist." The group threw up their hands. "Is this kid crazy too?" Suri frowned and pressed. "So you intend to publicly claim you saved the Mafop prince and return with your head held high?" AI Jack lowered his voice. "Don't tell anyone yet. That's why I gathered everyone here. The Hong S letter 1 EAFC faction will certainly set traps to sabotage our mission. So what do you think will happen if the Mafop prince walks into that trap?" The group turned pale at the thought, while Harius became extremely excited and shouted, "You're really clever. If you want, I'll jump into the fire for you." Ajak couldn't hide his excitement, rubbing his hands. "Let's slap those Hong S letter 1 EAFC a really painful one." A while later, AC sat down and spoke seriously. "It would be fine if only we fell into that trap, but what if the youngest prince of the Ma Nation is also captured? Of course, there would be a thorough investigation from both the Holy Nation and the Ma Nation to determine who is behind this. So then those who set the trap. The Hong S letter 1 EAFC religious group, how terrified would they be?" Suri still didn't trust it and doubted. "I roughly understand your idea, but Cardinal Buris isn't the kind to act so blatantly as to expose himself as the culprit." Aya waved it off immediately. "It's fine because he has accomplices. Suri questioned accomplices. Don't tell me you intend to use those mages. Ajak denied it. They're troublesome, so I only plan to slightly sabotage their schemes. But if we fight them directly, it could become a diplomatic issue. Suri grew more perplexed. So what do you intend to do? I bared his teeth in a crafty grin. Trick them, of course. Before Suri could understand, Harius leaped up and shouted, Big brother is right. The priests glared in bewilderment. What nonsense is this? Are these people crazy? Suddenly, a violent tremor erupted. The whole group panicked and ran to the windows to look. What is it? What's happening? In the distance, a column of black smoke rose, making the priests puzzled and ask, did it happen at the mages' camp? Before they could grasp the situation, Isaac's shout rang out. The first strike worked. Damn mages, how dare they try to take my mana core, die all of you. With that, he ran straight outside, leaving Suri screaming in panic. This madman. At the mages' camp, there was frantic chatter that bastards gone mad were under attack. All stored mana cores have been destroyed, the ritual circle devices are shattered. Could apprentices have done this? Did they know our attack plan and strike first? We must attack those priests. Before they could move, Isaac ran up and shouted, wait, from now on I'll hand him over to you. Saying that, he dragged H-Baruz up to use as a human shield. The brat chimed in and yelled, you bastards, how dare you attack us? The mages turned pale and dared not move. He is the youngest prince after all, your majesty. Why are you with those priests? Please come this way, we'll escort you. But before he finished, AI Jack interjected. You bastards, if you value this child's life, hand everything over now. H-Baruz echoed, can't you hear? AC ground his teeth and hissed each word, give it all up. Suri watched from afar, speechless. Gods, please take this bastard away. RAR was known as the Than Sac faith, one of the 5 great religions. Along with BSAC, they were the most righteous, despising injustice and always upholding knightly principles. Even with a sword at their throat, a successor of that faith would never raise a weapon. Yet now they had a blade at the neck of the Ma Empire's prince, initiating a hostage situation. AI Jack, like a devil, threatened. Do you mean it's fine if this kid is beheaded? Harius, unafraid, retorted. Is that what you mean? The mages were in utter confusion. Why is his highness there, and how did he get captured like this? He's strong enough to crush many grown men. They must have found some weakness. We have to help him. As Suri moved to stop the charade, the mages cried out. That one is a direct disciple of Joshua. Calm down, resolve this by negotiation. AC still casually pointed his sword at them. What negotiation? Listen to me, hand everything over now. Suddenly, Suri was teleported away and replaced by a mage. He reached out in a low voice, your highness, over here, take my hand, I'll save you. But H-Baruz clearly didn't need help, and angrily shouted, you fools, why haven't you saved me yet? Do you still call yourselves great mages? The mage could only lunge forward trying to grab H-Baruz. I'm trying, your highness, I'm here. But was dodged by H-Baruz, who kept hurling insults. You useless rebellious brats. The mage wailed in misery. Come on, we're here to save you. But Harius flipped the script, that's enough. In the name of the youngest prince of the Ma Empire, I order you to hand everything over and withdraw. AI Jack shouted in satisfaction, hear that? Withdraw, you bastards. The mages, bitter but forced to kneel, secretly resentful, wailed, that is the future of our empire. Even without knowing what was happening, they had no choice but to obey his highness, laying their items down one by one and shouting, we obey, we will hand everything over. Release his highness. AC's eyes lit up. Mana cores, whisper, sweating, reminded, master, please control your expression. Ajak kept joking and yelling, all right, out of respect for your kindness, I'll let this one go. And I'll make sure to report to the Empire that you tried to attack us. The mages frantically explained, you must be mistaken, we were just hunting demons. But AI Jack didn't relent. If you're demon hunting, then why bring tools meant for capturing priests? If you don't like it, prepare to send the prince's corpse back. The mage could only grit his teeth and curse under his breath. Damn. AI Jack urged, what are you doing? Not withdrawing. Harius also ordered, get out of here now. A while later, inside a civilian house, piles of mana cores were bouncing about. Ajak swam through the heap of mana cores, laughing with delight. Mana cores, mana cores. Harius stood beside him, excitedly praising. As expected, Big Brother knows everything. The Ma Empire's mana cores are on a completely different level from the Holy Nation's junk. Can't you see? The color, the scent, even the veining is different. I thought the Holy Nation was full of worms who couldn't keep mana cores. But unexpectedly, someone like you exists in the Than S letter 1 EAFC faith. True sincere faith is marvelous, unmatched. Hearing Harius's praise, Isaac could only question his life choices and tell himself he'd met another madman. Harius kept cheerfully shouting, Big Brother, just say the word, and when we return to the capital, I guarantee the Than S letter 1 EAFC faith will receive a great reward. Ajak highly approved. Oh, that sounds good. H-Baruz added, Big Brother, have you ever considered enlisting with the Ma Empire? We won't treat you badly. Suri, exasperated. That's crazy enough, you two lunatics. He couldn't help himself and shouted, Aku, I've something to tell you, but first wipe that drool off. Are you seriously going to tell the family head that your fourth uncle is a mage? AI Jack didn't hesitate and said, of course, I need to eliminate a rival for the family head position. Suri alarmedly argued, if you do that, you'll be in big trouble. You've never met that fourth uncle. You don't know his temperament. He's not to be trifled with. If you falsely accuse him without evidence, you will really. Before he could finish, AI Jack cut him off. Innocent, he recalled what the leading mage had said and couldn't help smirking with satisfaction. Earlier, that damn mage clearly knew who we were and targeted us from the start. Suri still tried to reason. The one called Xua stands out by his appearance, so he probably recognized him. Before he could praise himself, AI Jack ranted, what are you saying? You're ugly as hell, your hair color is garbage. Anyone can tell you're Joshua's people, right? I told you they must have known in advance. Suri, choking with frustration, cried quietly, shut up, you bastard. Ajak asserted, clearly that uncle is behind this. There's no way they would know there's a direct descendant of Joshua among the apprentice priests. Wake up, Suri, the person you call your uncle just tried to kill you. Do you think your father will sit idly by? He must have caused a commotion already. Suri firmly denied. He probably doesn't know yet, but that disturbance must have. Mid-sentence, he realized the problem. Don't tell me that bastard has already. AI Jack declared, yes, I've turned everything upside down. Than S letter 1 EAFC, Hong S letter 1 EAFC, the royal family, even the Holy See, they must all be in chaos by now. A few days later at the Holy See, Hari's terrified shout rang out. What did you just say? The priest standing beside him couldn't help but repeat. Have the Than S letter 1 EAFC apprentice priests returned safely? The attendant respectfully confirmed, yes, they're likely already on their way to the capital. We've checked, and it seems their numbers are even greater than when they left. It appears they also rescued those who were kidnapped. The priest, unable to accept it, demanded, what the hell are those mages doing? Hari said nothing, but his face was extremely ugly as he cursed inwardly. That fourth son of the R letter 1ED1T Xua family and those mages, did they actually accomplish anything? Why did that brat return alive? The attendant hesitated and said, they said they couldn't attack. The priest was shocked. What? The attendant explained that it seemed the prince of the Ma Empire was among those rescued. The priest staggered back in astonishment. Who? The attendant bowed respectfully and read aloud. The youngest prince of Britannia, H. Baruz Britannia. Isaac Joshua also requested a thorough investigation into the mages. That brat said he would definitely find whoever attempted to assassinate the prince. Hari realized the situation and ground his teeth in anger. So that's how that brat planned to play me. The prince's appearance had changed everything. They would surely investigate thoroughly. If so, I won't just be powerless. I could be accused of attempting to assassinate the prince. What bad luck. Both father and son of that family are truly a disaster. Still seething, another man burst in and shouted, Your Eminence, there's bad news. The head of the Joshua family has arrived in Baris and is causing a commotion. He demands to see his fourth son immediately. Hari's face went dark as he cursed under his breath. Now even the patriarch has shown up, damn it, all three of them. At the same time, in the capital of the holy nation, Helen, the head of the Than S letter 1 EAFC family received a letter from Isaac reading, Sir, I was nearly killed. My fourth uncle tried to kill us with the help of those mages. The family head immediately erupted. That brat dared. Thinking of that scene, Isaac clutched his head and chuckled true to his style. I knew he wasn't to be trifled with, but I didn't expect him to cause trouble right under the Pope's nose. Vasily, who had been silent until now, also spoke. Sir, I sincerely thank you for avenging my brother. He was murdered 14 years ago. Isaac was bewildered. He didn't even know about that. But he tried to feign nonchalance. Oh, it's nothing. He then asked, what about the others? Vasily cheerfully replied, their reactions were similar, sir. Lord Go seemed quite angry about something else. That madman not only tried to kill Isaac but his own nephew as well. R helplessly countered, Isaac is also his nephew. Go tried to argue, their hair colors are different. Another said, their faces look different, let alone hair color. Unable to win the argument, Go cursed, shut up. Suddenly both fell silent and looked to the side. Vasily sighed, and Lord Benjamin, the treasurer, had already burned the entire inheritance portion of that fourth son. Benjamin coldly said, he will receive nothing. Everything will revert to society. Isaac lamented on his behalf, no, give it to me. Vasily summarized, all descendants of the R letter 1ED1T Xua family will convene at the new year. To be honest, that makes me uneasy. It seems that person is trying to kill you, sir. He seems determined to seize the headship and wants to eliminate you early. Isaac, unconcerned, cut in, don't worry, I'm not planning to die. But strangely, there must be somewhere else in chaos right now. Why are they still silent? They should have arrived. While he was still speaking, a piece of paper flew in. Isaac tore it open and shouted, "They're here." Immediately, a blazing red summoning circle manifested before him. Isili gasped, "A holy summoning spell." Isaac stared at it and taunted, "You seem to be in quite a hurry, huh? Even resorting to a holy summoning like that." Cardinal Red stepped out from within, grabbed Isaac by the collar and threatened, "You said you'd show me something interesting." Isaac, completely untroubled, replied, "It seems my adorable prince of the Ma Empire is doing well. I thought you'd like him." That remark made Cardinal Red grind his teeth in anger and reluctantly let go of Isaac's collar. "What were you thinking bringing the Ma Empire's prince here?" Isaac shrugged. "What? I did it to help you." He sneered and repeated, "Help, huh?" An involuntary thought came to mind. True, at first I liked that idea too. It's a rare chance to squeeze money out of them. When reading the letter Isaac sent to the mages, perhaps someone attempted to harm the prince. As the Zich-Sak family who specialize in interrogation, please investigate who is behind this. He became thrilled. It's so clear who did this. Most likely the Pope and Joshua's fourth son intend to maim Isaac. Isaac Joshua, thanks to that foolish brat, I will be able to make the Hong Sak and Than Sak families kneel. Just enough to earn the right to face the 14th Tai TNG. Even more than that. But when he met H. Baruz, things didn't go as hoped. The brat wasn't afraid in the interrogation room and even turned the questions back. "Is this how the Holy Nation heal interrogates? You call yourselves the Holy Nation and act like savages. What, you're asking my name? Where are my rights? Are all priests like this? How dare you question Big Brother Isaac? Aren't you ashamed? You lowlifes dare mention the Than Sak family? 10 more years won't make you understand Big Brother's vision." One priest, unable to restrain himself after the interrogation, "Let go of me, I'll kill that bastard and go down to the underworld if I must." The man beside him, sweating, held him back. "Calm down." Cardinal Red was speechless. That brat only requested this interrogation to scare the Hong Sak family. He didn't want the Artik Shua family to suffer because of their fourth son, so he brought the prince. "You had no intention of cooperating. That will throw the Hong Sak family into total chaos. You little bastard, you dare use us." Thinking that, Cardinal Red growled, "Do you think you'll get away with this?" Cardinal Red growled, "Do you think you'll get away with this?" Isaac was rather annoyed to see his people suffer so much trouble, but he smiled brightly and replied, "What, you don't look bothered at all? Aren't you the type to enjoy your subordinates' pain?" Cardinal Red froze for a moment and bloomed a mad smile. Strange, no one has ever noticed that before. An invisible pressure emanated around him. Isili couldn't bear it and fell to his knees. Cardinal Red's voice turned dark. "The head of Than Sak told you. What do you know? Making an apprentice priest disappear isn't that easy. I wonder who told you." But Isaac wasn't afraid of such threats and once again cut him off. "If you're pleased, then pay up." Cardinal Cat. He curled the corner of his mouth and reached a hand toward him threateningly. "Looks like you never learned anything except how to die sooner, huh?" Isili, terrified by the sight, shouted, "Run." But Isaac calmly snatched the item from the sleeve of his robe and proudly held it up to show. "Thank you, sir. That should be more than enough payment." The oppressive aura finally dispersed. Cardinal Red bowed and asked, "By the way, I'm curious. Did you really defeat that monster yourself? How could an apprentice priest accomplish that?" Isaac smiled. "That's a family secret of mine, sir. Unlike Than Sak, your family seems pretty poor at hunting monsters, so I'm not surprised you're curious. That's also why your son got beat to pulp." Cardinal Red, provoked but unbothered, merely smiled and turned away. He muttered inwardly, "What an impertinent brat." Isaac didn't bother to see him off. He sat waving and smiled. "Safe travels, sir." Only then did Isili rush forward in panic and ask, "Are you all right, young master?" She glared after Cardinal Red and scolded, "Why are people from the Zich-Sak family so unpleasant?" He sighed helplessly because their patriarch is always some kind of madman. She then noticed the item in his hand. Isaac asked, "But what is that?" His expression darkened as he looked at the card and said, "A pass to the Holy See's prison." He thought to himself, "With this I can see my subordinates." The next day, at the evaluation council for the Hong Sak examination, the attendees speculated curiously, which team will earn the king rank this time? Of course it's Hong Sak. There has never been a case where Hong Sak didn't take the king rank in their exam. Zich-Sak even lost to Than Sak. Hearing this, Cardinal Zich-Sak crushed the wine glass in his hand in anger. At that moment, footsteps echoed, and everyone's attention turned. "The apprentice priests are coming. What team is that?" "It's the Than Sak faith," Isaac Rot Shua. Seeing Isaac enter, the Than Sak kids behind him fumed and tore at their hair. "Why won't he just die? How many times have I nearly died because of that bastard?" Isaac snapped irritably, "I can see everything, you bastards. Smile for me now, or..." Before he finished, they were obedient as puppies and beamed. Suddenly, chatter rose. "Look, it's the Hong Sak team." The Hong Sak group entered grinning slyly. "You Than Sak idiots, thanks to Kin's help, we retrieved a lost relic of the Holy Nation Helen from the enemy. This is what truly benefits the Holy Nation. Achievements in the Ma Empire, you say? What nonsense! Do you think rescuing a few survivors will change anything? Use your heads, you foolish Than Sak lot." At that moment, the host stepped forward with the list and read aloud, "Greetings, apprentice priests and honored guests. Thank you for attending the Hong Sak exam results evaluation. Please rise. The results will be announced personally by the emperor. No sooner had he finished than the emperor and the prince walked out hand in hand, which left the guests wide-eyed in disbelief. The emperor himself has come. This is rare, meaning this evaluation must be so important that he had to announce the results personally. The Hongsak kids peeked secretly, quietly pleased. Of course, we recovered the holy nation's lost relic, so the emperor would definitely come himself. Immediately after, the host's voice rang across the square. Now, the results evaluation will begin. The relic brought back by the Boksak team was a long-lost ancient book. The Zichsak team recovered a holy sword forged 300 years ago by the genius artisan A. Seeing those two items, some people murmured, not bad, worth studying. Ah, his works still hold extremely high value. This year's apprentices are truly different. Last year there was nothing this valuable. The host continued. As for the Hongsak team, astonishingly, they recovered a national treasure that Helen had lost hundreds of years ago. The crowd buzzed. That's the heirloom passed down the royal line, the necklace stolen by the Manji, right? Suri exclaimed with wide eyes. A national treasure? No wonder the emperor came personally. The emperor acknowledged with satisfaction. This is a ceremonial royal treasure stolen since my grandfather's time. I thought I'd never see it again, yet you found it. The Hongsak team's ability is truly outstanding. The praised kids jumped for joy and purposefully glanced at the group that had looked down on them. This is a difference of class. You useless Thansak lot, if you can do something greater, step forward. Suri couldn't face them and turned away in annoyance. The host flipped the report and read on, and finally the Thansak team. The Thansak team heroically rescued all the holy knights kidnapped by demons in Grey India. The onlookers murmured. The apprentice priests rescued them from the mage's land. Each survivor returning is already a miracle. The Hongsak kids still scorned. Bringing people back is nothing to boast about. 14 years ago, they personally punished the monster even mages feared and saved all the survivors. Finally, Helen's 14 years of pain have been soothed. The Hongsak kids began to sweat and reassured themselves. It's fine, we didn't expect them to defeat that monster, but the national treasure is far more valuable. But the host wasn't finished. The Thansak team also rescued Hyberius Zom Britannia, the prince of the Mofap Empire. The Hongsak kids couldn't believe it. Who? The host tossed the stack of reports and shouted. The holy nation Helen has requested recompense from the Mofap Empire for saving Prince Hyberius, meaning the return of a once-stolen treasure. And more importantly, the abolition of the unreasonable tax in the contested Krasiandia region. The Mofap Empire has agreed to this request. The entire square fell silent without a sound. The emperor stood, supporting himself with his hands, and praised. This achievement is so great that I struggle to find fitting praise. What the apprentice priests did today not only elevated Helen's honor but also brought tangible benefits to us. National treasures and holy relics both raise the holy nation's prestige. But to me, the lives of our citizens are even more precious. The Thansak team didn't just save the holy knights but countless civilians, even an enemy prince. A single life is more valuable than the universe. Saving that life is the reason the holy nation Helen exists. Resolving trade issues that affect livelihoods is like saving thousands of lives. Regarding this unprecedented feat, I trust the evaluation council will think as I do, won't they? The Hongsak priests merely cleared their throats, not daring to speak. Spectators debated loudly. The national treasure Hongsak recovered is indeed astonishing, but what Thansak did is incomparable. That isn't something apprentices could pull off. Above all, Thansak reaffirmed the true purpose of clerics. To protect the weak and serve the people, that is the essence of a cleric. While other teams brought back items to restore former glory, whether intentionally or not, Thansak performed a great service for Helen. Kina, sitting above, ground her teeth in anger. If it weren't intentional, how could Isaac have accomplished all this? Because they saved the people, Hongsak had no choice but to award the king rank to Thansak. Everything unfolded exactly as Ajak had planned. To quiet the discussion, the emperor stepped forward and declared, "Then I will announce the final results." This year, the apprentices displayed outstanding talent, especially the Thansak team. Despite the dangerous mission, they did not give up and risk themselves to save their comrades. Their deeds will serve as a shining example not only for their peers, but for the elders as well. Therefore, the victory of this Hongsak examination will belong to the Thansak team. The kids, hearing this, hugged each other in joy. A while later in the Thansak dormitory, the Thansak patriarch walked quietly down the corridor. His face flushed with excitement. "I only told you to return alive, but you've done very well. Ah, perhaps the boy can truly become a saint and bring glory to the family. His personality is problematic, but with proper guidance he can surely be corrected." Thinking that, he gently pushed the door open. Sounds from inside immediately spilled out. Heir apparent, it's no big deal. Just spout a few words about comrades, read a few scripture lines, say what the patriarch wants to hear, and it'll be as easy as pie. Don't worry about taking the king rank in the Thansak exam. Just sit quietly and grandpa will hand it to you. So this is the feeling of being invincible? Indeed. The kids fell silent, not daring to utter a word. AC then noticed their strange expressions and turned to ask, "What's wrong? Why has everyone suddenly gone quiet?" The patriarch glared at him wildly and hissed, "Ah, it seems the heir's seat is still too soon for you. No amount of discipline will fix him." Ajak broke into a cold sweat. "We're screwed, you bastards. If Grandpa were here, he should have told me." A moment later, furniture was hurled everywhere. Ajak barked angrily, "What the hell? This is ridiculous." Ajak shouted furiously, "What the hell? This is ridiculous. Forcing me to endure all those harsh training sessions, then using a relic to lure me into failure, forcing me to copy hundreds of pages of ancient, unreadable texts. And that's fair. What did I do wrong?" Whisper wiped sweat and explained, "You spat all those insults at the patriarch. You had no choice. He said he'd give you the lowest marks if you didn't do all those things. Did you want to fail? You brought it on yourself." He glared at him in annoyance. Damn. Suddenly an idea sprang to his mind. There's a way. After all, Uncle is going with the patriarch. He shouted loudly, "Uncle." R, not understanding, was grabbed by him and hugged while sobbing. "Uncle, uncle." R, restraining himself to the point of going pale, said, "Tell me who made you cry and I'll twist their neck and bring them back for you." Isaac immediately slipped into the role, crying as he said, "I think Grandpa hates me. Maybe I should leave this house." R panicked, dropped to one knee and asked, "Father, what's wrong? Is something the matter?" Isaac began to tell the story. He said I should leave, meaning leave the dormitory and go live with him. He said I wasn't qualified. Actually, when you were drinking, he said I was still too young. R only heard half of it, filled with worry. Why would father do that? Could he be trying to discipline Isaac? "My eldest brother and sister-in-law were like my parents when both died 10 years ago. My world almost collapsed. So when I learned my nephew was still alive, I was choked with joy. For this child, I'd be willing to sacrifice my life." Seeing Isaac force a pitiable face, Whisper couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" Isaac murmured miserably, "I just want to pass the Thansak exam and become an official cleric, then help Uncle defeat the Dry Lord demon." Whisper, exasperated, "Are you insane? Why are you referring to yourself in the third person?" But R was moved by that comment, and brimming with confidence, shouted, "Don't worry, AC, your uncle will handle everything." Isaac stopped crying and looked up. "Really?" R pounded his chest and promised, "Of course, I will help my beloved nephew pass that ridiculous exam as easy as flipping a hand. It's nothing, don't worry." As soon as Isaac finished speaking, R dashed off. Whisper doubted, "But the exam is tomorrow. Can R really do it?" Isaac was confident. "If it's Uncle, it's no problem. Besides, there's something more urgent. I have to see my subordinates before they're executed." The next day, Isaac went to the Holy Court's prison. A jailer checked the travel pass, handed it back to him and said, "Confirmed. This is indeed the pass issued by Cardinal Zich-Sak. You can see them after 14 days. Isaac, like a little imp, grinned and accepted it. "You do wield power, that's for sure." But he wasn't satisfied and bargained. "The execution is in less than a month. Are you going to parade the severed heads in front of me?" "Reduce it to 1 week." The jailer panicked. "Impossible. Security procedures require at least 10 days. Being allowed to meet them is already fortunate." Before he finished, Isaac lowered his demand. 5 days. The jailer, furious, "I said no. 3 days, or better yet, let me go in right now." The jailer flustered and urged, "Tomorrow, no earlier than that." Only then was Isaac satisfied. He pushed the man aside. "Fine then." The jailer was utterly baffled. Why would the patriarch give his pass to this madman? Seeing Isaac turn to leave, Whisper asked curiously, "Weren't you here to see them now?" He smirked and replied, "No, I need to fetch something after I achieve the king rank in today's exam. Going tomorrow will be better." The Thansak exam, R said he'd make sure his beloved nephew passes easily. Whisper mocked, "Beloved nephew?" He was immediately scolded, "Shut up." "I wonder how easy the test will be." Whisper grew excited too. "If it's R, he'll probably make it child's play." And so the day before yesterday arrived. The host cheerfully announced, "Welcome to the apprentice clerics participating in the Thansak exam and to all guests in attendance. The final task of the Thansak exam is to slay several monsters." Isaac's face had been sullen and green since he entered, while the apprentice clerics burst into cheers upon seeing the assignment. Piece of cake. "What? Why is the test so easy? You must have been bribing the family on our behalf, right? If any of you fail this, you might as well bite your tongue and die. Not to mention the monsters we have to defeat are just Dry Lords." The Dry Lords were still trembling in the center of the arena. Seeing Isaac arrive, they excitedly told each other, "He's our king, our king. He's come to see us, come to see us. Where have you been all this time? He's come to save us." Whisper watched this and muttered in despair, "Looks like it's going to be brother killing brother." Isaac seethed with anger and cursed that bastard R under his breath. R, unaware, was immensely pleased with his feat. "It's all for my beloved nephew. Good luck." Dry Lords, just hearing the name makes you want to cry. Weak as slugs, dumb as cattle, easy to overlook but also easy to exploit. Essentially, they're the untouchable class of the demon world in cleric examinations. In noble lessons, even at children's festivals, they're often summoned only to be slaughtered by Bone Rip. And if they die by Bone Rip, they're sent straight to hell. When they die, they restart from 0. They then resurrect at level 1. When Isaac first came to this world, he repeated that process so many times the gods grew weary. "You died again? This is the 43rd time. U-21, it's 21,376. Remembering this, he spat angrily under his breath. Damn priests, how dare you summon these poor souls before me, the great Dry Lord demon. The Dry Lords continue to chatter bone language innocently among themselves. Where are we? Where are we? We don't know, but our sovereign is here, our sovereign. The kids cheered excitedly. AC, use bone rip, that will send them to hell. Yeah, they stand for nothing against that holy spell, it's a piece of cake. Isaac fumed inwardly. Bone rip, Whisper also urged. Bone rip is the most basic spell, just use it. He rolled his eyes and cursed inwardly. I've died millions of times because of that damn bone rip. And now you want me to use it on these children? Are you crazy? You're your family's bastard. The Dry Lords cheerfully ran over. It's the sovereign. He's here for us. So happy, so happy. Before long, a thud rang out. The sight made the kids stunned. The Dry Lords were licking Isaac's body and greeting him. Why did you disappear so long? At last you've come to see us. Isaac helplessly muttered, I know you're happy, but you're a bit heavy. The kids looked on suspiciously. Are they attacking? Are they trying to crush him to death? But why do they look so glad to see him? Facing the expectant Dry Lords, Isaac resorted to a last resort. Damn, if this goes wrong, my cover will be blown. I'll extract their mana cores so they lose combat ability. If I return their cores afterward, they'll be fine. Just then, the host shouted, the test begins. In this exam, you must not touch their mana cores. Clerics must use Bone Rip to turn them to ash. The plan collapsing at the last minute made Isaac explode in silent fury. Damn priests. The platoon captain up in the stands winked encouragement. Young Master Isaac, we've prepared everything so easily for you. Remember to take first place. Isaac grew angrier. Damn the Rot Kshua family, I will wipe you out. Spectators in the stands discussed, just use Bone Rip to pass. This is the easiest test in history. Indeed, Bone Rip alone is usually overwhelming against undead creatures. They should have increased the difficulty by forcing clerics to extract their mana cores. Like this, even an infant could pass. Isaac punched the Dry Lords away and cursed under his breath. These damned dogs are worse. There's no way I'm using that damn Bone Rip spell. I'll deal with them using ordinary offensive holy magic. Damn it. Sorry, little ones. Even ordinary holy spells can be lethal to undead, but it's better than sending you straight to hell. The Dry Lords were knocked aside, but still eagerly looked to him and cheered. Oh, His Majesty is looking at us, looking at us. Oh, Your Majesty, what should we do now? Tell us. Oh, just seeing Your Majesty makes us happy, so happy. Isaac collapsed to his knees. I can't do it. The kids gaped in disbelief. What? Surrey clutched his head and cried. Even children can do it, so why can't you? Isaac, drained of energy, affirmed, no, I can't. The Dry Lords worriedly ran over to ask, Your Majesty, what's wrong? Have you run out of mana? Or shall we take you to the dragon's fire to restore your mana? Isaac snapped back irritably. I'm not a Dry Lord anymore. I'm a human thrown into fire. It hurts. The soldiers standing above gaped and asked each other, what did he just say? Not a Dry Lord, but a human. Could it be he thinks of them as human? Isaac startled and looked up at the stands. The people there rubbed their chins and murmured, well, Dry Lords used to be human. Isn't the boy refusing to attack creatures that were once human? Maybe he wants to save those who became monsters. Sure enough, Thansak is a faith that protects all beings from demons. Truly the son of the Saintess. What a noble heart. Public opinion suddenly shifted to praise. Surrey could only clutch his head helplessly. You people are crazy. There's no way that guy is thinking about anything noble like that. He had no choice and volunteered. Move aside, Isaac. If you won't do it, I will. Before he finished, Isaac punched him in the mouth. Stop. He looked around in anger and thought, if someone else uses Bone Rip, they'll surely send them to hell. I can't let that happen. No more joking. Isaac gathered mana into his palm, pressed it hard to the floor and shouted, Bone Rip. A magic circle of great size flared up. Isaac tensely told himself, I must aim so I don't hit them. Up in the stands, people looked at the mana expanding before him and gasped, is that Bone Rip? I've never seen one this large. The Dry Lords enclosed within cheered in delight. What is that shimmering thing? We don't know, but it's so beautiful to look at. Isaac's face darkened as he ordered, Dark Shadow, hide them all inside the shadow. A shadow lick appeared and acknowledged the command. At once. Immediately the Dry Lords were swallowed by darkness. Moments later the mana dispersed, leaving a normal view. Those above wondered in confusion, what's going on? Those Dry Lords, they've all disappeared. Did Isaac wipe them all out with a single strike? Incredible. At this level, he's at least on par with the bishops. He truly has the makings of a saint. Hearing that, Isaac ground his teeth and cursed under his breath. Those rotten priests, I will definitely wipe each of you out. Meanwhile, in the Thansak clan's council room, the patriarch pondered in headache. Cardinal Zich Sak wants to seize Isaac. He is convinced Isaac will summon a malevolent god during the sacrificial rite. If the boy can summon just a mid-tier god, I would already be very satisfied. Ugly go cut in, if father knew which god chose Isaac, you'd probably faint and that wouldn't be enough. The patriarch sprang, worse than a malevolent god. Go asserted firmly, there's absolutely no comparison. The patriarch grew even more dismayed. Damn it, just what kind of rotten god will appear? Vai Lai was confused too. Could that god be at a catastrophic level? After a few minutes of thought, the patriarch sighed and decided, then bringing Isaac home and re-educating him is our top priority. I've already sent people to him, we should get a response soon. No sooner had he finished than someone opened the door and reported, Lord Patriarch, I just returned from visiting young Master Isaac. Young Master Isaac is currently en route to the Holy See's prison. Those words struck the three in the room like a thunderbolt. The patriarch lost his composure, bracing himself to stand. Why there? That is the territory of the Red Hue. The boy doesn't even have the right to go there, does he? The man added. Cardinal Red Hue gave the young master a safe conduct pass. The patriarch clenched himself, veins bulging on his forehead. That bastard, does he intend to lure my grandson with cheap tricks? Aringo panicked, unsure what to advise. Father. The patriarch's eyes burned red as he roared. Does he think I don't see through his schemes? We will go to the Holy See's prison right now. Meanwhile, Isaac walked on as if in a trance. Seeing his master like that, Whisper could only comfort him. We're already at the Holy See's prison, so why are you still upset? Isaac, still dejected, replied, I'm defiled. I can't believe I used that filthy bone-rip magic. Whisper changed the subject, but isn't everything okay now? Did you bring the reward from the test? Isaac sulked and reached into his pocket, producing it. I did all this for that. Of course I brought it. Seeing the item in his hand, Whisper asked, it's just a cord. Isaac explained, it's a cord that can remove demonic aura, a valuable item that frees people from demonic addiction. For me, it also helps hide dark mana. Whisper understood and smiled delightedly. So you intended to conceal your mana before entering the prison. But Isaac remained cautious. There aren't any people around before we go in, right? Whisper checked and confirmed. Within my sensing range, there's no one. Isaac nodded satisfied and snapped his fingers. All right, let's go. The Dry Lords who had been imprisoned were immediately released and each joyfully cheered. Master, we thought we'd never see you again. We love you. Before they could finish, Isaac ordered, Shadowlick, take them home. The Dry Lords wept and begged, Master, what did we do wrong? We'll do whatever you ask, please don't abandon us. Can't we stay with you? Isaac snapped irritably. If you stay here, you'll be wiped out. You fools, do you think I want to do this? Make sure you bring them home safely. The Shadowlick obediently accepted the order. Yes, Master. Isaac turned away at ease. All right, now let's go in. Suddenly he froze and looked down to see a small Dry Lord clinging to his waist. He shouted, when did you crawl in there? The little Dry Lord clung and whined. I don't want to be separated from you again. Whisper sighed in exasperation. Its mana is so weak I can hardly sense it. Before he could deal with it, a soldier came and called, it's time for your audience. Isaac's face darkened. How did they arrive so quickly? Do you know how hard I work to keep these Dry Lords alive? If they're arrested, they'll be wiped out. There's no other way. He had to tuck it into his sleeve and ordered, hold on tight and absolutely do not stick your head out. Seeing Isaac approaching, the soldier stepped aside to let him pass. Please come in. Isaac smiled proudly and stepped forward. 50 years ago, the Holy Nation captured a level 9 demon. That demon infiltrated the Holy Nation alone to reclaim the corpse of the Dry Lord Demon King, but the clerics had taken that corpse as a hostage. In the end, that demon voluntarily knelt to protect its master's corpse. The capture of a pure-blood primeval fiend sent shockwaves across the continent. That's what the records say. Hearing Whisper's tale, Isaac immediately realized, so it really was you. The Blood Lord was rot. Abruptly, Whisper leaned forward and shouted. But everyone who saw the scene angrily snarled, you call this a visit? You bastards. Whisper got kicked all over, even with a spyglass they couldn't see him. A soldier stepped closer and taunted, you should be grateful we even let you see this much. Isaac wasn't intimidated. He pulled out his safe conduct and barked, yeah, piss off. The soldier didn't know what to do and muttered, damn. The other soldier suggested, then we must search you, there's bound to be something suspicious. Please cooperate. But before they touched him, his mana flared and in a cold voice he said, hey, if you lay a hand on him, you'll die. Both recoiled in haste. What's this pressure? Damn, I can't move. Isaac gritted his teeth and spat. How dare you doubt a descendant of the Dua clan? If you touch him, I'll treat it as a declaration of war against the Rasua family. What do you intend to do to a child? Want me to bite my tongue and die? Don't believe me? I'll do it for real. Both had no time to retort and hurriedly waved, sir, please don't say things that can be misunderstood like that. Isaac continued to threaten, do you think he'll sit still? One coward turned to persuade his comrade, if it's he'll surely start a war. Didn't you forget he once boasted about his grandson's first time pooping? The other trembled, but the patriarch told us to investigate this boy's motives. For now, let him through. After all, the patriarch gave him a safe conduct. After convincing each other, one cleared his throat and concluded, understood, follow me. Isaac still looked displeased. You should have done this earlier. Moments later, they led Isaac into a pitch-black chamber. We have arrived. Behind this door is the solitary cell of that demon. I'm warning you, its demonic aura can induce heart attacks. Isaac wasn't fazed and snapped back, shut up and open it. The prison door slowly opened. Dark demonic energy immediately filled the air. The face of a demon gradually emerged. At the sight of Isaac's group, it roared furiously. The two soldiers looked at each other, puzzled. Why is it acting like this? It used to be so calm. The demon grew angrier and angrier. One soldier anxiously turned away. Do you see? This is the demon's power. Now hurry back. But Isaac wasn't worried. He rubbed his nose and smiled inwardly. He's still strong, huh? Seeing that, the two soldiers were furious and muttered. The kid is smiling at that massive demonic aura. Is he insane? Isaac said cheerfully, it seems he thinks we've been captured by the clerics. Whisper jumped up to explain, this one has completely lost his mind. We weren't brought here willingly, but were coerced. The Bloodlord paused for a second. Coerced. The two soldiers were shaken to silence. He's getting crazier and crazier. Whisper blinked in protest. You're misunderstanding. No, it's not like that. The master said he would bite his tongue and kill himself. Fortunately, it ultimately stopped at him bowing. But the more it was said, the angrier the Bloodlord became. They dared force my master to bow, and they even made him speak those words. The two soldiers, unable to hear the conversation, grew more panicked. Why has he gone mad like this? Hurry, call someone. He mustn't die before the execution. Whisper, exhausted, reassured them. I mean, they are the ones who should be bowing. Isaac fell silent, observing and weighing plans in his head. The chance has come, but the guards are still watching me. I need a better opportunity. Suddenly, a golden light flashed on the Bloodlord's shackles. Isaac panicked inwardly. Damn, the Pope's power has activated. He'll die before I can save him. Should I use magic to draw attention? But if I use it now, I'll definitely be discovered. Not knowing what to do, the small dry lord crawled out and offered, Master, let me help you. Isaac rejoiced, oh, you lovely little one, go, your size can slip through the bars easily. Give that stone to him, he'll break the shackles. Your mana is so small you won't be detected. I'm counting on you, little dry lord. Now Isaac began to act, clutching his chest. Truly admirable, the Red Hue family is indeed impressive. The two soldiers were baffled by this, someone from the Red Hue praising us. It doesn't sound very sarcastic. Whisper couldn't help but scold. Are you crazy? But Isaac immediately denied it. No, I'm buying time. Flowery words spilled from the mouth of the A-list actor. Meanwhile, the small dry lord entered holding a monocore. The moment he saw the 14 demons, I nearly died, but Red Hue's response was truly brilliant. The guard began to doubt. You're laughing, young master. Isaac shot back immediately. Oh, I was just laughing from fear. The Red Hue family actually lets people like you serve as jailers? What a wonderful clan. With skills like these, you'd be a captain of knights in the Azure Order. Both guards were stunned and at a loss for words. What nonsense is he suddenly spouting? Isaac added, Gentlemen, this is actually a secret. The reason I'm here is by my patriarch's orders. They hurriedly queried, the patriarch's orders. Isaac nodded in confirmation. This is a family mission. Actually, I'm in a succession war. My task is to injure the 14 demons. The two soldiers drew a cold breath. Oh my, that's harsh. A succession war so dangerous it could get you killed? Isaac pretended earnestly. That's right. The two soldiers swallowed and murmured, this is not normal. It's like fighting for the next cardinal position. Who would be crazy enough to send a child to injure the 14 demons? But since it's the saintly family's matter, it can be understood. Still, assigning such a task to a child. The Red Hue faith is famously insane. Finding the story no longer interesting, Isaac changed the subject. Say, are you lads planning to work for Red Hue? One eager guard asked back. To Red Hue, is this a recruitment invite? Just as Isaac was about to say more, he sensed the small dry lord returning. He immediately clapped his hand to his brow and sighed. It seems the 14 demons are still beyond my ability. The other guard anxiously asked, are you all right? Why are you so determined to see the 14 demons? We'll take you back. From inside the cell, the Bloodlord transmitted aloud. Thank you, my lord, sovereign of gods. After a while, they helped Isaac out to the exterior. It's almost time, please hold on a little longer. Isaac put on a grateful act. Thank you, gentlemen. Suddenly, a foot stepped forward to block Isaac's path. Wait, before you go, we must check this. I need to inspect the badge you're holding. Isaac scowled and retorted. The Red Hue Cardinal's badge, it was given to me. The sinister Nye grinned and grated. That badge also serves to assess a person's faith. You think receiving something from your patriarch is that simple? The less faith you have, the darker the badge becomes. We want to test its color now. Whisper showed visible excitement. The badge can change color. It flew in to inspect and then flew back to confirm. Completely black. Isaac felt a chill run down his spine. Nye, emboldened, ordered. Hand over the badge. Isaac broke out in a sweat and replied, I'm not giving it to you. Nye couldn't contain his sarcasm. What's wrong? Are you afraid it'll turn red-black? Whisper snapped in anger. Red-black what? My master's badge should be pitch black like his conscience. Isaac hid his fear and spat. Get lost, I'm not handing it over. Nye grew more confident. Of course he's jumpy. Before he could be accused, Isaac took a step forward. You plan to steal the badge and then blame us from Red Hue for losing it, right? Nye gaped. What did you say? Isaac affirmed as if it were true. Exactly that. You'll rob it and then threaten to extort a huge compensation from Red Hue. The two soldiers were speechless. How did this brat come up with such a naive idea? Isaac then pretended to realize and sighed in relief. In your land, you're all of your own people. A few clever words can make me look like a fool. How can I trust you then? Nai, losing his temper, growled, Madman, how dare you insult my clan? Fine, then we don't need the badge, I have something better. With that, he slammed his fist down hard on the ground. Whisper warned unpleasantly, Master, is that the judgment pillar? Behind Nai, a statue of a goddess appeared, the secret Crimson Blood Verdict Tribunal. Everyone recognized its provenance. The Pillar of Fate, a statue that detects nobles in disguise or those without true faith. This temple dares to use that on a noble. Nai showed excitement on his face and laughed with delight. If you have faith, the goddess will shed penitential tears. If you're heretical, the goddess will angrily open her blaspheming eyes. If it's uncertain whether the other lacks faith, it will backfire on them. Contrary to Isaac's worry, the two soldiers cheered. Don't worry, given the young master's courage and sense of duty, there will be no problem. Use this chance to prove your innocence and force them to pay for their rudeness. Isaac panicked inwardly. If I step up now, that statue might open its eyes. Nai continued to urge, if you're a candidate for martyrdom, step up confidently. Isaac refused to engage. Why should I listen to you? Nai threatened, if you don't want your name erased from the Red Hue faith, then get up. This made Isaac slightly surprised. Erased from what? Not worth talking about. Do you think we from Red Hue are easy to bully? While he was still speaking, Nai's form began to dissolve. A moment later, he appeared behind Isaac, grabbed him, and shouted, Stop babbling, get up. Before Isaac could react, he was teleported in front of the statue. When he regained his composure, he found himself standing directly before the statue. Nai, behind him, darkened his face and smiled. Don't worry, it's over in just a second. Isaac grumbled inwardly, my body won't move, how am I supposed to run like this? Nai grew more and more excited, raising both hands and shouting, Come on, goddess statue, please open your eyes. With this, I can get rid of Jock and Than. No sooner had he thought that than the statue began to weep blood. The sight made the nearby guard unable to hold back and shout. The goddess statue is shedding blood tears. Isn't that something only a cardinal could make happen? Nai couldn't believe it, eyes wide. Impossible, how could he possibly have faith? Isaac couldn't believe it either. Bloody hell, why is it crying? What are blood tears anyway? Whisper called out, Master, watch your expression. Then it glanced downward and seeing the little dry lord realized. It seems the statue can also measure the little Bone King's faith. Right, your demon king is also an object of worship. It measured the little Bone King's faith toward his master. No, adding 100 is still 100. Isaac praised cheerfully, no wonder you're my subordinate. The guards grumbled irritably. He used the judgment pillar without being sure of the result. It seems even Master Nai couldn't make the statue weep. Ah, if Red Hue wants to make a fuss about this, we're done. Isaac finally turned and threatened. On what basis do you dare pull this stunt? What now? Just wait, you think the Rutshua family will let this go? Understand. But when Isaac looked away and the little dry lord was covered, the statue immediately widened its eyes. Whisper panicked and shouted, Turn around quickly. Isaac immediately turned back, and the statue returned to its normal state. Isaac clutched his chest and sighed. What did it mean by suddenly opening its eyes? Whisper explained, Don't turn your back like that. You must let the little bone face the statue. Nai seized the chance to accuse. Ha, I knew it. You all saw it clearly, right? The statue opened its eyes. The goddess statue has opened its eyes. But the guards didn't see it and a bit embarrassed advised, What are you talking about? The statue is clearly still with its eyes closed. Are you all right? Young Master Nai raged and screamed. It definitely opened its eyes. I saw it myself. Isaac breathed a sigh of relief at escaping a crisis. Whisper showed obvious delight. It seems only he can see it. The guards' murmuring grew louder, but didn't the statue shed blood tears? Oh my, what do we do now? Nai, furious, tried to justify himself. I'm certain the statue opened its eyes. I saw it clearly. The guards retorted, Do you think our clan has fallen so low that our statue changes verdicts on its own? You mean the judging statue spontaneously altered its decision? Isaac and Whisper were treated to the show. This is getting interesting. The guards took turns questioning. If the verdict truly changes midway like that, then from now on we couldn't hold any heresy trials. I suggest you watch your words. Young Master Nai ground his teeth in anger but dared not speak further, only cursing silently. Damn, I can't argue with the guards. He turned to Isaac and shouted, I really saw it. Hey you, check again, but Isaac just stood with his arms crossed, sneering. Why should I do that? So you can change the result? Or are you jealous because you'll never reach that level in your life? As he spoke, he slipped his hand into his coat to stroke the little dry lord's head and praised. Good job, kid. Isaac added with emphasis, pathetic. Nai trembled with rage. You bastard, you'd better step up while I'm still speaking decently. Suddenly a hand reached out. The head of the Red Hue clan grabbed his hand and pulled him back. I suspected this would happen, so I came. Looks like I was right. Are you mad? That brat. Nai went pale and dared not speak. R hurried over to intervene. If you hit him, it'll become a big problem. Father, first let's return and file a complaint. Before he finished, Isaac switched into performance mode and clutched on. Uncle Nye is hitting me, sob sob asterisk. R immediately flew into a rage and roared, that bastard must die. A moment later, the head of family grumbled irritably, it seems I need to speak with Cardinal Crimson. R wiped his hands and agreed, I'll draft the complaint. Suri reluctantly jumped in to stop him. Stop it, uncle, he's about to die. Seeing Near beaten and lying motionless on the ground, R was still angry and judged. He's only pretending, a few light hits and he's like this. Kids these days are too weak. Sighing in frustration, he could only curse inwardly at that fake stupid show-off. You bastard, what did you come here for? You clearly knew they'd pull this stunt. After watching for a bit, he gruffly called, hey, let's go, staying here any longer will cause big trouble. He still played dumb and asked back, what's wrong? Like being tried for heresy or something. Suri reluctantly nodded, yeah, something like that. Before he finished, Isaac cut in, but I'm the one who was targeted. Near brought out that terrifying statue and forced me to step onto it. Hearing that, the two calmed down for a moment then flew into a rage. What did that brat do? Suri worriedly covered her mouth, so you're about to be burned alive. He looked fed up and threatened, do you want to die? Suddenly R noticed Near struggling to get up, instantly enraged, curling his fingers. I won't let this go. The Crimson Hue guards had to step in to hold him back. Listen, R, the trial is over and the result was excellent. I'm telling you, young Master Isaac passed brilliantly. We've never seen blood tears this beautiful. The family head didn't understand, repeating in his mind, blood tears. At that moment, Cardinal Crimson arrived. I came because I heard there was a troublemaker in the dungeon. But I didn't expect the head of the Red Hue clan would be here too. Seeing him, the family head could no longer restrain himself and pointed angrily. You bastard, perfect timing, you should have just let my grandson meet that demon. How dare you test my grandson's faith? Cardinal Crimson snapped back. Wanting to meet a subordinate of the Bone King is suspicious enough, and this was requested by a member of the Red Hue clan. I think such a test was reasonable. The family head grew angrier. Your third son brought out the judging statue to use on someone. He was somewhat stunned. What? The family head frowned and emphasized. Are you trying to start a war? But Cardinal Crimson was calm. My word, I didn't know the boy even brought the statue out. Can you return the transit pass I gave? The family head, annoyed, rubbed his shoulder. You don't need to remind me. I don't want to keep it another second. It's ridiculous that you gave something like that to Isaac. He smiled and replied, your grandson requested it. Approaching Isaac, the family head continued grumbling inwardly. Damn bastards, even if the boy caused trouble, you still shouldn't have brought out the judging statue. But unexpectedly, the boy made the statue shed blood tears, something only a cardinal could do. Sorry for doubting your faith before. Thinking that, he beamed and joked, Isaac, hand over the pass. Taking the pass, he was still gleeful inside. If there really were blood tears, this would look blacker than a cesspool, which made the family head pause for a few seconds. Blacker than sewage. The image of Isaac being tied to a stake to be burned also flashed through his mind. Seeing the family head stand silent and motionless, Cardinal Crimson slowly stepped forward and asked, found it, then please return it. Still speaking, the family head turned back and smashed the pass to pieces, the sudden sight leaving Cardinal Crimson stunned. What did you just do? That pass was granted by the very first pope. The family head, restraining his anger, spat out, there's nothing to give you, you bastard. A moment later, inside the manor, the headquarters of the Crimson Hue faith, voices buzzed. Not only was his faith unshaken, but the judging goddess statue actually shed blood tears. Cardinal Crimson rubbed his forehead in pain, almost convinced that he was leading the pack of saint candidates. And yet you demand a retrial after everyone has seen the result. Another person in the room shouted, do you want our clan to be publicly humiliated? You could have become the future family head because your siblings are all fools, yet you can't even handle something this simple. This man is the deputy head of the Crimson Hue faith clan. Near could only grit his teeth and endure. Don't you understand that only by becoming the Pope can you keep your life? If our clan is to rule the world, you must become a saint first, then the Pope Capus. Cardinal Crimson, exasperated, stopped him. Enough, this is troublesome. The faith check pass has been destroyed. This can't be helped, it's not like there aren't other options. The upcoming god sacrifice ritual will be our chance. When the gods' emissaries descend, anyone with issues will be exposed immediately. So from now until then, do nothing. Near, sulking as he remembered the statue's gaze, thought to himself, no, that's not right, I clearly saw it. Suddenly he jumped up and shouted, Father, has the participant list for the god sacrifice ritual been finalized? Cardinal Crimson, surprised, why, mostly participants are from the Red Hue team. Isaac Rutkshua is included. Since you ranked top in the previous Black Hue test, you can participate too. Near thumped his chest and insisted, no, please register me as Isaac's attendant. I'll go with Isaac as his attendant. By the rules, participants are allowed to bring an attendant. Neon CFT, hearing this, veins bulged on his face. Are you crazy? Why would the Crimson Hue heir do that humiliating thing? Don't you know that's for commoners? But he hung his head, showing determination. Even so, I must do it. If we have no evidence, then we'll have to find it ourselves. Cardinal Crimson objected. No, Near shouted, Father, even if it's humiliating, I can do it. He explained, the slot's already been taken. Kina will be Isaac's attendant. He despaired, clutching his head and groaning, damn it. Kina Barris as Isaac's attendant. At the same time, at the Red Hue family estate. The family head propped his chin and mumbled, it's pitch black. Go hesitantly asked, so that's why you smashed it. Benjamin was a bit puzzled, but I heard that the statue cried blood. The family head, helpless, said, I made Isaac undergo another faith test just in case of an error. Isaac had met Melissa not long before. That's probably why the statue cried. That faith check device was stolen from the Crimson Hue, so it's definitely accurate. Our side, then it must be true. Benjamin thought intently, the head of the Joshua family is a thief. Go clasped his head and lamented. At least we don't have to worry about a god choosing him anymore, since he already is an evil god. Suddenly Benjamin blurted, isn't that terrible? High scorers in the 5 Hues test will summon a god during the harmonious sacrifice ceremony. R hastily added, Cardinal Crimson is surely looking forward to that moment too. The family head grew angrier the more he heard. Not only that, he recalled the contents of Cardinal Black Hue's letter. I'm lazy, so the Black Hue test will be judged based on the god the apprentices summon. His voice trembled. That bastard Cardinal Black Hue is also playing a part in trying to destroy us. Go told Suri to serve as Isaac's attendant. We can't let Isaac summon a god. Time passed and the day of the god sacrifice ceremony arrived. In the arena, a loud voice shouted, hey, are you not listening to me? Ine sneered, oh, you mean that nonsense you just said. But now pointing at him, they yelled, I'm his attendant, you bastard, I'm already registered. Suri was left speechless hearing them. Oh gods, please save these bastards. Isaac, the center of it all, remained unbothered and commented, just smash their heads and it's over. He added inwardly, because the sycophants of the gods will come, things are already troublesome. Whisper asked with interest, sycophants of the gods, they will come. He thought to himself, the offerings will be carried by the servants of the gods. But this offering is a high fiend, so it seems one of those sycophants will handle it. Suddenly the two's bickering cut in. I'm the attendant, not you. He was provoked to anger. Damn it, do you want me to use force? Suri quickly stepped in to stop them. Hey, today is an auspicious day. Calm down. AJ muttered miserably. Auspicious day? Yeah, maybe. He thought to himself the rest, because today is the day my servants will be freed. Suri suffered inwardly. The elders already told me clearly. The clan will be annihilated the moment others see Isaac's true face. Maybe they're right, he really is an evil god. Suddenly he glanced over and asked, what about you and those two? Why is everyone so eager to be my attendant? Suri stammered, unable to answer because clerics are expected to serve people from the lowest positions, and before she could make something up, Near snapped. Nonsense. I am obliged to belong to Isaac. Well, generally I must. Being his attendant, Kino objected but didn't argue. Isaac had said if he stayed by him he'd be trained. I had to step in to intervene. Hey, stop fighting, I don't need both of you. The two turned sharply. What? He pointed directly and ordered, you be the horse, you be the attendant, and you be the clothes rack. Suri gaped and cursed under her breath. Damn it, why me? Time moved into midday. The crowd around the stands shouted, I'm really looking forward to this year's ceremony. Rumor has it the saint will be one of these children. Seeing them in person is even more anticipated than the execution of a high fiend. The kids are about to enter. The reserve saint candidates slowly walked in. A respectful attendant approached Cardinal Golden Hue to report, we'll soon meet Lord Kina. It's my first time seeing him in person. He will surely become a saint. Hearing this, the Crimson Hue attendant scowled, become a saint. People from other houses were grumbling too. Haven't you heard the prophecy? The new saint will come from the Crimson Hue clan. What kind of prophecy is that? Sounds utterly unreliable. Do you know how rare the holy mark on Lord Kina is? Nowadays everyone seems to have a holy mark. Hearing the attendants chatter, Cardinal Crimson smiled happily. Suddenly an announcement sounded, the priests have arrived. The doors opened and Isaac led the procession in. Kina walked beside him holding a fan. Now Near had to act as his mount, and Suri followed behind, holding up his robe. The scene was absurd. His face drained of color and he thought bitterly, that bastard will surely summon the most wicked evil god. He was an evil god from the start. The two cardinals from the other houses couldn't believe their eyes. The atmosphere fell dark. The attendants' voices rose in confusion. What's going on? Isn't the one acting as the horse from the Crimson Hue clan? Why is Lord Kina here? Oh my, what on earth is happening? Cardinal White Hue couldn't help but cover her mouth to laugh. The family head hissed angrily, don't laugh, but she couldn't contain herself. How could I hold back? Was this all planned in advance? I didn't expect Near and Kina to behave like this. Cardinal Golden Hue looked plainly exasperated. You think so? She looked at him with amusement. You don't seem worried at all, do you? Cardinal Golden Hue, I heard you're rather strict with the boy. Cardinal Golden Hue fell silent, lost in thought. He recalled Kina's words in his head. Being an attendant is an important step to becoming pope, and I don't intend to let that position fall to Isaac. He forced himself to endure, telling himself that as long as what the boy said was true, it would be fine. Audra is strong enough to select the most powerful gods. Kina being beside him is also good for our plan. Receiving no answer, Cardinal White Hue burst into laughter again. Why are you silent? What are you plotting? Cardinal Golden Hue gritted his teeth and endured nothing other than making Kina become pope. He stared down and thought, in any case, Ike won't regain his godly form today. Suddenly, Cardinal Crimson laughed excitedly. Oh right, there was no name on the summon list for part 2 of the ceremony, was there? It seems you forgot that, so I added his name back in. Cardinal Crimson and Cardinal Azure went pale with anger. What? Instead, Cardinal Crimson was thrilled, rolling his lip. I'm eager to see which god a jock will summon. Both the Golden and Azure houses broke out in a sweat, this madman. Before he could say more, the announcement rang out. The official execution begins. A moment later, a pillar of flame shot down, tearing through the arena floor. A swarm of black-robed figures descended in rapid succession. Zapnak was escorted to the center of the arena, and the crowd buzzed. It's a high fiend. He opened his golden eye, releasing dark mana that spread across the arena. Anyone who was hit trembled through their whole body. Is that a high fiend? Even bound like that, he's this strong? How powerful must that dry demon king be to have such a subordinate? This power is insane. He's even more sealed and tightly bound than when he was in prison. Zapnak slowly rose to his feet. Isaac gripped the reins tightly, grinding his teeth and thinking to himself, Zapnak, I will definitely save you. What did you do to him? Those bastard priests even dared to shove torture devices into that place. You've gone insane, damn it, you hateful priests. But to the onlookers, his expression meant something else. Waves of chatter rose. Just as expected, his eyes change when he looks at a demon. Who would have thought he could show such resolve to fight before a 9th-rank demon? So Isaac is still the same. Even Cardinal Crimson couldn't make sense of it. Surprisingly, it was filled with hatred. If he were corrupted, he should be delighted at the sight of a demon, shouldn't he? Isaac kept his head down, reminding himself to endure. Enduring like this is actually better. It's a good thing, just let him escape and it'll be fine. With that, he looked up at Zapnak and analyzed inwardly. There are 5 shackles restraining him in total. I already passed him the tool, so I don't need to worry about the toughest shackle. The rest are even less of a concern. I've already placed dispelling magic on the officiating priests, so when the ritual starts, everything will be released. Keeping that guy alive really was the right call. That way I can avoid suspicion. Alright, looks like the ritual is about to begin. Seeing the priests about to act, he yanked the reins and barked, Hey, what are you doing? You move too. Nier was furious, cursing this damn brat inwardly, but outwardly forced himself to stay calm and said, We're here already, so get down and walk. Isaac raised a brow and hissed, Since when does a horse speak human words? Do you not want to be my attendant anymore? Forget it. If you don't want to be an attendant, beat it. Nier had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure, bending down, repeating to himself to bear it and hold on until they got evidence. But serving someone isn't so easy. He grabbed a handful of hair and yanked, shouting, Why aren't you answering? The guy had to neigh in response while inwardly cursing the 18 generations of the Rotsua ancestors. Right then the announcement rang out, begin the execution. At once the priests pressed their hands together and chanted. A sack brightened and sent a message in the demon tongue. The magic device has been activated. Now we just need to undo the shackles. Zapnak broke free in one breath, and before he finished, his voice reached over. Your Majesty, even if I die now, I will have no regrets. My king, I wish you boundless longevity. Him suddenly courting death infuriated Isaac. He yanked Nier's hair and snapped. Hey, you bastard, what nonsense are you spouting? Zapnak said gloomily, I have witnessed you make the heirs of the faiths kneel and suppress them. I feel no lingering regrets anymore. The more Isaac listened, the angrier he got. He kept yanking Nier's head, shaking it. Shut up and get out, or you really will die. This is your only chance. But Zapnak remained stubborn. My king, you have succeeded in strengthening your power. The mere fact that you intended to rescue your vassal is a grace he can never repay. At this, tears rolled down his face. Isaac held back his emotions, lunged forward, and yanked Nier's hair hard, roaring in human speech. You bastard, what the hell are you talking about? Nier, sweating from the pain, replied, Nothing, I didn't say anything. Only then did he calm down and transmit in the demon tongue, What's wrong with that bastard? Whisper, at a loss, fluttered out and said, Hard to say, there might be some hidden reason. Look closely, what's on his chest seems to be a restraint shackle too. He snapped to attention, stared intently, and realized there was yet another shackle. Was it added when they took him out of the cell? He transmitted. So this is why you're giving up, Zapnak. He answered dejectedly, You've just found a new life, there's no need to risk it like this. The Pope and the Cardinals are not ones to trifle with. Instead, you should leave your followers be and gain more of their trust. But the more Isaac heard, the angrier he became, grinding his teeth and insisting, Don't be ridiculous, you're telling me to abandon you over a shackle like some child's toy. Zapnak lowered his head, silent, and did not answer. Isaac stood frozen, analyzing. It's not a high-level binding device, so it can be dispelled immediately. But the key is you have to get close to do it. What to do? It's a bit risky, but within this line of sight. As he looked around, someone from the Crimson Hue clan approached and growled. AC, you'll swap places with the executioner's attendant. That was Cardinal Crimson's order, demanding the opportunity be given to a future saint. No sooner had he spoken than whispering broke out. What? Send an apprentice near the 14th retinue. Is this okay? It's like that thing that tried to kill us in the golden hue test before. AJ already consumed part of the Dry Demon King's body. How could the Dry Demon King's minions let him off? Contrary to their worries, Isaac gave a crooked smile and replied, "Fine." He chuckled inwardly. Cardinal Crimson, why did you just hand him over to me? He stomped hard on Nier's back then, gleefully stood before the presiding official, leaving him bewildered. Pathetic, now he's hysterical with fear. After being approved, he happily took the chain and thought, now I can openly touch him. Game over, what use are these stupid restraints? Just as he was smug about those cheap things, his expression suddenly changed. Zabnak straightened up. The thing on his chest became even more visible. He gasped, the laws of the divine realm. What damned god had the time to stuff this thing in there? Getting it off now will probably take months. Seeing his master glum, Whisper flew over and suggested, it seems removing this requires holy blood. Try the blood of a holy spirit or the pope. The more he heard it, the more his head ached. Where would he get that now? That damned lunatic, what should he do? If they can't get it now, he'll be executed. The Pope, that bastard Pope, isn't coming today, is he? No sooner had he thought that than an announcement sounded. Everyone please stand, the god's envoy is descending. A massive sigil appeared above AC. A blinding light burst from within. A haughty divine voice rang out, the stench here is thick. Are these the minions of that damned Dry Demon King? At the arrival, the crowd erupted. It's an angel. The god's envoy of punishment has arrived. Isaac was stunned by the sudden turn of events. It looked him over and ordered, show your reverence and then execute him yourself. Whisper sneered and said, now I see why Sapnak gave up. If the executioner is an angel, surviving and escaping is even harder. Do you hear me, master, master? But Isaac laughed madly inside. The thing needed to open the shackle has come to me. Whisper screamed in panic. Have you gone mad? On the other side, Suri saw him standing motionless and felt it looked familiar. This scene seems like something I've seen before. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere. As he thought that, he saw Isaac gathering holy energy into a sphere in his palm. Old scenes flashed through Suri's mind. Isaac piercing a divine being in the 3-year trial, then hurling a milk bottle to obliterate the statue's image. Immediately, his whole face was drenched in sweat. He couldn't speak. Oh damn you, Isaac. Hey Isaac, you bastard, stop. But it was too late. Isaac's strike lunged forward, creating a massive explosion. Yeah.